Be grateful with what you have has always been taught to all of us since we're all kids. But now, over here, all the time, the urge to get a little bit more just never goes away. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS, where I'm going to be your hosting, Castro Necro, and John alongside with me on the panels. I Super Salty. Today's the day 2, and of course, the urge to get a little bit more points for these teams is never going to go away.
It's never going to go away, but it's not the urge right now, Necro. It's the need of the hour. The teams who are at the second page of the standings, as well as in the second half of the first page, they need to get those points to qualify, because we know, as a matter of fact, if you don't get it now, you're out of the tournament.
It's the decider day for all these two groups that we're going to be casting today.
Yep.
And Salty, yesterday, things were off to a fantastic start, especially the spice, that extra bit of spice that we added inside the entire tournament, the finish card and the positioning cards. I mean, yesterday we saw a decent amount of teams going for those, but still all the teams, majority of the teams do have one of their cards left over.
Yeah, I think a majority of the teams went for the position card because it's like the safer option to actually go with. The finish cards, in fact, a lot of them are still remaining, which means that in a matter of like 3 games from this particular group, like Group 2, I think there's going to be like approximately 10 to 12 finish cards being applied. Just imagine the maniac or the havoc that is going to go across the entirety of the lobby.
And this is why we say day 2 is usually supposed to be the day of comebacks, but on day 2 it's just all-out war all across the battlegrounds. And considering, as you mentioned, today a lot of finish cards are also available for the known teams as well. A decent amount of teams actually yesterday went on forward to utilize that finish card in the first game, and it did not really work out. I'm speaking about Nate officials. In the first game, they were not really able to get a lot of elimination points. We had a little bit of more expectations from that team, but still not really being able to live up to that occasion. But you know what? Speak about living up to the occasion. The prize pool definitely does all the time. 2 crore rupees on the line, ladies and gentlemen, inside BGIS 2023, and the champion team getting 75 lakhs all to themselves.
And I like the hype, especially when you just always say that 2 crore rupees, because it is a very hyping moment as well. The prize pool, of course, comprises of everything. Everybody who goes to the grand finals, they get something out of the piece of the pie, of course. Like, how many zeros are there in that 2 crore rupees, Necro? Can you count? I think there's 7 or 8 something. It's way too big.
It's too much. I don't want to count over here. I feel like the entire graphic will be skipped if I want to just keep counting that one. But you know what? The second spot getting 37 lakhs, 50,000. The third one getting, of course, 25 lakhs all of themselves. And then at the bottom of the graphic, you'll see the MVP of the BGIS, the Rising Star, the MVP of the finals, and then you move on forward to the best IGL. That means to get all that prize pool, you will need to perform individually well.
Yeah, I think in terms of finding that Rising Star, we are pretty close. I think if I have to actually go for a pick, I might actually go with Simple from Brave Esports, though.
Oh, yeah. This man has been proven himself or proven his caliber since a long time. But you know what? Now, speaking about all these teams inside the games, things have definitely been quite nice. Loser brackets, the special new addition about the power cards as well, has put in so much more mix. But how can we forget about the map voting as well? But you know what? Before we move on forward towards the map voting, we need to take a look at the format as well. Just to explain the new audience, if you guys are joining us for the first time inside BGIS 2023, let's move on forward and take a look at the format.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure that this format has sort of encompassed everything, right? From the grind, you have got so many invited teams, of course, and then the in-game qualifiers. You can actually forget about that. Every person, every single player from all across the country, they had the opportunity to qualify and actually play in this particular tournament. Speaking of round 4, where we currently were previously, we had 16 teams from every single group progress towards the semi-finals directly, and the remaining 48 teams moved to the loser brackets. And this is the loser bracket right now. One of the groups will see elimination happen, Necro.
Exactly, and pretty much even from the round 3, 16 teams that were not really able to make it inside the top 4 in the overall storyboard or in the overall rankings of their each individual groups. They're now over here inside the loser brackets as well, and then only 16 teams from the loser brackets itself can move on forward towards the semifinals. So it's a big comeback story.
It's a very big comeback story. Every single group, only the top 4 teams, as you can see from the graphic itself, they progress towards the semi-finals. 32 teams are going to play. 32 of India's best teams are going to play in the semi-finals.
Imagine this. From a round of 64, only 16 teams can move on forward from this lower bracket. I do understand it's quite brutal, but that's how the format is, and it's quite entertaining in general, I think so, considering even the Power Cards edition, it's just made things so much more tougher for these teams. But for the viewers, it's an absolute pleasure.
It's an absolute pleasure, especially when you actually see that they are the ones who are choosing the maps. Like map 3 and map 6 of the day is being chosen by the audience as well. Initially, we saw the poll was sort of dominated by Erangel, but as the day kept progressing, I saw that on GeoCinema, certain audience actually wanted to see Sanhok as well. And I personally would want to see Sanhok, to be honest, because that just adds so much interesting factor into it.
Genuinely, it's been a while since we've seen Sanhok. I know it's just been one day, but still, I want to see a little bit of more Sanhok on day 2. Because usually day 2 we expect aggressive starts, and I feel like the best way to kick things off will be the map of Sanhok. But you know, how can you accumulate all the points inside the game? This is the points distribution in front of you. The first spot getting 15 position points, the second spot getting 12, the third one getting 10, and then each finish equals 1 point. This is something that really adds on a big factor, especially imagine if you use an elimination card, even better.
Absolutely right. Each finish equals 1 point. That just gets completely reversed, right? If you use the finish card, that gets multiplied by 2, and that is absolutely crazy. Of course, when you use the position cards, the best that you can do is be in the top 3, be in the golden part of the points distribution, because that is the most important. That is where you'd get the most out of that particular card. But speaking of today's schedule, once again, no maps being decided as of now. The first 2 will be decided by the player captains, team captains in fact, and then of course the match 6 from both the groups will be decided by you guys.
That is true. I mean, today's schedule, no one knows which map's going to be played over here, ladies and gentlemen. So, once again, a big question mark. But you know what? As Salty mentioned, the first 2 maps will be selected by the team captain. But you have a chance to select the 3rd map of the day. And that's where things get even more spiced up, ladies and gentlemen. You guys will be able to engage a little bit more better. You guys will be able to decide which team do you want to favor with the map selection.
Absolutely. I think that just becomes, right, whoever has sort of like the strongest fans. If you're like the strongest fan, let's say, for example, a particular team, you just want to vote for the map they're comfortable on, and that is how things have been going. But initially, yesterday, I was very surprised that team captains voted for a Vikendi out of everything.
Yeah, that was quite weird for me as well. I genuinely thought that even the players do not really like to play on Vikendi, and then on the map of Vikendi, we saw a lot of position cards being used as well. Big Brother Esports was one of those teams that went for that position card, and I think so they also ended up winning that game, so a decent amount of points were accumulated by Big Brother Esports. At this point in time, these guys should have a really big lead in the overall standings too. As we move on forward towards the matchup today, Group B is going to be the one to kick things off.
Absolutely. And it's not just Big Brother Esports as well. Lucknow Giants, they have been pretty consistent. From a position where they're sort of struggling to qualify for the further rounds, it seems like Lucknow Giants have finally found their mojo and they are looking to be their absolute best. Medal Esports, no surprises. They are at the tippity top. Of course, speaking of the tippity top, we'll have a look at the overall standings in just a while, which is going to clear the entire picture for you guys, where things stand as of the first day.
I mean, as we move on forward towards the overall standings right now, in the top 4, we've got LOC, Lucknow Giants, Big Brother Esports, and Medal Esports. As we mentioned, Big Brother Esports utilizing that position card, that's given them 53.5 total points. That feels a little bit weird to read out, huh?
That absolutely does. I mean, 53.5, it's still fine, but look at the bottom of the first page. Velocity Gaming and Stellar Titans, they're tied up at 22.5, and everything is same. Finishes, it's 11. Position points, it's 11.5. But of course, as we move on to the second page, that is where the stark difference lies. Of course, there's a massive drop off in terms of the overall points. I'm Official, Seven Shore, as well as Hindustan Gaming. Big name in the form of Hindustan Gaming, big name in the form of I'm Official, but they're very far off from the top 4 Necro.
Once again, the problem is, though, a team like Team Seal has already used their position card, and still they're on the latter half of the board. This is a really big strike for them. They need to perform in a better fashion. This is sort of like a wake-up call for these guys, a reality check as well. Call it whatever you want to call. But Seven Seal or Team Seal just needs to wake up over here. They do not really have a lot of time anyways. Seven Shores, on the other hand, though, the performance that they've showcased in the past couple of rounds has been quite immaculate. But now they're not able to perform in lower brackets where you desperately need to perform.
Absolutely, desperately need to perform, and I think this is a need of the hour to kind of call upon those power-ups. Seven Shore, as a matter of fact, have not used for anything. But speaking of the map poll by the captain itself, it's been an all-round domination from Erangel, and there's just one team.
Team System.
That has chosen for Vikendi. I think big props to them.
Big round of applause for Team System. These guys were the only one who had the guts to go with Vikendi. I mean, it would have been a great start, right? Imagine just kicking things off with Vikendi. Would have been a nice one. But you know what? As usual, a classic start will be required for the show as well. So Erangel's going to be the best one to go forward to. But Salty, now it's time to find out which team has actually went for finish cards and the position cards.
But what are going to be your guesses? So I think it's going to be time where Velocity Gaming actually pull out their finish card. I think it's time.
I would say that's a little bit too risky considering they've already used their position card. So I think so they should book a little bit more carefully on that finish card.
Interesting stuff. Even Big Brother Esports have a finish card for themselves. Look at this Team System. Right off the get-go, they have one finish card for themselves. Now, who else? Well, we have it. Team T7S.
Oh no, this is going to be tough for System. They're just booking it on the finish card off the bat. That means they have put up everything on the line inside this first game of the day, inside the first game of this Erangel. This is going to be quite a tough one. Or if Team System's not able to follow up, if they're not able to win the game, then it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for these guys as well.
It's not even their map pick, Necro. They wanted to go for Vikendi. They wanted to sort of have that Vikendi finish card set up for themselves, but it's fine. On the position card, you can find out Fly Esports as well as I Am Official. So a total of 4 power-ups have been used, 2 finish cards and 2 position cards. I think I Am Officials... I think for I'm Officials, both the power-ups have been used right now. Yep. This is it. They have to perform in this game.
I'm Officials and Team System. They've used both their power-ups right now. That's confirmed for sure. But the upcoming game of Erangel is going to be quite nice, salty. Now, this is where we've seen everything, right? Yeah. We know which teams are going to be playing. We know which teams have also went for the power-up. Now, I want to know your prediction for the upcoming game.
It's going to be tough, but I have a strong feeling that there is one team that's going to make a comeback, and that's Velocity Gaming. They are on that 22.5 point marker. They need approximately like 15 points. And I think somewhere down the line, it just tells me. And to be honest, in the past few days, I've been just pretty good with my predictions, so yeah.
I mean, look, Velocity Gaming is definitely quite a big team, right? It's understandable. They pack massive punch as well, but I don't exactly know what's going on wrong with them. They're not even getting a lot of limelight inside the fights is because they're not able to win a lot of those. A majority of those are being lost out by the players of Velocity Gaming. So this is definitely a big step up, or this is definitely a big rise-up call for them. If they're not really able to rise up, then problems will be ensued in the future stages as well, in the future games, which they have only got 2 left. Top 4 is already quite packed up. Even a team like LOC, they've made their mark over there, and we know what LOC is capable of. Give them a little bit of more breathing air, and they will just probably jump onto the first spot.
You know, I genuinely love this conversation about LOC Esports because they're in that very interesting spot on the overall standings. They're in the 4th spot. They've got 39 points to actually work with, but they haven't used any power-up as of yet. 2 games remain, and they have got the 2 cards, finish cards and the position cards. I think if LOC play their cards out right, they might just be propelling themselves further down the line, further up top, which just means more problems for the teams at the bottom half because there's like a massive difference that is being created.
That's a good point that you brought up, right? They haven't even used any of their power-ups, and they still have got 2 more left over because in this game they did not decide to use any once again. Now, it's understandable in the upcoming 2 games, LOC is, of course, going to try to use whatever they've got left over. Maybe in the upcoming game, they will try to go for the positions, and then in the last game, they can try to go for the eliminations one, and that's just going to give them that extra bit of sigh of relief. But, as I mentioned, when you go with these cards, you sort of have that unconscious pressure as well on top of your head that, oh, I need to perform well. If you went for the position card, you will try to play as safe as possible. If you try to go for the elimination cards, you might as well end up screwing a lot of fights up.
Absolutely. I think with the position cards, like I said during the points distribution as well, the most amount of rewards that you can reap out of that particular power-up is by being inside the top 3, right? If you get those big numbers, then the 1.5x multiplier actually does its job. If you get 10 points, you get 15 total points, right? If you get 15 total points, you actually get 22.5 total points. But with the finish card, there's been like a very dicey way of actually using it. Certain teams have actually, for example, Nate Officials, you talked about them, right? They dropped in and they want to go in aggressive right from the get-go. Meanwhile, teams like Team Mayavi or teams like Medley Esports, they've actually gone for a safer approach, much safer approach. They're taking the fights in the last end, in the final circle, and then trying to multiply that by 2. They don't need to actually go for the 10 finish or the 12 finish game instead.
Johnny, I mean, Salty, look, my bad. I just called you Johnny over there for a moment. You know what? Yeah, it's okay. You guys are super salty anyways. But you know what? Speaking about the teams once again, and speaking about the teams that are going to be on the latter half of the board, maybe in the bottom 4 somewhere, those teams, maybe first game, they're not going to try to just completely go all aggressive. They would at least have a little bit of hopes for themselves. But then as the upcoming games keeps on progressing on, there's a chance these guys might just start screwing up for other teams. These guys might just start playing the spoiler inside the game.
Absolutely, and it's not even just a spoiler, Necro. I think with the addition of power-ups, even the last place team will have the option of actually making a very big jump, and that is very much possible. We did the math yesterday, right? You still remember that first game when Nest Officials had actually won it with like 20 finishes. Had they used like a finish card in that particular game, they could have accumulated 55 points from one game. So you never really know what can happen. I'm pretty sure if these boys are pumped at the latter half of the board, I'm pretty sure they will be able to make a big jump.
I mean, they will be able to make that big jump, but still, there's a lot of these teams that just end up giving things up because they know that no matter how they try, they're still going to be on the latter half of the board whatsoever. So they just try to screw other teams' games up, right? They try to play the spoiler. They try to go for a drop collision. Yesterday, we saw a couple of those as well. If you remember, I think it was inside Pochinki in one of those games. We saw that drop collision coming into play. I genuinely thought that this was quite a nice way to kick things off.
Absolutely, and it was actually Team Crores inside of Pochinki. We'll have to find out if Team Crores actually drop inside of Pochinki once again. But ladies and gentlemen, the map of Erangel is live in the flight path, pretty much on the right-hand side. Starts from Stauber and ends towards Novorupnoyo.
This is quite an interesting plane flight path, considering now the plane, as you mentioned, it's completely on the right side of the map. This is going to be catching a lot of the teams off guard.
Yeah.
If they do want to go to the left side, even Pochinki is going to be a little bit of tough extent. It will take a lot of the time in the initial phase.
Absolutely, and to be honest, I kind of like what Team Velocity are doing. They're just going to the default drop location. This flight path is sort of pretty good for them. They're going towards the Kamishki split as well. They will find themselves the proper loot, but all of this conversation just kind of comes down to where does the circle end up in. And we've seen statistically that if a flight path is actually deviated towards the right-hand side, the circle actually tends to form in the Gatka region. Now that is where the problem lies.
On the opposite side, usually most of the times that's what we've seen. But LOC all the way down south going towards that military base. Nothing taken away from that. They like to go over there. But I just want to find out if we're going to see any type of drop collisions. On the northern side, there could be a possibility towards Severny, where Hindustan Gaming is, or Forever as well. They're quite next to them. Team Seal as well is quite close to the players of LG. A lot of the teams in the closer proximities, there's a chance we might see a drop collision soon enough.
I think there is a drop collision in Novo as well, right? You have two pretty good teams dropping very close by. It's good. Medal Esports, they just landed in, but TT7S, they had the already advantage. They had the weaponry as well, and it seems like Y19Z, he has got the starter to actually work with. First knockout, Necro, and this is where the fight begins.
Yeah, that's a great way to kick things off. Of course, it's going to be the players of Medal Esports to start off nicely inside this fight. T7S, these guys are already just taken down to a three-man squad. Encore is way too low from the side of Medal Esports. He needs to take things a little bit more cautiously. Top Dog looking forward to toss that one and only nade he's got left over in his hands. Medal Esports not really being too curious inside the situation, instead letting the silence breathe in.
Medal Esports weren't actually prepared for this fight. They had just landed in, but all of a sudden they knew that the first knock was there and they could actually push forward, and this batch backfires because Top Dog has been taken down.
I don't think so anyone was actually prepared for this fight off the drop. These guys dropped inside one single house and then instantly looted up the guns, whatever they get their hands on, and then instantly start engaging inside a fight. What this means is it's also a disadvantage. Yeah, you will be able to kick things off on a fantastic note, get a little bit of elimination points off the bat. But it can also put you in a bit of a disadvantage if it does turn out to be a stalemate.
For Medal Esports, to be honest, they can afford this because they have that sort of a cushion inside of the overall standings.
Team Crores eliminated?
Wait, what? How?
When did that just happen?
When? How? Where?
Well, that's a question for another time because for now, these two teams definitely inside Novorupnoy, they have decided to sort of disengage from that fight and move away their merry ways. But soon enough, individually, they're going to collide, that's for sure.
I mean, that is what happens, right? Medal Esports, they tried to actually push up. They had found the initial inventory as well. And as soon as that happened, Top Dog was the one who actually took the aggressive call. In the front lines, he just got absolutely ambushed, but...
Oh, ARM officials too in the elimination feed. They're starting to get picked off. As I mentioned, towards the side of Hindustan Gaming as well, there was a big drop collision on the northern side of the map.
Oh, yes.
And once again, the same thing happening. The situation's now starting to escalate a little bit more. And even Punk is starting to move into that same direction. Velocity Gaming knows Hindustan Gaming likes to drop towards that Severny side. It's better if we try to take the advantage and try to chime inside a third party. Velocity Gaming, even these guys are quite the bloodthirsty demon inside the lobbies. We'll definitely look forward to get some more points on the board as quick as possible.
As a matter of fact, ARM officials, right, they did not really participate in this particular fight. Look at this bullet, right, just staying in, letting Hindustan Gaming pass by because they know, as a matter of fact, they don't have the man advantage in this particular one. They don't have any covers to work with as well, completely being caught out in the open. But it seems like Hindustan Gaming, they're going to come back. They're scouting for the remaining players. And it seems like MJ has some sort of visibility. He should have visibility by now.
I highly doubt. No, MJS has got no clue that there's that one player, but eventually Officials, they lose out another one. Bullet gets taken down and confirmed as well from the game. The nade's ready in the opponent's hand. And Leader's down way too low, but the nade's not going to find the mark. So luckily enough, Leader's going to be alive at least for a couple of more seconds. Zombiatu spots out the phone in the front lines. Went for the knockout with the buggy, but unfortunately was not able to run him over. Carnage looking forward to make some even more carnage inside the game, but it's not going to matter. Hindustan Gaming, they get their hands on that elimination point. Once again, 3 eliminations wrapped up, 1 more to go.
This was absolutely needed for Hindustan Gaming. They were struggling on the second page of the overall standings, and we knew, as a matter of fact, a team as big as Hindustan Gaming, they need to have a good start. This aggressive start sort of enables them to go for further fights, to go for future fights, get those big numbers on board, because otherwise there is no coming back. They're somewhere slacking with like 14 or 15 points overall. They need like about 30 point a game for sure to try and propel themselves on the overall standings. And how beautifully they sort of executed it. They came in with the mentality to fight. They found Team Officials out in the open, and as soon as that happened, a couple of knocks went down. And it seems like now they've actually collided against Team VLT as well. Punk was the first one to take that initial contact, but Nick OP just decides to rotate back.
Hindustan Gaming, once again, just trying to return back to their home turf. They realize that they've extended the boundaries a little bit too much. It's better to go back once again and try and focus on loot a little bit more better. Do not really have a lot of ammo, do not really have a lot of suitable attachments to the gun as well, so it's better to just go back and go back to the initial phase of the game, which is the looting phase once again. Velocity Gaming, these guys were quite quick on their feet, quite quick on their wheels as well. That's why they've managed to secure whatever the starting loadout they wanted to have, and now they're already on a hunt. Velocity Gaming, they're like a pack of wolves right now.
They certainly are, but I'm just waiting to find out what they can actually pull off in the ending stages of the game. Velocity Gaming, in the early phases, in the first and the second circle, they are absolutely ruthless, and they are almost certain to win every single 4v4 fight they engage themselves in. But it's been those mid-rotation collisions where they've sort of struggled in the past, and it seems like if they have worked on those, then they will be able to kind of score a lot of points today as well.
Not just that. We've got the players to Team Crores. A while ago, these guys were almost about to be eliminated. I mean, these guys have already been eliminated from the game. I do not know how, but yeah, so because of that, we're just down to 15 teams in total. And even for a decent amount of teams, which is LOC, Metal Esports, and Officials, they've already lost out on one of their individuals. Even LOC lost out on that guy. A lot of confusing fights happening off the bat, huh? This is quite a awkward moment. Yeah.
Welcome to day 2. I kind of like the fact that the teams are proactive in the early stages of the game. They want to take these fights. They want to make a comeback because the intention is clear that if you see an enemy within your sights, you open fire. You don't hold yourself back. And that's the sort of mentality which you need to have to kind of succeed, right? If you want to like progress further into the semi-finals. Because top 4, you can't actually be inside the top 4 by just being consistent inside the top 3. You need to get those big chickens as well.
As we do take a look at the replay, this is how Clowny got taken down. Oh no. It was a big bait being set up by the players of Team System. They were just waiting for the elimination points to flow in. And Team System has utilized that elimination card, so these guys are definitely going to be quite thirsty for those eliminations.
They're still holding the bridge. They know, as a matter of fact, that there are going to be more players trying to rotate. And it seems like LOC has sort of studied that. As a matter of fact, Team LOC Esports, they have a look at the map feed, Necro. They are trying to use the waterways. They're not trying to use the bridge because they know, as a matter of fact, that a massive bridge camp has been set up. And now this is where the interesting fun begins, because if LOC don't actually find a boat, which is going to take them further away from Team System, I think either way, they are going to fall prey to this one.
Speaking about fall and prey, and Big Brother Esports, they've got their prey locked in the sights. All the 4 players in the front lines, but still this man trying to go for that informational play. And slowly and steadily as well, considering now the stages are starting to move up a little bit. Stage 2 of the game, these teams will try to close on to as much of the centric spot as possible in that circle. Will be a tough one. Some of the teams like to play on the edges as usual, and I think so the teams that have went for the elimination cards should play on the edges.
A lot of them will actually. But look at Velocity. quite close to another team, and all of a sudden they just decide to just rotate back. And I think this is a good idea. Punk has been always actively trying to gain information, and for Velocity, to be honest, they need that information to work with. Their rotation is probably one of the most complicated. Could have been simple, but since the flight path was actually so deviated, there are a lot of teams in the northern part of the map. And therefore, for Velocity Gaming to actually find those dead spots where they can actually orchestrate their rotation, it's been very difficult, and Punk has been actively being on the wheels. But look at this, Big Brother Esports. They decide to join in the action on top of Stellar Titans.
And Stellar Titans on move. This man from Stellar Titans, he was taken down a little bit too low. It's okay. He's going to be feeling good soon enough. They've managed to take that compound control in quite a decent spot, actually, inside the game. So Stellar Titans almost pretty close to that centric spot. All they need to do is just keep themselves pinned in that same spot, unless if there's going to be a hard shift, then, of course, problems will be knocking on their door. But everything should be good. It should be a smooth flow.
That particular compound, that particular squad house and the warehouse is like one of the most sought after pieces of real estate inside of the ending stages.
Yeah, it's a famous place to be in.
It's a famous place to be in. A lot of brutal action has actually happened there. And if the circle actually does decide to form on top of Pochinki and in that particular region, I'm pretty sure Stellar Titans will be something other than comfortable.
That is true. VLT in front of us. And for VLT, they've already used their positioning cards yesterday. So today, they still have one card in their hands. When they decide to use it, it's up to them, whenever they feel a little bit comfortable. But before they use it, VLT would at least like to have a good head start inside today's stage. That can give them a little bit of confidence booster, right? That can be that pressure subsider.
Now you need to know, right, individually as well, whether your fingers are warmed up, whether your hands are warmed up, whether you can get those eliminations. Well, speaking of eliminations, it seems like I'm officials. The last remaining survivor, Lucifer, is being pounced upon by Seven Shore. Look at that buggy fly. It's the intention from Seven Shore Esports to just try and go for those finishes, but it seems like the problems don't seem to end. From the distance, Big Brother as well are starting to chime in. It's still a third party. There's a lot of distance in between these two teams, but Seven Shore, they have to be very careful.
Seven Short, a little bit too many shots being taken onto them. Yeah, I mean, it's from far away, no issues whatsoever. Things are going to be quite fine. Uzumaki just trying to tap away against the foes. And these taps are indeed starting to hurt now. Now, usually you guys would say that, oh, these taps are not even finding any connections. Why is he still going for that constant taps? It's majority of the time to set that fear in the opponent's mind. That's what we call a suppressing fire.
And I think that is what the M16 sort of specializes in, right? I love to use the M16 in its single fire mode instead of the like burst. Of course, in close range, it kind of works. But look at this, Bam Bam OG. He does have the opportunity of actually landing a good nade, but it actually comes from front. He saw that nade coming, but could not actually move. It was so well cooked to perfection.
And the man will be finished off as well. Encore. In general, Metal Esports, not that bad of a start. 2 eliminations to kick things off with. They've lost out on one of their players. It's a decent one, but it's up to them how they preserve these 3 players in the upcoming stages as well. And now the stage 3 of the game as well is hit up. This is where things will start to heat up once again inside the Battlegrounds. All the teams straight up just trying to book it inside the circle. It's a big wave of vehicle just moving in there. And even Big Brother Esports going for that big rotation, that bold rotation out in the open. A lot of the teams do not even have a choice to take that, rather than taking that ballsy rotation.
You know, Necro, something which is very interesting is the fact that we were talking about that Pochinki compound. We were talking about Pochinki being inside the circle, but the circle is sort of dished us all. It is right now towards the open Gatka ends, and there is not really a lot of real estate or a lot of compounds to actually find for these teams. And that is one of the reasons why I find Big Brother Esports, the fact that they are actively looking out for those safe havens, this is a very good move to try and chime in and figure out your place early on so that you don't really have to face those problems later on in the game. Early rotation, one of the fundamentals, and Big Brothers, they have checked that perfectly.
Looking at Giants on the left side, on the bottom left actually. LOC finally making that rotation from that bridge. And that's team system for you, ladies and gentlemen. They've set up so much fear in LOC's hearts that these guys are not sure when to exactly rotate. But finally, they've found themselves in a little bit of clear lines, and now they've decided to push out of that military island. It's going to be tough to rotate inside the circle, considering there's a chance the edges can be camped up by the teams. But look at this entry. Oh, man, some of these heroic moments that we're seeing inside BGIS indeed are quite eye-catchy.
Certainly is. Even Metal Esports, as a matter of fact, is finding Team T7S out of nowhere. One of the players was taken down from the buggy. The other one, there was a pitch-perfect nade as well. Players are starting to become LeBron James at this point. Their throwables are absolutely great.
It's all about practice, my friend. The longer you practice, the better you get. And these players are slowly and steadily getting so better at those tosses that even Kobe's going to be proud of them soon enough. But that's Bray from Team System. Trying to go for that knockout over there, considering this man from LOC is way too low. Softened up as well. One single bullet found. And yes, that's it. That connection was needed. And as soon as the connection's found, that man gets knocked out and almost finished from the game as well. It's not going to be that tough to get this elimination point wrapped up. It's the players of Lucknow Giants just trying to tap away against that man. And yeah, it's pretty much done for LOC. Down to a two-man squad. This will be a tough pill to swallow for them, but Team System in a really good spot.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think why LOC is in big trouble right now, I think they are going to sacrifice their 4th spot on the overall standings right now. This, in fact, was a very crucial game for them. They could have easily set themselves a buffer, set themselves a cushion, but now that is not there anymore. Even Metal Esports, as a matter of fact, they are under heavy fire. And it seems like it's coming from Big Brother Esports. Oh, wait, it's not from Big Brother. It's from the other team that was present over there.
Kyoya gets knocked out, though. That's a big concern. Metal Esports Encore in the middle of the field out in the open. Not a lot of cover to play around with. Big Brother Esports on top of this big mountain. These guys indeed want to be the king of the hills. Considering one elimination is being wrapped up by Safe, this is indeed going to be a little bit of a stinger. Considering Big Brother Esports, we expect a lot much more better stuff from them. I genuinely thought that Big Brother would like to kick things off on an aggressive note. But hey, still you've got 14 teams alive and 49 players, so anything can happen.
I think it's still the sort of the mid-game phases, and Big Brother Esports, they're yet to sort of switch gears at this point, Necro. I'm pretty sure they are going to go aggressive, but even now they're scouting for the best of places, and I'm not really sure if this should be the right option. Wait,
oh my God!
Look at that vehicle just crash into that house as well.
And instantly one of the players gets knocked out. What? A nade comes into play, and it just wipes out everyone from Seven Shores. That was the quickest squad wipe in BGIS 2023. Seven Shores, these guys are going to remember that scar being given by Team System for ages.
All of a sudden, there was like an enormous wave which just engulfed the entirety of the team. I just don't seem to understand. Why would Seven Shore do that?
Desperation.
Desperation, exactly, right? They try to chime in, but we'll talk about that a little later, because right now, Team Seal is looking to try and invade the compounds of Hindustan Gaming. Are they prepared, though?
This is going to be a tough fight to execute for Team Seal. Hindustan Gaming is not that easy of a prey. But this nade definitely does find a fantastic opening. DBS pulled out for the close. And Blackie looking for to push up close and personal against the foes. But this nade from this guy from Hindustan Gaming finds a perfect connection. And right now, Hindustan Gaming looking for to turn the tables in their side. Turn the tides in their way. And Team Seal, player 3 went for the patch up out in the open inside the house, and he gets dealt with as well. But player 1 still trying his best to fight back. He's got the DBS and the clotheslines. It's going to be tough to take this man down single-handedly, but it's still not going to be a problem. Hindustan Gaming, they deal with that threat without any issues.
And this is because of the proactiveness. Hindustan Gaming just did not sit inside their compounds and let Team Seal invade them. They tried to do in different things. They tried to go in, move in from different angles. And it seemed like Team Seal were absolutely overwhelmed. But let's just bring back the conversation to the Seven Shore fight. All of a sudden, they just slam into that particular piece of real estate. And did they really imagine that they're going to win that fight like that?
Oh my God, Team System. The circle has shifted right on top of them. In the smack center, too. And all the other teams, the only thing they can try to do is just position themselves in the outskirt barely. Even LOC is still alive, so there's a chance, there's a fighting chance for that team to wrap up a little bit more elimination points here and there. It's better if you get taken down in the top 5, right? At least you have something to book up on.
Let's just talk about the factors which actually work towards Team System right now. In fact, actually, screw that. We'll talk about it later. Big Brother Esports, all of a sudden, they just decide to ambush on Team Stellar Titans. And they are being wiped out into mid-air. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to go. Big Brother Esports in a flash.
Big Brother Esports, as you mentioned, just eliminating their opponents in a flash, and then even Punk gets found. These guys, left, right, and center, they're just looking for to take the fights. As I mentioned, especially from Big Brother Esports, I thought we might just see an aggressive start, but finally we're seeing that real wrath being unleashed on the lobby. And even Punk has faced that. Gets knocked out at this point in time. Next to impossible to get Punk back upon his feet. So VLT, they made the biggest mistake in their life.
They absolutely do. Seems like even Big Brother has sort of sacrificed Uzumaki in the backlines as well. There was no way they could actually figure out that revival. This is stage 5. This is fag end of that particular game itself. And I'm pretty sure, like, for Big Brother Esports, they needed that little bit of a man advantage. But even now, finding the good spot might actually work for them. Look at this Velocity Gaming just absolutely going aggressive. Hindustan Gaming have been struck out of nowhere.
Yeah, way too many teams in the same vicinity, and Hindustan Gaming on the verge of collapsing down. But there's a chance they could win this fight, but no, Jazzy denies that potential and takes down Hindustan Gaming. Velocity Gaming out of nowhere, they just found themselves in the middle of a big fight, but they still do come out on top. Good adjustments on the fly. And speaking about fly, even Fly Esports now going to be inside the fray.
Oh my god, look at this. Again, the buggy chimes in. The rest of the cavalry from the back line, 3 players. And Octavius is still not healed. He's still not revived. Immortal needs to get back up as well.
Yeah, he does, but still that one knockout's being found from the side of Fly. The man tried to pull some shenanigans off with that buggy, but instead just ended up giving his life away to the players of VLT. And now even Team Fly is down to a 3-man squad. Sagur's not inside the game anymore. And VLT on a move from this island. VLT does realize they need to find a better compound, a better cover desperately. And Team Fly, they know they're getting pounced on soon enough by the entirety of VLT. It's better to be ready for a fight. And VLT, they've closed on up a little bit too much. Fly Esports, even they're losing out on the man number. Now they're just down to a 2-man squad. A 2v2 situation inside the compound. This will be a tough one to execute for both these teams. But let's see how Team Fly Esports can try and pull things back together once again in their court. VLT, those 2 players in the front lines, definitely making things a little bit more difficult for them. And Vibro, he finds that initial contact that was desperately needed. And now VLT still trying their best to fight back, and that might just be it. It's a 1v2 scenario, but Jazzy nails it down to a 1v1. One more to go. Jazzy knows the opponent's got his hands on the shotgun. This is a little bit too much of an intense moment, but it still doesn't matter. Jazzy finds those crucial headshots and shuts down the opponent.
Time and time again, this man has saved the team against Hindustan Gaming, against the other team as well. Jazzy just coming out on top in those 1v1 situations. But look at this, even LOC are getting pinned down by Big Brother Esports. And what a wonderful gatekeep it is. Big Brother know, as a matter of fact, they are on the right end of the circle, and Mafia was caught. A pitch-perfect nade to destroy LSE and their teams. And now it's just Omega who is still surviving.
As I said, LOC, all they need to do is survive inside the top 5, Salty.
And they actually have done that. Top 5 is theirs. They are going to get those placement points as well. But look at this Lucknow Giants from the back lines. It was great suppressing fire, and it seems like one of the players have been taken down. But who was it from? That is the question. It seems like it was Team System.
It seemed like that. But at least Lucknow Giants, they've got a good cover to play with. So that's all that's going to matter. They've got a decent house to play with. They've also got a little bit of split going on inside the game, so trying their best to get as much control as possible in these final few moments. They've also got the high ground to play with, and that one single nade from Team System to seal the deal. Omega, oh, he gets caught with that one.
That was actually a 3-pointer, to be honest. That was very far off from the compounds. But look at this Team System. For them, everything is sort of working out, right? They are at the edge of the circle. They've got so many compounds to play around, of course. And they know, as a matter of fact, that they have the finish card applied as well. And this team is starting to rack up the numbers. 7 points for them already, which just equates to 14 finish points.
Top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Even a while ago, we saw Big Brothers take an exit from the fray. And now, it's just the players of Lucknow Giants trying to burn through some enemy meds. Still just tapping away in the front lines. Not being able to find any of the connections. Definitely it's going to be a little bit weird. How will Jazzy try to find his way out of this compound? That's my question. One thing Jazzy needs to do is step out, go for a little bit more informational play, find out where exactly his foes are positioned, and then maybe slowly and steadily try and crawl on up to that centric spot.
But for Jazzy, it's very important to avoid this initial fight. He has to let Lucknow Giants play it out.
Oh no, the next surface shift on top of the players of Lucknow Giants. It's done. Jazzy, I don't think so he can survive for that long. But Team System, even for them, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
The ball is in their court right now. What do they do? How do they approach this? That is something which we'll find out. Of course, they have the smokes as well. Their vehicles were destroyed. That means they have no mobility, as a matter of fact. To try and traverse that distance, look at this. From the beautiful bird's eye view, of course. What will they try and do? I can see a different sort of rotation. It is bad news for Jazzy. System has actually approached.
Oh my god, but Jazzy, this man's lining up the opponents with a PP Bison. And still just going for the shots back-to-back against the foes. Oh, and the shotgun shot, that's it. One single bullet, that's all that's needed. That burst on the face, and you're pretty much done. Velocity Gaming out of the fray and out of the game. And final two teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, to find out which one's going to be reigning supreme inside the first game of the day.
I love this split coming in from Team System. Initially, I thought that they would directly chime in and charge in against Team Lucknow Giants and their compounds, but they did not do that. They cleared the northern part, and now they have a massive split, which is actually working for them, and the first man is down, Necro.
Two teams fighting for the supremacy. System already getting the advantage. Team System, none of us expected this to happen, and this team's also utilized their power card. It's the elimination card that they've used. They've already managed to wrap up 16 points in total, just behalf of the eliminations. And now Team System just looking forward to bombard against the players of Lucknow Giants. A perfect nade, a perfect connection found. Perpetual knocked out. Lucknow Giants, they need to be a little bit more quick on their feet and also on their thinking.
Absolutely, they are pinned down at the bottom of this compound. Look at how spread Team System is. They're coming in from all different directions. Prajwal is not going to get picked up as well, and Dawn goes down. Team System are completely riding this on the book, and that is it. A sweet cleanup, and there is nothing that Team Lucknow Giants could potentially do over there.
Oh, that was a clean sweep. Clean sweep, I mean, for the players of Team System. Such a clean fight in the end to execute. That one single nade knockout being found against the players of Lucknow Giants just put them in a big state of discomfort, and it just felt like Lucknow Giants was not able to recover from that.
Absolutely, they were pinned behind that particular compound. There was a trade knockout which they actually found, but that does not really matter. Team System were like, all right, fine, we still have 3 players, and this is the mentality you want, right? They knew that Lucknow Giants were under the pressure. They did not even care about the fact that one of their comrades were knocked down. They were like, all right, let's just open fire and destroy them.
At least that one player from VL2 was able to secure the 3rd spot with a decent amount of elimination points, right? Even LOC, I thought this team was a bit of a point of concern, but even they managed to squeeze themselves barely in that top 5. But I genuinely want to find out how the overall standings are now going to be looking like. It was a close game for a lot of the teams in the first half of the board.
But I think Team System has actually made it. They had the finish card. They actually applied it as well. They have double-digit finish points already, and that just amounts to a lot, Necro.
It does amount to a lot, but ladies and gentlemen, considering the previous game was quite nice, and as you guys usually know, the tradition, after the first game or after any game, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली। इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
रोड टू वैलोर एम्पायर्स में बहुत सारे फैक्शंस है, जैसे
जापानीज फैक्शन है, रोमन फैक्शन है, पर्शियन फैक्शन है, नॉर्मन फैक्शन है।
इंडिया फैक्शन नहीं था।
Then I thought, okay, now this is the really great opportunity to design some Indian characters.
हमने डिसाइड किया कि we'll go for it.
जो भी कोरियन डिज़ाइंस बन के आए थे तो बहुत ही अच्छा था, लेकिन इंडियनाइज नहीं था, वो बहुत ज़्यादा कोरियन स्टाइल था। उसको इंडिया ऑथेंटिक बनाने के लिए हमको बहुत ज़्यादा रिसर्च करना पड़ा।
모두 어메이징 했었어요.
इंडियन फैक्शन?
제가 어렸을 때부터 좀 보고 자라왔던 한국 게이머들의 열정이 저는 인도에서도 똑같이 보이는 것 같아요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And of course, the previous game was quite nice, and Team System actually been able to utilize that power card to perfection.
Yeah, and this was well needed from their side. I mean, yesterday we did see them use one of the finish cards earlier on in the day, and it did not work out. But I mean, off to a great start now, although things are going to take a turn for the Wild. 2 matches left. We still have a lot of teams with the finish cards still in their hands.
In general, for the first half of the board, this was a really good game for them.
Yeah.
A lot of the teams were alive from the first half. Even LOC was able to make it inside the top 5. I genuinely thought LOC can be a big point of conversation over here, considering early off they started to get picked off quite nicely. They were getting dismantled slowly and steadily, but still those final 2 survivors, they made it inside the top 5 somehow.
And LOC, I mean, we have seen this from them in the past as well, where when you know the players have like a lot of potential in them, we've seen them perform, be consistent throughout the days. And in this match, yes, the recovery that was there was quite nice to witness. But I think for LOC, you know what the main thing is? They have both their cards remaining in the back with last 2 games left. We know what's going to happen, right?
Yeah, that's going to be quite a nice one. In the upcoming 2 games, LOC is probably going to use whatever they've got in their backpack, and this is where things might just get even more intense. But speak about getting intense, I mean, things kicked off quite intensely in that previous game. Metal Esports up against their opponent, and somewhat downline, Metal Esports instantly getting that advantage. This was another one of those teams that went for a position card, but they were not really able to utilize it to perfection, because Hindustan Gaming that picked him off single-handedly, slowly and steadily.
And that has been the case for IM Official since yesterday as well. I remember it was the second game yesterday. They did try to use their finish card in that matchup. Did not work out too well for them. In this game, played the position card. Did not work out yet again. But, I mean, you were talking about Medal a few moments ago, and I have to say I'm actually loving what Medal and Lucknow Giants have actually brought on the board in the last few days.
Especially Lucknow Giants. These guys are playing quite nicely. That position game's been on point. Lucknow Giants, they like to play it really safe. They like to take late rotation inside the circle, and it's been working out phenomenally well for these guys. They know how to pave a pathway safely enough. They know how to breach inside the circle. They know how to hold things down quite nicely. And even if the situation belongs, or if it comes to it, they know how to deal with situations as well.
Just a few moments ago, we noticed that clash between Hindustan Gaming and Velocity, and that got quite heated up within just a matter of seconds. I mean, it was the fight between the 2 teams, then there was the third-party attempt. Velocity lost a few players from there, and it was very difficult to survive. I mean, the team just overheated, but still, I mean, they've managed to rack up a lot of points from that one situation.
That is true, but then Team System as well, they just made all the decisions perfectly in this final moment. Pouncing on top of that last man of Velocity Gaming, which was Jazzy on top of that compound. Instantly, as soon as they got that high ground secured, they know that once you have the high ground in a fight, anyways, you will be having a better advantage. And that's when they started tossing out those utilities. They found that initial knockout. Lucknow Giants, they were in a big state of discomfort, and within seconds, within a flash, the entirety of Lucknow Giants has got eliminated.
Exactly. I mean, Lucknow Giants just disappeared completely in that final fight. It felt like System was just pushing on 4 individuals rather than a team altogether, and it was like a tough fight for Lucknow Giants as well. But props to his System. I mean, it was the placement card. I know more value would have been attained if it was the finish card that was there, but even with the placement card, I think they have had like 32, 33 points from this match. That's what they've secured. Or 35 maybe.
A decent amount of points, that's for sure, though. Look, we're not really able to calculate that well. But for Team System, even the eliminations were quite nice. From before, when I see them wipe out Lucknow Giants, they had 8. And then after they wiped out Lucknow Giants, that's going to give them 12.
34.5 points.
That's nice.
That's what System is going to have.
34.5 points.
Yeah, 34.5.
They used the elimination card, so you think so? Elimination cards. No, I think so. They used the
We'll find out.
Elimination card. Yeah, we'll be able to find that out anyways, but it's completely fine. Because the placement card was being used by, I think, so Fly Esports and I'm Official. So these guys are not really able to play that well, right? I'm Official's getting eliminated quite early off, especially by the players of Hindustan Gaming, if I'm not wrong, on another side. Then Fly Esports as well. They were there somewhere in the late game in the final circles, but even they got eliminated.
You are correct, in fact. It was the finish card. And that is going to mean like 39 points on the board.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's even better.
That's why I said, like, they've literally used that to perfection. They've done a fantastic job anyways. But you know what? A lot of the teams now, as we know, they've got so many cards left over, John.
Yes. I mean, specifically 2 teams have both their cards left. Seven Shore and there is the squad of LOC. They have both their position card and finish cards left on the bag, and I think these teams can cause a lot of chaos.
That is true, and even T75, but considering that team is not really able to do that great in the overall standings, we do not know if that big of a leap's going to be taken. But just to let you guys know once again, after this lower brackets, the teams that are not able to make it inside the top 4, I hate to break it to you all, they will be eliminated completely from the BGIS. Now, we know we've seen a lot of good boys to a lot of these teams, but at this point in time, we're used to watching these teams on the screen.
But I mean, from the player's perspective, it is going to be extremely heartbreaking. I mean, just 2 steps away from that momentum stage of the LAN finale. I mean, it's going to happen in a massive arena. Lovely viewers are going to be joining us over there as well. And it's going to be quite exciting to see actually which will be the final 16 teams that make it across, because every single day, as you mentioned, I mean, we start the day off by looking at the prize pool and how it's going to be distributed between the teams. I mean, everyone would have noticed. It just goes from 1 to 16. That's it.
We're getting closer and closer to that prize pool, man. And just to let you guys know, of course, it's going to be an offline event.
Yes.
The grand finals. It will be a LAN held in Mumbai. I mean, I don't exactly know the position. Do you know where it's going to be?
No, not yet.
Yeah, not yet, me as well. But you know what? We've got the rebel of that previous match. That's for sure. It's going to be Somya08 with 6 finishes. And then we do have the top 5 rebels from that previous game too. BB Safe is over there.
I mean, BB Saif and Sarvit from the side of Big Brother Esports. I mean, I've always said this. They will be the pillars of this team. 2 reliable players within the lineup of Big Brother Esports. And they've been performing day in, day out. Nothing taken away from the other 2 lads as well. I mean, this team as a whole is just absolutely brilliant. But then we have a look at Yash from Team System. I mean, we just discussed 12 eliminations on the entire team. 5 of them coming from this one man.
I mean, System's going to have a humongous game. I just want to take a look at the match scoreboard and find out how many points they exactly get. I'm not really that good at calculating, but then add those points in the overall tally. Maybe these guys would just be able to leap inside the top 4 easily. One thing is for sure, LOC's position in the overall standings in the top 4 is now taken away. But the good advantage for them is that they've got both of their power-ups left over.
Exactly. Now they can reanalyze the situation, see what the next map is going to be, and then decide which card if they actually want to use. Because imagine, you put up a finish card on the map of Wakendi. It's not really going to work out. But look at this. I mean, we have the rankings on our screens and 39 points. Yeah, System just like, they just blew up the system.
Yeah, they just changed the system completely. And then we've got Velocity Gaming on the second spot with 17 points. Not that bad. Genuinely, Velocity Gaming, they need any points that they can get at this point in time. Because yesterday, if I'm not wrong, Velocity Gaming, they already used one of their placement points. So they've only got a finish point left over for today's day. And I think so for VLT, the second game should be the way to go. Just to use that elimination card in that second game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, they can make it happen. Plus, considering it is the second last game as well of this lower bracket for them, I think it's now or never situation. I mean, going into the last game, plus having that extra pressure, all right, this is that one match that we have left, and this is the one match where we are going to use that power card from our side as well. I mean, that's just additional added pressure. But, I mean, let's see. I mean, I think even the map that will be played can be a major deciding factor for these teams.
Hey, overall standings in front of us in Team System. They've jumped in the top 4 officially. As I mentioned, one thing is for sure, LOC's position is going to be compromised. Now they're down with only 49 points in total. But then Team System all the way ahead of them on the 4th spot with 62 points secured. Lucknow Giants on the third spot, Metal Esports on the second spot, and then Big Brother Esports on the first. There's not a lot of difference in the top four.
Yeah, but LOC, they have both cards left now outside of the top four. Then we look at Velocity. As you mentioned, only the Finnish card is left on Velocity. Team Fly, they have the Finnish card remaining. Hindustan Gaming, they have their placement card left, but Hindustan Gaming is a little too far away to actually put up a challenge. So this is going to be extremely intense, the next two matches. Seven Shore, they also have both their cards remaining, but Seven Shore is there all the way on the 11th with 15 points.
That is true, but considering, yeah, because of the power-ups, right? Because of these power cards, anyone can make any type of leap. They've still got 2 games left over.
If they use that finish card, they're going to have to drop a 20 bomb to take that jump. Otherwise, with the placement card, they're going to have to win the game.
Yeah, exactly. Seven Shores, even they've got both of them left over, right? Yeah. So placement card and finish card. So they've got 2. I think so in the upcoming game, just move on forward and use that finish card. And then in the last game of the day, just try to go with the position cards. It's better to get that big pressure out of the way as quick as possible because the second game of the day, I think so, the jitters should be vanished.
Yeah, I think the jitters aren't really going to be there. It's just going to be about the pressure of knowing that these could be the last few matches that you play in the BGIS, and that's going to be extremely immense. Plus, we heard this interesting little story yesterday. I mean, a few IGLs don't really tell their teammates that they're using power cards in their matches so that the teammates do not feel their pressure.
That's an interesting insight, but at the same time, you need to tell your teammates that it's now our time to take a little bit of fights, right? There's like always 2 ways to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, you can just let them know in the last game, like, all right, guys, last game, this is where we're going to go with the finish card. So we're going to go all out.
I mean, once again, it really just depends, right? Some players perform better when they're under a lot of pressure. Some players, they're not really able to perform better when they're in a lot of pressure. So once again, there's always 2 ways to look at it.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, I can't relate to any of these players. I mean, this is just next level stuff to deal with.
Yeah.
2 crore rupees in prize pool. You have made it all the way to the lower bracket. There's just semi-finals left after this. If you perform well in the semi-finals, you make it to the top 16, you're on that grand stage that you have dreamt about always. That was like, I think, that was the reason everyone started.
They can smell that cash, John.
Yeah.
That fresh notes that are there just kept in Mumbai for them towards that LAN event that will be hosted over there. Everyone can smell it. I can smell it over here sitting right there.
Right, the poll by the captains is Miramar for the next map.
We're just going to have some classic starts.
Huh?
But look at Lucknow Giants, Team System, and VST once again going for Vikendi. Team System is dedicated voting for Vikendi. I think so at this point, Team System is just trolling. They know Vikendi is not going to be selected.
Even Lucknow Giants and VST, these are the same 3 teams that opted for Vikendi in the next match, by the way.
Yeah.
No, in the first game that was supposed to be played by this group, everyone was on an angle, and these 3 teams were like, no, Vikendi.
Yeah, that is true. So I do not really know what sort of a thinking that goes through in these guys' heads, but hey, I just want to see these guys perform once again on the map of Vikendi. We did see them perform in the past, but now it's time for us to take a look at the finish and the positioning card. Which team do you think can possibly...
Oh, LOC. LOC is going for this finish card.
Let's see. I mean, Seven Shores right now is deciding to use that finish card. As I mentioned, it's better to get that big pressure off the board instantly, and that's what Seven Shores is going to do. Even Big Brother Esports looking forward to get that finish card. Johnny, this is going to be such a good game. Even Fly Esports using their leftover card.
I mean, we have a lot of teams with just 1 cards remaining. We have 2 teams with 2 cards remaining. And teams are going to look to go all in the last few games. So we will have a few more teams stepping in. I think... Team Seal, this is their last card left. They are going for their finish card, hoping to see if they can secure a lot of points from this match. Along with them, we have Stellar Titan, Fly Esports, and as you mentioned, Big Brother and Seven Show. I mean, this is about to get intense, especially from the side of Team Seal.
Yeah, for Big Brother, Fly Esports, Stellar Titans, and Team Seal, that's their last cards. And then take a look at the position cards. Johnny, this is exactly how I predicted. I said LOC, there's a chance they might just go for the position card in the upcoming game, and that's what they've done. Once again, utilizing that position card. That means last game will be the finish card for the players of LOC. One thing we've seen recently is that LOC, they are playing things a little bit more safe, if you've noticed. They do not really like to take a lot of fights, so I think it's better that they've went for a position card inside the game of Miramar.
Plus, I think, again, with position card, as I've mentioned before, the only way you can get maximum value of it is just by winning the game. That's 7.5 points added to your score at the end of the match, and I think that is going to be important for LOC now. I mean, any of these teams that have utilized that position card right now will be looking to finish in the top 3, and it is about to get intense, though. As we did talk about all those teams on that finish card usage graphic, I think Seven Shore, Big Brothers, Team Seal, we know they can go for a few early drop clashes. We've seen them pick a few early fights in Miramar as well before. So I think they can cause a lot of trouble, especially Seal is the team that I'm worried about the most. This team is just going to wreak havoc now.
Now, look, for a lot of the teams, this was their last power-up card that they've used. That means on this card, they've also put up all their hopes and dreams. If they're not really able to take the maximum advantage of the power-up cards that they've used, they will be shattered. The hopes and dreams will be shattered of making it forward inside the semifinals. It can be a big heartbreak for all the fans and for all the players, but this can only mean is that if you're not able to make it forward, just keep on working hard and never give up towards your dreams.
Yeah, I mean, they can keep working hard, but they're going to have to wait an entire year.
That is true. But there's still a lot of the other tournaments that keeps on happening, right? So these players can, of course, keep on improving over there, just know how they're going to be better and better. But once again, a big opportunity only comes up once. And if you get a second chance to prove yourself, just find yourself a little bit more grateful.
Exactly. I mean, the opportunities will be there, but again, this is the one stage that everyone waits for the entire year. This is the one time of the year that you know for a fact that you will have that shot of making it big. You know for a fact that you will have that opportunity of being on the same stage as the idols you worshipped this entire time. You have held them on a pedestal, and after a certain time, I mean, it does become, your idols end up becoming your peers, and I think that is what everyone was hoping for. And a lot of these underdogs have actually lived up to all the hype that was there. We were hearing these few names. I mean, Big Brother Esports is one of those names that always pops up as one of the teams that has massive potential in them. Even the players themselves have massive potential, but it was just them also waiting for that one moment, that one stage to showcase, all right, we have that skill set in us to actually make it big. And I think they are doing a brilliant job along with them. I think surprise entries are obviously going to be LOC Esports, Team LOC. They have done a phenomenal job so far in this run as well. And a few, I think, honorable mentions. I think we're going to take the names during the match, because I mean, there are teams who might not have just popped off as much as we would hope them for, but they have given us a few entertaining moments in the matches.
That is true. And in the previous game, Johnny, if I remember, Team Crores failed to join that first game of the day. And I've also heard that even on the second game of the day, which is the game of Miramar, Team Crores has failed to join once again. Now, at this point in time, I think the Crores has pretty much just given up. They know that we're done for. We're not really going to be able to qualify anyways inside the top 4. But it's okay to give up. It's okay to know and accept the fate. But it's better to keep on practicing. It's better to keep on playing the game, because it's just going to make you better as a player.
Yeah, but that also means we're going to start Miramar with just 15 teams.
Yeah,
it's going to be a slow game.
Might just be a slow game, but the previous game of Wrangle wasn't really that slow. I think so. It was quite action-packed.
Yeah, because the teams at the bottom have nothing to lose now, and we all know the saying how it goes, right? Never mess with a man with nothing to lose. And I think that can give us a lot of interesting moments, especially now since a lot of IGLs are also going to know, like, all right, these are the teams that have utilized their finish cards, and things are working quite opposite now. Teams that play the placement card look for the aggressive fronts, look for those fights. They want to make sure that they are wiping out squads so that they get a lot of survival points in the later stages. Teams playing the finish card, they play for survival for some reason. They pick up their fights during stage 6 or stage 7 of the match.
Hey, but you know what? The upcoming game in Miramar's going to be on the board as well. That's the plane's going to hit the skies once again, and the plane flat pad starting all the way from the southern side of Los Leones towards La Cabrera. Now, it's quite a long plane flat path, and it's a decent one, too. If you do want to go towards El Hazar, Cruz del Valle, towards Terre Bronca, Torre Muda, even Campo Militar, it's going to be a tough extent, but the other spots will be grabbable.
Yeah, I mean, the western side of the map is quite attainable. I mean, you want to go to San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, water treatment, it's going to be quite easy. I mean, the northeastern quadrant, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle, but again, I mean, considering it's the second last game for a lot of these teams, it's going to be quite interesting to see, are we going to have those drop clashes in those higher priority locations, be it Los Leones, be it San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, Monte Nuevo, or El Pozo. El Pozo has been a prime spot for drop clashes in this BGIS at least.
Indeed, it has been. I mean, Stellar Tine's now going towards that Picado area. It's quite a controlling spot as well. I do want to see how Stellar Tine's actually control that. For VLT, it's going to be a little bit of tough extent all the way towards Cruz del Valle, so I want to find out how they can extend towards that drop location, or maybe are they going to come up with something on the fly?
I think they have had this habit whenever it's a flight path leading towards the eastern side of the map, they're just going to drop towards those empty roads, look for vehicles, and then rotate towards that northeastern part of the map. But the problem with that is like you will have a couple of teams dropping alongside with you, and if those other teams, those individuals find weapons before you get your hands on a few of them, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Doesn't matter if you have those vehicles or not. And as we said, I mean, Team Steel, we know they have utilized their cards in their power card in this game, but it's going to be great esports starting things off. Assist, managing to catch Carnage off guard, but not completely.
What is AM Officials doing? Once again, the same mistake that they made in the previous game. AM Officials, they were quite scattered, did not really know what they wanted in that game too. And once again, inside this game as well, AM Officials getting picked off early. Great Esports going to be the one to start things off in a great way. One elimination point secured. Bullets position's quite known as well. So yeah, Johnny, this is where Great Esports, they might just have a great start.
I mean, Great Esports has always been doing this even since yesterday's first game for this particular group. This team just has been on the case of a lot of different teams. Started off with Team Seal in the last game. It was another team, and now it is AM Official who is the target of their wrath. And Great Esports, I mean, again, a lot of entertaining moments from this particular squad. They have given us a lot of moments to remember in this tournament. But the question is, will they be able to push forward? Forever Bullet, well.
Well, there we go. There's going to be a lot of bullets in his dome, that's for sure. And he's been taken out from the game. AM Officials once again off to a bad start. This is, I do not even know what's going on with this game, Johnny, but one thing is for sure, this team does not have a set pattern to play with. This team does not really know how to adapt on the fly, and we know if you're going to be playing on the higher level of the competition, the first majority of the skills that you need to have is adaptability.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be fluid, right? If you're stuck in your ways, it becomes very easy for the other teams to predict you, and it becomes very easy for them to read your patterns, read your fight patterns, drop patterns, rotations, and figure out how to break them. And figure out how to break you. And that is what is happening to AM Official, I believe. The last few days, I mean, the lower bracket specifically has just not been great. I mean, not even good, anywhere close to good. I mean, AM Official, we've seen them struggle quite a lot.
Yeah.
And this is quite contrasting to the run this team had in round 3.
Look, it's not been great for the teams, but we've been enjoying. We've been having a blast, let's be honest, Johnny.
AM Official was one of those teams we were actually rooting for. We had lots of hope from them. Now I think all hope is just gone.
I mean, this team came in out of nowhere, surprised all of us with their good heroics. And now it's out the lower brackets. They're getting picked apart slowly and steadily. None of us expected this. In general, when this team, we saw them in the 4th round, we thought AM Officials, oh, they're going to put up a hell of a performance. But now, they're not able to do the same thing in the round 4, and they're not able to repeat once again inside the lower brackets. Where is that good performance? Nowhere to be seen.
I mean, see, the fall-off in round 4 still wasn't that bad because, I mean, we all knew lower bracket was still there. We were hoping, all right, this team, and not just them, a lot of these teams would actually pop off in the lower bracket. But now in the lower bracket, I think it's just the amount of work the other squads have put in, the effort in studying each other as well, that is turning out to be a massive difference maker between the undergods themselves. I mean, we talk about AM Official, their fall-off, and on the other spectrum, you have Team System.
True that.
Who have improved, like, quite many folds.
In general, Team System is a really interesting conversation to have.
Very unorthodox.
Yeah, it's just so tough to know how Team System's exactly going to be performing in the game. One thing is for sure, though. They've got a good firepower. We know that. Yeah. But sometimes the sense of survivability just does not kick in that well. And because of that, there's a chance Team System can be kicked out of the game as well.
Yeah, they do have a habit of pushing out of compounds without even checking their surroundings. They have been kicked out of the lobbies due to a lot of third parties. But you have to give props to them. As you mentioned, I mean, the firepower is good, and their defensive stance when they're protecting their positions, when they have control of the zone, that's actually quite brilliant.
Yeah, I think so.
To do that successfully.
The only reason why they managed to keep on defending the compounds and keep on defending the positions is because of the firepower.
Yeah, that's it.
They just rely on their firepower so much. They know that's their strong suit. They realize that, and they just accept it.
But I think once they make it to the next stage of the tournament, even they will also realize that they're going to have to make a few changes, be a little bit more fluid, be a little bit more proactive in terms of how they take those fights, how information is being scouted for. But hey, a little bit of a reaction from AM Official as they take down one individual from the side of Great Esports. Now I wonder, can they secure the finish?
You're speaking about officials. Even great esports should be the part of the conversation. This team inside round 3, if you remember, they were on the top 4 constantly. Day 1, day 2. They did not leave that spot from the top 4. Then round 4, this team not been able to perform. Lower brackets, once again, the history repeat itself.
Yeah, because I don't know what has happened to great esports. Who told them it was a great idea to just drop clash a team every game? It's not going to work out every single match. It might work out once, it might work out twice, but talk about things not working out. And as Stellar Titans decide to cross the road, take the fight against Seven Shaw, it's just absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, clever. That was not really that clever of a move from that guy. He missed out on the entire magazine off the Uzi, and then he just got dealt with by that one single shot from the shotgun. Nate's going to be tossed to perfection. Bijad gets knocked out. Why did he not reposition himself when the time was there? One of the biggest rookie mistakes that you can make in these type of moments. And Seven Shores, they close on up once again. The name was placed to perfection. Psycho finds that confirmation instantly. And Seven Shores, at least they're able to get the man number back up once again.
They will still feel bad though. One of their finishes has actually been taken away by Team Seal, who have showed up with a brilliant opportunity to third-party these teams. They know for a fact one of the players from the side of Stellar Titans is in the back line, split apart from his teammates, and they will target that isolated individual first. This is such a brilliant move, a 200 IQ play.
Team Seal, they've used their finish card, right, if I'm not wrong, so they want to take the most advantage of that one. That's why pushing up against Shadow, and he's got his hands on the Tommy gun, whips a lot of shots, and now he needs to fall back once again. Stellar Titans in a world of trouble. Shadow just pinned all by himself in the compound, and eventually even he gets devoured by the players of Team Seal. A nice way to kick things off. 4 points already secured inside the game.
4 points secured, 2 finishes on the board now. They can look for a few more because, again, that fight that happened a few moments ago, Seven Shaw versus Stellar Titans, they know where the remaining players from both these teams are. And Team Seal can look to target both of those squads, pick off the isolated individuals and secure those extra points. But look at this, Seven Shaw, they're looking to make a getaway. And wait, while all of that was happening, while the players of Team Seal went to pick off Shadow from the side of Stellar Titans, Seven Shaw has wiped out the remaining 3 players.
They indeed did. Stellar Titans out of the game. Quite early off inside the game, too. And Team Seal, they were just here to get their hands on the leftovers.
Yeah.
I mean, at least they managed to get 2 elimination points, right? So that's a nice one.
I mean, they got 2 from the side of Stellar Titans. Seven Shore managed to secure the other 2. It works out for both the teams.
Yeah, it's like happy ending for both of them.
Seven Shore has their finish card running, by the way.
Yeah. At this point, so many teams have that finish card and the position card running. It's tough to keep track of that. Team System on the screen as well. And as usual, Team System once again just finding themselves in that comfortable spot. In the previous game as well, they were in the smack center of the circle. Let's find out how Team System can try to navigate their way inside this game in Miramar.
All of this is going to be good. They're going to move out at the worst possible time. See, there are 2 ways you can rotate towards the zone. Either you make it early, secure the center, and then play from there, or you're going to play the edge, be the last team to arrive on the edge, take care of the gatekeepers, and then try to move in. It's not going to work out beyond the mid stages of the game, but I think for the players of System, for some reason, they just choose to move between the middle of zone shifts. That is extremely tricky to pull off.
I just want to know, what was Clever thinking when he made that push? That was not really a clever move at all.
Yeah, he just ran face first into a DBS.
That's a whole different thing, but then he opened the door, he emptied his entire magazine from that Uzi, and he missed every single bullet. Aim missing.
Practice from the TDM's not really working out in game.
Yeah. It's like, you know, one of those errors that you get on the screen. 101, aim missing. But T75 on our screens, and this is another one of those teams that did not use any of the power-ups in that previous game. They have 2 left over, but they have used one of those in this game. So let's see how T75 can try and pull things back once again. There's a chance they have, if they do get good games in their hands, though.
Yeah, they can, I mean, make it back onto the leaderboard. I mean, we have seen teams, I mean, just like Team System did, 39 points from one game is definitely going to propel you, if not in the top 4, at least close enough that you can use another power card in the last match and then bring yourselves back. And it will be quite interesting to see now what will the actions of T7S are going to look like, as we were having this Again, the discussion of that placement card, finish card, what brings more value. And again, placement cards, you will have to make sure that the top 3 finish is going to be there.
Official still surviving with those 2 players. Nice. T7S, they're now a little bit far away. Still on the southern side, making it in. Fly Esports, yesterday they were off to a flying start. But now that flight has been cut off. They once again need to find themselves in the groove. They need to get back in the momentum. And then fly once again.
Well, they're going to have to wait for a bit because at this point it was Team Seal on the other side just blocking their way. From the distance, they spotted the players of Team System, and Hogya from the side of Fly Esports was emptying out mags on the moving vehicles, wasn't really able to connect. The distance between the squads a little too much. And of course, let's not forget, Fly Esports, another team with the finish card being activated in this matchup. So it is going to be important for them to actually rack up those finishes, even if they can secure 5. That gets them 10 points.
I like the thinking from Fly Esports. Just go for that high ground as quick as possible. They've already secured it towards the power grid, and it's one of the most famous or known high grounds inside the entire map of Miramar. If you manage to get your hands onto that, there's a chance you can wrap up a lot of elimination points, but just because of the circle, there's a chance that might not be possible. And Team Fly Esports, even there, on a move. Velocity Gaming, another one of those teams that decided to use their elimination card. Inside this game so far, they haven't even got their hands on a single elimination, Johnny. This is definitely a bit of a point of concern, but still you've got 15 teams left alive.
15 teams, 14 teams, in fact, inside of this game. And Velocity, extremely important for them to actually break into the top 4 at this point. But look at this, a little bit of a collision mid-rotation as VST all of a sudden found themselves up against the players of T7S. This is going to be an important fight in this match.
Indeed it will be. Gupper. One man's been taken down from T7S. This is not really the ideal start they wanted to have. But now they need to adapt on the fly instantly. Krish is trying to pull off an off angle, but that man made the biggest mistake of his life shooting at that vehicle. Now his position's compromised. They know one player's isolated inside the compound. And this is where there's a chance he will be knocked out as well. Team T7S just making the biggest mistakes, and now even this man will be suppressed back behind this cover once again. Where can he maneuver around? Where can he move around? Going for that spree fire, it's still not going to matter. And the opponents deal with this threat perfectly. It's the team of Team VST. You should not really mess around with them like that.
Yeah, this is such a brilliant way to take the fight. They have managed to isolate every single one of them. That bait strategy was just there to drag the shot so they can take down the other players in the distance. And now it's just obsession. That is the last man surviving from the side of T7S. He does take down one from the opposition, the players of VST, but then Krish is still there. He takes care of things, and that is going to be a squad wipe coming in for the players of VST right there.
VST off to a great start, 4 elimination points already secured. Yeah, they did lose out on that one guy, but still I would say it's quite worth it. 1 for 4. But just in the upcoming fights, they need to be a little bit more clinical with the approach. Officials with these 2 guys, they're still somehow alive inside the game, and both of them they're quite close to each other. Inferno and his teammate. Great Esports getting pounced on by the players of Big Brother Esports. Not a team you would want to fight up against if you're Great Esports, but they've got no other choice anyways. Big Brother Esports taking an exit from that fray. They want to prioritize the positioning much more.
That was a fight happening right on the edge. What? That is a nasty shot!
Uzumaki. That flick onto his skull was quite nice. Not exactly onto his skull, but still on that chest. And at this point in time, it's just so rare to see these bolt actions in action. And if you do see at least one elimination even being popped up on the feed, it's just like that satisfaction that you expect.
This is an
execution. And it hits you in a good way. And as you mentioned, this is going to be a public execution. White Hat taken out of the game. Great Esports. Oh no, these guys are now starting to crumble down. They're not looking so great inside the situation. Surya Jod is in the blue, taking a lot of damage. Sarvit knows exactly where the guy is too. And if this nade finds that perfect connection, Surya will be out of the game.
Yeah, I think Great Esports, they have nowhere left to run after this. They've lost 2 players. Surya is pinned down. And Big Brother Esports, with the way they have positioned themselves around this factory, I don't think they're willing to let the other 2 remaining players go as well.
But on the other part of the map, Necro, look at this. Team Seal against the players of Metal.
Yeah, Metal Esports in a bit of a trouble. Team Seal looking forward to get these elimination points wrapped up because they've used the card, so they want to utilize it to perfection. Metal Esports finding the advantage inside the fight. They found the initial knockout as well, but then player one whips out the shotgun in his hand, finds that return knockout against the players of Metal Esports. That's the big punch in the gut. Once again, another knockout found. Player one's putting in so much work, so much effort inside the fight. Two more players to go from Metal Esports. A big wall of trouble now these guys are in.
The door that Metal Esports keep on opening again and again in the wrong direction has allowed player one to work wonders with the DBS. Now he knows two more players remaining, but Blacky makes a mistake running into the Molotov. It's not even going to matter. Team Seal swarm this compound like a set of trained Navy SEALs and just wipe the floor with Metal Esports.
Started the fight with a disadvantage, ended it with an advantage. Good way to end things off against a big known name like Metal Esports. And Team Seal, they've already managed to wrap up 6 eliminations. That's going to be 12 points in total.
That one-man player 3 is the only reason they were able to make a comeback in that fight. Otherwise, Team Seal was done.
Yeah, pretty much. Big Brother Esports definitely need to watch out from that player one of Team Seal. These guys have got the high ground advantage. Great Esports once again. A little bit of suppressing fire being peppered on them. Too many bullets to try and dodge. Even the vehicle's going to get blown up soon enough. Big Brother Esports, they've lost out on 2 players. What just happened? The return fire from Seven Shores, I guess. It was quite strong.
It is quite strong, plus it's not just one team that's blocking their way right now. They have Fly Esports on their back. There's 2 different squads on the flank, and Big Brothers, they're going to attract a lot of attention playing from the hilltop that they're on right now. Look at this, last player. Wait, what happened to VST? We saw them win a team fight a few moments ago, and now they're down to their last surviving player.
Oh no.
Where did things go wrong, my friend?
In the game of Myanmar.
Always.
Always. It's the game where you need to step out in the open. It's the game where there's not a lot of grass. And that's why a lot of the snakes, they're not really in their natural habitat. And VST getting picked off like that definitely is going to sting them so much in that final game. And the next circle shift favors the players of Hindustan Gaming. This is the best spot they can ask themselves to be in. Hacienda del Patron now is in contention.
It'll be quite intense now. Velocity Gaming. Just 2 players left. Not 2 players left. Well, 2 players trying to hold the outer lines. Lucknow Giants blocking there with a 4-man split. Then on the low ground, Team System is waiting for them. I don't see an entry into the zone for the lads of Velocity. Oh, look at this.
Ooh,
just a nade exchange from Fly Esports and Big Brothers, and it's Sarvit on his knees now.
Oh, that's awesome. Sarvit getting knocked out. Rishi's in the back. Big Brothers not looking so big inside this fight because now the enemies have the high ground advantage. Almost blew himself and his teammate up. I think so he did too. Johnny, one of the biggest blunders that we've witnessed so far. Team Fly Esports, that nade not really flying that far enough. And instead just blowing up on their faces.
And look at what this has done to Fly Esports. Now their teammate is just forced to abandon both of them and just run towards the zone. They can't do anything from here on out. Big Brother as well. This has opened a pathway for them to actually rotate towards the edge of the circle. But Big Brothers, they're going to have to be a little bit more careful. There's Team Seal in the back line.
How can you make such a mistake? And then you just get eliminated from the game completely.
Yeah.
You don't just take yourself down, you just dig your entire team's grave.
The answer to that question is the 2 surviving players from Fly Esports. Why, bro, and Ho Gaya?
Yeah, well, it's done. They're done for.
Yeah, also why, bro?
Yeah, why, bro? Why did you do that? Big Brother Esports from this high ground. These guys are, of course, just raining down death and destruction against all the foes that are trying to move around inside the lobby. Even LOC now slowly and steadily chiming up inside the action. Omega and his teammate. Velocity Gaming, these guys use that elimination card, and so far, they haven't got a single elimination on their name. Instead, they're on the verge of getting wiped out. Jazzy's way too low. Hindustan Gaming in that prime spot inside the circle. Even these guys are able to just unleash their wrath against the foes. Velocity Gaming, they've got Team System closing in front of them. So many troubles. They can see a death approaching them.
Yeah, and it's just the last player left standing because Jazzy was knocked out by the players of Hindustan Gaming, who are taking a fight simultaneously against, well, kind of 1/4 of Velocity and whatever is remaining of Lucknow Giants, which is just 2 players now. Hindustan Gaming, this should be an easy game for them to secure a lot of points in, but the question is, will it be enough to put them inside of the top 4? It's going to be quite difficult for this team to actually take that massive leap.
Indeed, it will be. Hindustan Gaming looking forward to toss that nade in perfectly. Oh, not going to find the connection. This guy is in that little bit of a closet room that there is. It's not in that exact big hallway. Still, the return nades as well, just making each other cautious. This is such an awkward engagement.
You take it. No, you take it.
Yeah, both of them know that where each other are, but still, there's this little bit of hesitancy, right? Between both of them. And Hindustan Gaming, they've got the man number. If they want, they can just push up against the opponents, but they're still not opting out to do so. Molotov on the floor Slava, and the man gets taken down. Perfectly done. 2 Molotovs to seal that deal, and 1 more man to go from the side of Lucknow Giants.
Yeah, I think that was the wipeout of the entirety of Lucknow Giants. Just the last 2 players left in this building, and both of them have been finished off. Hindustan Gaming racking up those points like it means absolutely nothing to them. 7 eliminations already on the board, and with 5 teams remaining, they still have, in fact, all 4 players left. But look at this. I'm quite happy seeing this system play like this. I mean, we were so critical about them moving at the wrong time, but I think they have learned their lesson. They have played for position. They find themselves in the top 5 again.
It's quite a valuable lesson. And Bad Boy currently is out in the open. He's taking a bit too many shots against him. Team Seal's the one just peppering down so many bullets. They're looking forward to find those connections. Blackie whiffed out on so many shots. And Nick 2OP finds himself in a good and a comfortable spot once again. But this nade's going to be a 3-pointer, Johnny. If it does find the connection, will indeed be one of the best nades that I've seen so far. It is quite close.
Yeah.
But a little bit far enough.
The first one was close. The second one overshot it. But if both of them were in the exact same spot, then I think he could have actually secured that knock, because the first one brought Bad Boy down to around 40 HP. The Molotov looks like it was in a decent spot to flush out the opposition, but now Blackie is just focused in on the teams that are actually inside the circle. They want to clear up their positions to move in. Oh, seems like they're aware. Oh, that is an easy shot. That is an easy... Wow, he misses it.
Yeah, Blackie's not really having the best of the day so far, Johnny. And right now, he's not able to connect a lot of shots, too. At least that knockout's being found, though, and even both of the players get knocked out from Team System. This is not a good way to start things off inside this game in the final few moments, Johnny. Both of the elimination points wrapped up. Team Seal looking pretty good and looking pretty solid. 7 Shores looking forward to blow up that vehicle. Will they actually try to do that? Blackie's position's compromised. It's better if Blackie moves back on that high ground once again. Seal will at least be a little bit more comfortable in that spot.
Yeah, and 7 Show, this is an important game for them. Now is when 7 Show can actually go all in, commit everything to the fights that they have in front of them, secure a lot of finish points. Because, again, a reminder, 7 Show have the finish card, the finish multiplier activated in this game. So that means they will get 2 times the points for the finishes in this match. But they can actually rack up quite a few of them. There are 12 players left on the board. Hindustan Gaming with all 4 players. Team Seal has been a little bit of a distraction for the players of Hindustan Gaming. And 7 Show, if they play their cards right, metaphorical cards inside of the game, then they can actually rack up finishes from both these squads. Yeah, at least 2-2 from either side.
But it's completely okay, though, because Team Seal, they've got the high ground to play with. They've got all the advantage they can ask themselves to be in. And they've also got the circle. All the other teams, if they do want to make it inside the circle, for example, Hindustan Gaming, they need to face up against Team System and 7 Shores. This is where they're already going to be engaged in the fight, quite busy, and that's where Team Seal can take the advantage and try to third-party that.
Let's see. Oh, this is just going to be brutal. Oh, I thought that was it, but no! Hindustan Gaming, 2 overcommitted, or in fact, 2 distracted by the players of 7 Shaw looking to push in. And 7 Shaw is taking an advantage. A brilliant spray from Zeus, taking down 2 from the opposing side.
And yeah, Hindustan Gaming now starting to get picked up. Even the Weekle gets blown up. Both of those players getting eliminated from the game. For a moment, I thought Hindustan Gaming, it was their game, but no. Instead, now they're being dropped down to just a two-man squad. Team Seal, they've got the most amount of advantage. And yeah, also probably this game secured. VLT Immortal, this guy was still able to stay alive for such a long time. VLT, they could have been eliminated much more while ago. But Immortal, he's done a great job in playing that survival game. And now last guy from 7 Shorts, the floor's lava, needs to move out of the cover. And even he gets devoured. 12 elimination points wrapped up by Seal. And now the last guy from Team System is just looking forward to get a little bit of scraps.
Well, and he is picking up quite a few of them. He has picked up one of the players from the side of Team Seal, and this game is now in a 1v2 situation. If he can secure this clutch and the win, imagine going into the last game, Team System is going to have such a strong momentum. They've done well for themselves. Well, the start of this lower bracket wasn't that great, but they have recovered quite nicely. This smoke wall that he has created can actually separate both of these fights, but it's not even going to matter. The nade from Blackie was precise enough to secure the finish, and finally he gets that one good nade in the end.
Seal does, because they had the zone in the final few moments. They also managed to secure the entire game in their court. What a way to play that final few moments.
Zone and the high ground advantage, as you mentioned, them controlling the slope of the hill, which was actually stolen away just a few moments ago from another team, did play a big hand in securing this win, because it provided them cover against the players of Hindustan Gaming, forcing Hindustan Gaming to run into that trap of getting sandwiched between 7 Shore and Team Seal. And there was, again, Immortal even chiming in as a fourth party, in fact, from the flank. And that sort of changed everything. Otherwise, if Hindustan Gaming had the zone, it would have been a struggle for Team Seal to even peak.
I genuinely think Hindustan Gaming screwed up massively over there. They should have played a little bit more passive, a little bit more defensively. They should have utilized the smoke grenades in a better fashion, because they know pushing up against 7 Shorts can be a really big rookie mistake.
That is one more thing I missed out on. How much utility did they have?
I'm not really exactly sure. We did not really track that well. But you know what, Johnny? What we can track on is the break. That's going to be upcoming. So see you guys on the other side of the short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? The squad, let me introduce you to me. एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं. यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है. स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं. अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं. क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है.
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा.
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है. क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला.
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली. BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली.
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो.
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है, और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते हैं
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर.
रोड टू वैलर एम्पायर्स में बहुत सारे फैक्शंस है, जैसे
जापानीज फैक्शन है, रोमन फैक्शन है, पर्शियन फैक्शन है, नॉर्मन फैक्शन है.
इंडिया फैक्शन नहीं था.
Then I thought, okay, now this is the really great opportunity to design some Indian characters.
हमने डिसाइड किया कि we'll go for it.
जो भी कोरियन डिज़ाइंस बन के आए थे तो बहुत ही अच्छा था, लेकिन इंडियनाइज नहीं था, वो बहुत ज़्यादा कोरियन स्टाइल था। उसको इंडिया ऑथेंटिक बनाने के लिए हमको बहुत ज़्यादा रिसर्च करना पड़ा।
모두 어메이징 했었어요.
Indian faction?
제가 어렸을 때부터 좀 보고 자라왔던 한국 게이머들의 열정이 저는 인도에서도 똑같이 보이는 것 같아요.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, and the stage is all set for this Group B to play their last game. The map, I hope you guys have decided which map is going to be played by them. This is Super Johnny joined by Salty right now, and we have just coming back from an interesting game of Miramar.
Absolutely. Interesting game of Miramar, and just like you said, I think they are now figuring out which map should be like the last one. Are you guys figuring out? I think there might be mixed opinion as well. Somebody might like Sanhok, somebody might like Erangel as well. We've seen the general trend. Everybody actually goes in for Wrangles. We've seen match 3 and Maxes yesterday. Both of them were Wrangles. I just hope that you guys bring up a different sort of thing, a different spice, a different salt.
Yeah, I mean, if you can say Sanhok, you can say you want Sanhok. It is still there on the board, Salty.
Hashtag save the Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're gonna see one Sanhok at least in this entire week. But bring the conversation back to what just we witnessed on the map of Miramar. We had a lot of teams dropping in their placement cards, finish cards. And out of a lot of them, I think 7 Shore and Team Seal did actually gain a lot of value. What do you think?
Absolutely. I think the fact that 7 Shore got many finishes out of it, and the fact that Team Seal went on to win the game as well, just is going to contribute to the fact that they will accumulate a lot of points. Now, how that affects the overall standings, I have no clue, because you look at one team, that is Team System. They used their finish card properly the first game, and this game as well, they've sort of banked on that same performance, banked on that momentum. They are constantly climbing the stairs on the overall standings. Will Team Seal and others get the opportunity to even do that? That is something which is a very big question.
Yeah, it is a question, and it can only be controlled by the players and the team itself. Team Seal, as we talked about them, yes, the finish card was utilized in the game, and to perfection as well, because this team ended up winning the game. That's 15 points for placement on the board. And I believe they were close to that double-digit finish marker. I think they might have crossed it as well. So this is going to be a massive game, a massive comeback from Team Seal. But think about this, right? System had a good game. System was in the top 4. They're going to get a lot of points from the match. They were already in the top 4, as I mentioned. Seal is going to be in the top 4. System is going to be in the top 4. We have a lot of big names in this lobby, Salty. A few big names might be going back home.
See, in terms of the big names, Medal, I think, is more or less safe. I mean, their games today haven't really that good, but the fact that they had accumulated like 66 points just from the first day itself, they still have one more game to go. I still think that Medal and their cases sort of rested. Big Brother Esports, as a matter of fact, they were also pretty comfortable after yesterday and today as well. They've been rather consistent. It's like Medal and Big Brother, apart from the two teams that you mentioned, yes, for sure, they are there. Now, what happens to the other team? What happens to Hindustan Gaming as well? Because Hindustan Gaming and their performances today have still been decent. It's not been bad, to be honest. They have been chiming in those finish numbers. They have been getting those constant top 5, top 6 finishes as well. It's been balanced all across the board, but still not that much.
Yeah, but all of this is just a recovery for a massive blunder that happened from Hindustan Gaming yesterday. Again, yesterday, last game of the day, for this group, Hindustan Gaming picked their finish card. They decided to use their finish card. And I believe they were one of the first teams to exit the lobby. They took an exit on either the 12th or the 11th, somewhere along that line with like 2 or 3 finishes on the board. Did not get enough points, did not get enough value for that finish card being activated. And now, all of their cards are done. Going into the last game, ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit of a reminder. I think we are not going to see that overall ranking. These are going to be kept like hush-hush, because we're going to build up to that. But apart from that, we still have teams that have cards remaining on the board. LOC, they have that finish card left. Lucknow Giants have their finish card left. Medal Esports have placement card left. Velocity has their finish card left. 7 Shore have their placement card along with VST and Great Esports. All 3 of these teams have their placement cards remaining. And with this game to go, you don't have an option. You have to put it on the board.
Yes, absolutely. And you brought up 2 very interesting teams, LOC and Fly. We started the conversation as well with these 2 teams. LOC was on the 4th spot, Fly Esports was on the 5th spot. And I mentioned that there was a very big gap in between those teams, but it was recoverable from Fly Esports. But Fly Esports haven't really taken that action. They haven't really been proactive today. After that very good game yesterday, they sort of died down, I must say.
And today is the day they ended up using both their cards. I mean, they've already used it going into the last game. They don't have any power-ups remaining, so that is also additional challenge that Fly Esports will have to go through. And I think the only way to overcome it is like drop a 20 bomb, 20 finishes in the game, win the match, chicken dinner, 35 points. That's the only way you can accomplish or compete with the team who has a power-up activated inside of the game, unless the team does the opposition. The team with the power-up card gets taken out early.
You know, but that of course solves Fly Esports situation. But what happens to LOC Esports? Because this team is getting picked apart. I mean, for sure, they're getting the placements here and there, but they are being picked apart left, right, and center, and I just don't know what's going wrong with this team.
I have no idea as well. I mean, we expected LOC to be consistent, and to be fair, they are being sort of consistent.
Yeah.
I think yesterday's setback was just due to the fact that this team did not use any of their cards yesterday. Yeah. Today, they did start off with their placement card, and it turned out to make that match, like, on aggregate, on average, it was a decent game for them. We'll come back to that conversation, but let's talk about this man from the side of Team Seal, Blackie, who turns out to be the MVP of the game. I mean, me and Necro, we would like to apologize to Blackie. We were making fun of the fact that he missed a few nades on the opposition. The players, I believe it was the players from the side of System who were trying to cross the road but weren't really able to make it through.
Yeah.
And Blackie missed like 2 grenades trying to pick them off, but then again he connected that finishing moment with a nade as well. It was impressive. So yeah, massive props to the man, the MVP of the match.
Necro was actually pretty offended by Blackie, the fact that he missed a couple of clips onto the players of Team System as well. But this man just turns out to be the rebel, and that's a very good payback, to be honest. But it's not just Blackie as well. Look at this. 7 shows Abhijot as well is in the picture. You've got Seth from Big Brother Esports. You've got Kaluk from Team System. Kaluk from Team System has been inside of this top 5 rebels every time Team System just performs.
Yeah, exactly. And this man does not only know how to secure those finishes, but his survival instincts are pretty strong as well. I mean, even in this game, we saw him make it to the, I believe it was the last place surviving for his team, making it to the top 2, and it was an impressive run from Team System. And Team System is turning out to be one of the most consistent teams in the lobby.
Yep, absolutely. And that is one of the reasons why they still have got that 20 point once again. I mean, the last game was pretty good. This game, it's still a very good performance. But look at the very top. Team Seal. 26 finish points. They've got 13 finishes. They had the finish card applied. 26 finish points, 15 position points. 40 bomb we were talking about. We were dreaming of this particular number. Team Seal has provided it.
If I'm not wrong, I think I'll will need a little bit of help from production.
Yeah.
41 is the highest points with the power card since yesterday till today. I think before this it was like 37 or 36.
38.5 if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I think that is the right number. No, we had 39 before this. This is the new highest. We had 39 just in the previous game.
Ah, so 41 points, Team Seal. Well, you definitely deserve a crown. You've got yourself an extra badge, which you definitely, they're already decorated with badges. I'm pretty sure about it. Player 1, in fact, has been very crucial from the first game to the last game. We'll talk about Player 1 a bit later, but look at this. Hindustan Gaming. Once again, a consistent performance, 16 total points acquired. Big Brother Esports as well, 16 total points acquired. But the entire picture is, where are we going towards, right? Where is Hindustan Gaming towards? Where is Velocity Gaming towards? They have those positions, they have those numbers. We haven't really spoken much about Velocity Gaming. They are very off track in terms of the top 4 is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't given us a lot to talk about, to be fair. I mean, we expected a lot from a name like Velocity, but the performance has been just running them into the middle of the pack every single time. And in this game, at least considering it's the last match of the day, they have that finish card still on the board. Maybe they use it, maybe they drop those big numbers and try to bake into the top 4. Otherwise, it is actually going to be a massive challenge. So think about this, right? Again, building on hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Last game, you have these undergod teams in the top 4. They will like to protect their position. These big names who are trying to chase them down have their cards left. What if drop clash them and end up wiping them out? Your card is gone, your game is gone, your qualification is gone, the tournament is done.
Well, that's one cruel way to actually finish things off. We'll come to this conversation a bit later, but look at this. The map polls is going to be live right now. Let's just see what the audience have actually voted for. What is going to be your pick?
Sanok.
Sanok.
Yeah.
I actually want a little bit of a weekendy action as well. I wouldn't mind the temperature to be a little cooler, but well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like all of you guys from both GeoCinema as well as YouTube, you are rooting for Erangel. It is your favorite map, and that is what is going to be played.
Yeah, it's always life goes in a circle, right? I mean, what goes around comes around. A famous song from the early 2000s. It was there for a reason. We start the day on Erangel. I mean, this group is also going to end their day, and their lower bracket run on this last map of Erangel. But now it's time to move on to something even more important, and that is which teams are utilizing which cards. I mean, we know what cards were remaining, so it's going to be quite obvious. LOC, they're going to go for their finished card. Lucknow Giants are going to go for their finished card. Metal Esports will go for their placement card. Velocity for the finish. Great Esports for their placement. And, well, yeah, do whatever it takes. Whatever remains, just throw the kitchen sink and more.
You know, Johnny just turned into like Doctor Strange for a moment where you've analyzed every single possibility. But I think I completely agree with you. The ones who have their finished cards remaining will activate it right now. And that is a very big possibility, a very big opportunity for LOC Esports as well to make that big jump. For Velocity, I'm not really sure if that platform is set, to be honest.
I mean, Velocity have given us moments to remember, but they have been far too few to actually take into account. And I think that was a little bit of a letdown from Velocity, but you have to give them props. I mean, survival instincts do kick in quite nicely for this team. Immortal in this game, the previous match of Miramar was surviving till the very end. But hopefully in this game, they do rack up those big numbers of big number of eliminations, put them on the board, multiply them by 2 and secure a lot of points. Same goes for Lucknow Giants and LOC. But look at those position cards. We have Medal, Grey, Team Crores, 7 Show, and VST opting for their position card. And again, ladies and gentlemen, these are all the teams that were remaining with any power-ups left. These 8 names were the only ones left. Everyone has used both their power-ups already.
You know, I saw the 8 names across. The only crucial ones which I felt was LOC Esports and their positioning. Considering the overall standings and how things stands right now, we did not get to see that after the penultimate game, of course. But I think LOC Esports is somewhere in that first page. And if my gut is right, I don't really understand if there's like a very big difference between where LOC stand and the top 4. There might be a breakaway point in this last game. And it all kind of comes down to if the top 4 teams are going to perform. You mentioned one very important fact, and the fact is to try and drop Collide against these big names. If there is a reality where the underdog teams get taken out in the first picture, that just opens the doors for both Velocity and LOC Esports.
Yeah, and I have an update for you. I mean, Team Cruz, we did see them use their position card, and turns out they won't really get any points. They failed to join the game again.
Okay,
that is another 200 IQ play, by the way. Power card activated, but not playing the game.
So how much is 0 multiplied by 1.5?
It's 0. So why are you asking me this?
I just wanted to double check if my math is right. Maybe they thought that somehow the position card is going to give them...
Salty, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, wait. Why are you introducing me like that? I was the mathematician of the group, of the desk, just a couple of days earlier.
Yeah, that is why it's interesting. I mean, even more interesting than why Team Cruz is not there. But I think, I mean, Necro also mentioned this. I mean, Team Cruz might have just like happened a little bit of a heartbreak a little too soon for the players. And I mean, I understand, but we can just like give them a few motivational words to show back up in the next BGIS with a lot more practice and a lot stronger than they were today.
Absolutely. I think Team Cruz did give us a lot of good moments, to be honest. Their journey was fantastic. And to be honest, in the games as well, you could see that aggression. You could see that potential flamboyance.
Yesterday's last angle, I believe it was Team Cruz that was drop clash by Great Esports. We saw that one player attempt a brilliant 1v4. I will always remember that.
I mean, to be honest, that was one of the best moments of the BGIS, if not the best moments. But ladies and gentlemen, the last match of the group is live, ladies and gentlemen. And the flight path has taken off from Novo. It's going towards hospital as well. It's very southern skid. And I'm pretty sure that majority of the teams will try and focus towards the military base. Everything comes down to where the circle forms.
I mean, all of a sudden, I don't know why I feel like this is the finale. And this is the finale for a lot of these teams in this particular group, but we're going to have to see which ones actually still are left standing on the overall leaderboard, of course. But as you mentioned, I mean, this flight path starting from Novo to just the southern side of hospital, I have to say, is kind of small. I mean, you would want it to at least end towards the northern Georgia Pole area, so you have that Severny Rozhok drop available to you. From this flight situation, if you want to head towards Rozhok, you're going to have to drop between Pochinki and School. then traverse towards the northern half of the map. Even Yasnaya Mansion are going to be a little bit of a struggle for a lot of these teams. But look at that. Look at what is happening towards Novorepnoe. It is an early drop clash on Medal Esports.
Nobody seems to actually leave their drop locations just by themselves. Medal Esports and Team T7S just collided at Novorupno in the first game itself. It was Top Dog who was taken down, but still, nobody just takes a step back. Everybody is like, all right, fine, we'll take the battle to you. But look at this. Of course, the circle towards the Gatka region. And as we speak of the Gatka region, over towards Milta, we have a little bit of a skerfuffle here. Velocity Gaming, they get the first knock mid-air, and Sagar has been wiped off the floor.
Yeah, Velocity, finish card in action, and they're looking to secure those finishes against the players of Fly. This time it is the players of Velocity who have actually dropped into this Milta city, looking for an early fight. We know their usual drop is towards the northern half of the map, but this time around, I think just the fact that they are desperate for those points has brought out the monster in this team.
Also, the fact that the flight path was very southern scoot, they couldn't really potentially go towards Kameshki as well. But the fact that it's all working out for them, they have got the early finish towards the side of Fly Esports. And Fly Esports don't really have the exit strategy. They have to battle it out. Look at this. They are being surrounded from both the directions. There are 3 players from Velocity Gaming pinned on one side. There is Octavius, who is marking the exit from the back doors as well. And this is the perfect formation for Velocity.
Yeah, they just want to wait over here. Wait for the players of Fly Esports to get out of their compound. Give them a false sense of security. Give them a false sense that, all right, all is okay. Velocity, they're not here anymore. There's no one here. This is your city. Well, nope. It was just a prank. Velocity is still there. They're waiting.
But will it work though? Vehicle being deployed. Shots connected, but nothing really. As for now, Team Fly Esports, it seems like with just 2 players, they're going to sacrifice Vibro back. Alright, Vibro is like, alright, why me always?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to keep asking that question. Well, he has a shotgun to work with, and we have seen shotguns there. Massive turnarounds they can cause. Look at this. The first knock is secured. If he gets the second, well, Velocity there. Oh, there's the second. That is what we were hoping for. Now, Fly Esports situation turned around. One more player looking to push Vibro, but his teammates in the backlines, can they close in? Oh, he missed!
Oh! Oh my goodness, that man had just 1 bullet in the magazine, and that is all she wrote for him. Fly Esports elsewhere actually are going to find Octavius in the backlines. They have sort of hit back a little bit, but that moment from Fly Esports could have potentially been a massive headline.
Push the cafe, lads. That's all I'm going to say. Push the cafe, lads.
And I'm not really a big fan of this move, to be honest. Fly Esports had the opportunity of trying to go in for the top 4. But at this point, it just becomes an ego battle. Their friend was taken down, and now a 2v4 situation against Velocity, 2v3 situation against Velocity.
So see, here's the thing, right? If Fly gets taken out now in this game, they are getting kicked out of this of the top 4. They won't qualify anyway.
Yeah.
They've lost 2 players, making it to the late game stage with 2 players it's going to be difficult. Plus, Velocity has their finish card running. So if Fly can actually just take anything away from Velocity in this match, they can make sure they take down at least one of the giants of BGMI scenes with them.
And I think they're going to be doing that. But look at this. Elsewhere, Team Seal as well is prepared for this. And Blackie, the MVP of the last game, is just listening to those footsteps. He's hearing them, and he's anticipating the push coming towards him.
Well, he did expect it, as you mentioned, but the moment he realized, oh, they ran in the opposite direction, instant first aid was popped up. Brilliant move, and this is how, ladies and gentlemen, why listening to sound cues is going to be important. But a brilliant angle also being found. This man is just on another level right now.
Yeah, absolutely is, but so many footsteps. I would get flabbergasted, but again, the AKM sings the songs of death, the final play. He has no support whatsoever, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, what can you expect from this one individual? He pulled off a 1v3 basically, almost a 1v4, because Draco is down to around 60 HP, and while Blackie is doing all the wonders, pulling off, giving us highlights after highlights of plays, his teammates in the back are on their knees.
I mean, at least they could have bought first-class tickets to that particular fight, just watch it from up close and personal, but Team Seal just decides to fall back.
Some sort of backup, lads. I mean, just like a few shots over there, and I think Blackie would have been grateful if they connected even just 2 bullets on Draco. That would have been enough damage to actually secure the finish. It would have been a squad wipe. 1v3, you get 1 finish. We all walk away alive on our feet. And Fly Esports still hoping to pull off their kamikaze move of the day. Immortal cooking up the nade. This can be the game-breaking nade, by the way. If this either breaks the game for Fly Esports or if he misses it and Fly pick off one more player from the side of Velocity, then Velocity is going to be, well, there's going to be a struggling run to the end game stages. But we know Velocity, they know how to survive, so they can actually bring it back, secure like 4-5 eliminations in the ending stages and have those 10 points, double-digit finish points on the board that they actually want.
It's going to be very difficult for them to actually secure double-digit finish points, especially with Octavius down already on his knees and he's down and out as well. But look at this Fly Esports, they're not really making any moves. They're not really making any errors in this particular compound hole. VLT as well, they've got that nice little split. Immortal is in the back lines trying to nade up and they're trying to find the right timing of both the push as well as the explosion on the upper stairs. But Velocity wants something from Fly Esports, something that they can chew upon.
They're waiting for the sound cues, but the players of Fly Esports, as you mentioned so correctly, refuse to even move an inch. That man, Hogya, he's just sitting next to the window and he's just leaning left and right, trying to check, are they coming from the stairs? Are they trying to line up a nade from the outer side? And Little Boy in the backlines with that Uzi, he's going to be the second man to chime in into this fight. Hogya, he needs to secure the opening knock. And if he does, Velocity will be on the receiving end, on the wrong end of this entire fiasco. This might have just been a little too much overcommitment from the players of VLT.
Exactly, and they don't know where the first point of contact is, and this was the problem. This could have actually backfired, but still with the firepower. I mean, I kind of felt as a shock Velocity Gaming, they did not really check the right angle. And like you said, Hogya was the first point of contact. The second player could have been the second point of contact, and they could have worked together to form that crossfire, but none of that happened. Exactly. A stun grenade. That is it.
Not even a stun. It wasn't about the stun. I mean, Hogya still saw him coming. And Jazzy was looking in the wrong direction. Hogya completely missed to connect the marker. And Little Boy and Hogya just went down in tandem. Because Immortal was following Jazzy up. He was the next man to run up the stairs. But look at this. I mean, another fight did break out on the other part of the map where we had T7S and I Am Official collide. And I believe I Am Official just not having a fun day today. Oh, Forever Bullet. Wait, what?
Okay, so there's like an interesting build-up to this.
Wow, this man converted the entire... He just wiped the floor with them.
There's a very interesting build-up to this. Certain locations I have absolutely no... So, look at this, right? Jazzy again just had no visibility whatsoever. His opposition, in fact. But two teams who had dropped down on Novorupnoyo, right? Medley Esports. Medley Esports are now at Stolper. And Team T7S is already eliminated. But once again, in a very weird clash against I'm Officials.
Yeah. I think Medal just gave up on that Novo fight as soon as they realized already we might face a drop clash, and they just instantly bolted up to the northern part of the map, realizing that Velocity hasn't gone there. So they just basically outsmarted two of their main contenders in this lobby and have sort of had an easier start to the game because of that. That is actually brilliant. This is like a brilliant call from the IGL of Medal.
7 Shore Esports once again just laying down a couple of magazines on top of Team System. Team System has had such a great recovery.
Yeah.
This team from the second half of the leaderboard just completely bolstered their way back, and right now they are looking very solid. Once again trying to chase the central part of the circuit. But look at this, Abhijot, he has the visibility on Great Esports, but it seems like he's also taking some return fire.
Well, he's going to have to deal with that pressure. 7 Shore, they have their placement card running in this matchup. They need to secure those placement points. Great Esports on the other side. Another team with the placement card in action. The last game of the day. Quite important for these two teams to actually play for survival. And again, I think both these squads are in a position from where the top 4 is an actual possibility. They can make it happen. They will need to perform in this match to actually make it work.
They certainly can, but the problem is the finish card would have actually done more justice in this situation. They could have had the 2x multiplier to their finish numbers rather than the 1.5x multiplier, of course. But we'll find out if they can manually get those finishes for themselves. And even LOC Esports, as a matter of fact, they were one of our biggest talking points. This team applying its finish card right now needs to go out on a manhunt, needs to find those bodies and drop them dead.
I mean, they're going to find those bodies eventually. I think yesterday, Team Maya, with the way they played their match, with the finish card activated, sort of gave an idea to everyone else as to what needs to be done. You play for survival till stage 6. Until then, don't take any fight. Just make sure all 4 players are alive in this game. And then from stage 6 till stage 7 till stage 8, the last 2 stages of the match, that is when you pick up those points. Because even if you end up finishing the game with just 7 eliminations, 6 eliminations, that gets you across the double digits marker. And with 4 players in stage 7, stage 8, you will have a much higher probability of winning the match itself. So win the game, double digits elimination, that is more than 25 points on the board from that one game. And that is a big match in a usual, in the norm. In normal circumstances, that would have been a big game. And you want that big game to happen.
100% agreed over there. I think Team LOC Esports need somewhat of a 30 plus form. Otherwise, their qualification is definitely at stake. Considering that we have said that there are other teams who are still in the mix of things, in the race for the top 4, we've sort of had big punches.
Plus, the difference between the top 4 and even the 4th and the 5th position is like kind of massive. So, yeah, you need that 30 bomb in this match.
Possibly a 40 bomb as well. Medley Esports are safe though. I mean, they know as a matter of fact that they might have actually sacrificed their #1 spot, but considering the mass of points that they have accumulated over the past couple of days, I don't really think they have anything to worry about. And their performance has been great overall.
Yeah, performance overall has been phenomenal. It has been consistent. And it was just the first game yesterday that was a massive blunder, I believe, from this team. It's just quite unfortunate, but now I think they are looking quite phenomenal. Just consistent run in every single game so far, but Lucknow Giants as well, in similar shoes by the way. Lucknow Giants have been consistent in every single game they've played. In this last match, they have their finish card activated, and Lucknow Giants is one of those teams that does in fact know how to protect their numbers.
And that might actually be a game changer as well. We kind of completely skipped Lucknow Giants when we were talking about the top 4. Lucknow Giants are also pretty close as well. So this is becoming a very interesting conversation, a very interesting situation as well, as we still have 12 teams still surviving inside this game as well. And speaking of survival, Medal Esports, as a matter of fact, possibly just took the longest rotation out of everyone, dropping at Novo, going towards Tauber, and then being the first team to find the center of the circle as well.
Well, it might just work out for them, but let's see. I mean, will they have enough cover to work with in the next few zones? It's still the 3rd stage of the game, but Ready Esports, they find themselves under a little bit of fire from the players of LOC. Redox taking a few shots, does not really connect, and now LOC, they're going to have to focus on regaining control of the shacks that they are in. There is a possibility of teams from the top of Everest actually chiming in as well. So LOC, they need to be extremely careful about this. They're making a lot of noise.
They certainly are making a lot of noise. And it seems like all of this is just to shoo out the competition. Just try to assert your authority over your opposition and not engage in close quarter combats. It seems like even great esports are not really that interested. It's just the pot shots being taken, and LOC, of course, just edge of the circle shenanigans for them as well. But how they are going to press inside, that is my biggest question. That is my biggest doubt that I have over this team right now, because majority of this entire vicinity is like without any sort of real estate. You wouldn't really be able to move from cover to cover.
Yeah.
And to try and traverse the distances, you have to take these fights which are out in the open. For example, this one where Medal Esports, in fact, IM officials are being shined up by Team Stellar Titans.
Well, it's Stellar Titans with the man advantage in this one, and they're just going to look to wipe the floor with the players of IM Official. Look at the vehicles, just peeking the rich, trying to get extra information for the teammates in the back lines. And Xanis this time is going to be the man leading the charge along with Clever on the flank. They managed to separate the 2 players from the side of IM Official. Forever Bullet taking a lot of damage. He was able to clutch out one fight for his team before. Can he do it again? This time he won't be alone though. He has Inferno in the back lines, nades being lobbed by Stellar Titans, but none of them connect.
Stellar Titans don't have the information that the team on the opposite end is a 2-man unit.
Yeah.
It seems like they tried to give due respect to the opposition, and in doing so, it seems like I'm official. They managed to escape out of that particular fray. They're like, all right, fine, bye-bye. You guys land your nades, and we are out. But talk about the circle. What a massive shift it was, Johnny.
Yeah, it is a massive shift, and
The gods of BGMI being graceful to the players of Lucknow Giants. They are the only team on that northern edge. Every single other lineup is on the southern side of this circle, and they will be in such a chaotic situation in the next few moments because everyone's going to be pushing up north. LOC, we see them move along the sides of Everest. Might be a little bit of a collision up ahead for them and a sandwich situation between Hindustan Gaming and the players of Lucknow Giants. But with Velocity, the team on our screens right now, 3 players remaining. They're heading towards that southeastern edge where they will find themselves eventually against the players of Medal. There's 7 Shaw waiting for them, and of course, Team Systems smack in the center.
It's Lucknow Giants for sure. Like, they have been benefited by the circle shift for quite a lot, and I think LOC Esports kind of recognize that. They're like, alright, fine, the northern part of the circle might just be empty. The Everest also sort of allowed them to actually go for that longer rotation, but talk about this, it's Big Brother Esports, and they're on a manhunt. Velocity Gaming, they've actually taken so much damage that in a flash, they have been completely wiped off.
So, here's the thing, Velocity was coming from the southeastern edge. I thought, alright, Medal is there, 7 Shore is there, and then you have System in the center, so maybe they're charging towards the center, maybe these 3 teams are going to collide up against. Big Brother is all the way in Ruins. They went up north to take control of Ruins, and this late in the game, how can you expect that position to be empty? Like, it's an off call, and Velocity Gaming, they're going to have to pay for this. An early exit on the 12th position in a match where they had their finish card running. They had 4 points, they had 8 points in total. I think it's going to be just 9 points on the board for VLT.
Just 9 points on the board, and that is not enough for qualification. I'm pretty sure for Velocity Gaming, more or less, their qualification is at stake, especially after that elimination. We'll find out when the overall standings come up, but look at this, Lucknow Giants is still going to hold on to that northern part of the circle. They understand that there are uninvited neighbors in the form of LOC, and they're still trying to shoo them away. But it's not just them, even Everest is under contention. People do tend to realize that Everest is still holding a massive part inside the circle, and that means Hyderabad, Hindustan Gaming, pardon me for that, their position is being challenged.
Yeah, their position is being challenged, and Hindustan Gaming, though, I think the only advantage they have going for them is the fact that on top of Everest, you do gain a lot of information for yourself. You have, especially in a circle like this, you will basically be able to spot out every single team out in the open. And you can cause a lot of trouble. And Hindustan Gaming, they're looking to cause a lot of trouble in this game. But 7 Shaw against the players of Great. Bodies falling from either side. But before I can even count how many knocks were there from either of these teams, Great Esports, they are forced to take an exit. And Medal Esports show up with a perfect third party. Now 7 Shaw are eliminated from the game. Just a few seconds separating their exit from the team they actually forced outside of the lobby themselves. So Great Esports and 7 Shaw wiped out in tandem together, basically. So from 11 to 9 teams we go.
This game has been such a comedy of errors, to be honest. It's full of awkward fights, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Medal Esports just chime in. Now, initially, they were holding the central part of the circle. Now they've been forced down to the edges. But even then, they kind of do tend to realize that gunshots were being heard. They wanted to chime in because this team also has their position card being applied, and they know, as a matter of fact, that they need to get those finish numbers as well on board to try and get themselves that massive game in total. 5
teams in this game use their placement cards. 3 of them just fought each other, and 2 got out.
Well, at least Medal Esports, they survive at the very top of the standings. But this game in totality, once again, just comes down to a standstill, right? The circle, the northern shift, of course, just throwing every single team off guard. I kind of expected a little bit of a collision inside that southern circle, and that did happen, but that was a very quick flash, and that was done.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to build up to all of that chaos that you want, Salty. We have to be a little bit more patient. It's just the 5th stage of the game. We still have 9 teams remaining, and a lot of these teams, if you notice, still have all 4 players left.
Yeah.
So it's either a squad wipe or nothing. That is the only 2 options the teams are taking right now. I'm official. It's become a habit for this team to just play the match with 2 players, and they're still in this game surviving with just 2 players. And they do manage to do that quite often, quite well. Team Seal, I'm actually worried about them. Their record with players down is not that great, but we do find Medal Esports as they also find the players of Team System. Shot fired by Paradox. Does connect a few, but System, they have tracked the system, as we like to call. And they do find the entry towards that southern edge of the circle. But now Medal will, well, their position is building up to a sandwich between Stellar Titans and the players of System.
Exactly, and now they have to decide which team they want to fight upon, or do they want to leapfrog the opposition. It seems like a couple of their players will try and go for that rotation. But it's not even easy to actually leapfrog because the position up front is completely out in the open. Even if you leapfrog a couple of teams, that is just going to put you at the center of attraction. But look at this, Lucknow Giants from the northern fringes, of course. They are dishing up so much damage against their uninvited neighbors. LOC, it's definitely not the ideal situation. At one point, I kind of felt like they're going to contest against Hindustan Gaming for the Everest, but it seems like they are contesting against Lucknow Giants out in the open. It's never really going to pan out.
I mean, they don't really have an option, so they did try to move up north, but then Team Seal showed up out of nowhere, and Hindustan Gaming did, in fact, end up wiping the players of Team Seal. And LOC, I think, are going to be taken care of as well in this game. Just a few more lads remaining. Medal Esports, look at this though. They are very quick on their feet. They do isolate the fights. The players of the from the side of Stellar Titans pick off Clever, and even the last man remaining from the side of Stellar Titans is going to be finished off. But Medal, they have Kyoya. He's put on his knees. Top Dog with the shotgun does in fact convert, and all of a sudden System, well, their system, their plan in this fight is not really working out, is it?
It definitely isn't, right? The opportunity, the plate was actually set. Kalyug, of course, finds that particular knock. But I kind of felt like for Medal Esports, the bigger decision was not to take that initial fight, but how to stabilize themselves before the third party actually happens. Insane, with one nade, will be able to finish off Medal Esports in a totality, but that nade does not connect, Johnny.
Well, he throws another one, and it is going to be an overshot behind the smoke, but the third one from Team System does actually make it. Top Dog is going to be on his knees, and Medal again down to their last player. Yeah, at this point, you're going to have to commit and run inside the smoke. Just fire empty clips after clips, or maybe just a Molotov. And finally, Kyoya is going to step out of the smoke to try and take the fight with the DBS. Does not really work out, resulting in System actually still surviving in this game with 7 eliminations. System did not have any cards running. So 7 points to them does just mean 7 points.
Yeah. But I think their position on the overall standings is pretty good. Team System has been consistent in every single game that they've played so far. Once again, inside of the top 5. They were certainly being challenged by Big Brother Esports in that position, but it seems like System just decides to disengage. But now, a very interesting situation has happened. The circle has moved away from the Everest and Lucknow Giants. In fact, Hindustan Gaming as well as Lucknow Giants, both of them are being forced off of their safe territories, are being forced off of their safe havens. Will they manage to find the rotation? I think not, because Medal Esports were also in a similar spot as well.
Lucknow Giants, they've refused any fights that were thrown at them so far in this game, but let's not forget, finish card is activated for this team. They will have to rack up those numbers. They want to secure that value. They've secured a knock from the side of Hindustan Gaming, but I think they're looking to convert it into a finish, and there it is. Nick OP down on his knees. Lucknow Giants, there was a trade from their side as well. Top 5 with finish card. They just have one finish on the board. It is not even close to a worth it result they were hoping for.
It certainly is, but this decision making might actually pay off because they're not really trying to force themselves inside the circle. Initially, they're trying to clear out their left and the right flanks, of course, which does mean Hindustan Gaming, and they are doing it perfectly. Rage God, of course, misses so many bullets. This was a golden ticket inside of the circle, but Lucknow Giants, they mess it up completely.
Well, Lucknow Giants, they have messed it up. They've given away their position, but they still have the opening to work with. And look at this. We see Prajbal running towards the opposition with a shotgun, but turns out to be a massive blunder because, well, leader 25, he's a leader who leads from the front lines and also clears up the front lines when the pressure is there upon his boys. Does manage to pick off the initial aggression or pick it off from the players of Lucknow Giants. And now Lucknow Giants down to their last surviving player. Rage God has a lot of rage in him, but no time to work with it, as he's going to be finished off. Lucknow Giants, an unfortunate exit in this match. And Big Brothers, look at this team. The perfect strategy is playing out for them. They have the numbers, they have the position, and this is yet again going to be their win in this match. Team System down to their last play, and again a top 2 finish for this team. Absolutely incredible. But still, with the numbers, we know the winners, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of Group 2 being secured by none other than Big Brother Esports. An incredible win as well.
Absolutely. And the ones who we were talking about, maybe a comeback is on the cards, did not really trouble the scorers, did they?
Yeah. They didn't at all. I mean, it was a comfortable win as well. I mean, I thought they were going to be in a world of hurt when they were moving up north. I thought it was going to be a sandwich because even System had an opportunity to take down the players of Big Brothers. We saw Lucknow Giants also get distracted by them. But if you're going to miss the shots, like literally just miss your shots, nothing's going to come from it. And that is what happened with Lucknow Giants. First, they refused to take the fights, and then when they actually started to shoot, they weren't even connecting.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, I kind of felt like Lucknow Giants might just be able to kind of, push themselves, propel themselves inside the circle. That decision making kind of felt like it was fine. Maybe they're going to find the free entry by eliminating Hindustan Gaming, but that just did not really happen.
It didn't happen. It was quite unfortunate. But what the result is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, we'll find that out after this very short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है, और जैसी ही बात है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
रोड टू वेलर एम्पायर्स में बहुत सारे फैक्शंस है, जैसे
जापानीज फैक्शन है, रोमन फैक्शन है, पर्शियन फैक्शन है, नॉर्मन फैक्शन है।
इंडिया फैक्शन नहीं था।
Then I thought, okay, now this is the really great opportunity to design some Indian characters.
हमने डिसाइड किया कि we'll go for it.
जो भी कोरियन डिज़ाइंस बन के आए थे तो बहुत ही अच्छा था, लेकिन इंडियनाइज नहीं था, वो बहुत ज़्यादा कोरियन स्टाइल था। उसको इंडिया ऑथेंटिक बनाने के लिए हमको बहुत ज़्यादा रिसर्च करना पड़ा।
모두 어메이징 했었어요.
Indian faction?
제가 어렸을 때부터 좀 보고 자라왔던 한국 게이머들의 열정이 저는 인도에서도 똑같이 보이는 것 같아요.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the losers bracket of BGIS 2023, and this is time when the elimination axe is going to behead a lot of these teams. Joining alongside me is going to be Necro, and how excited are you to see our first, or rather, the next set of semi-finalists?
Look, I like the fact that you said the elimination axe, right? And for a lot of these teams, now they're going to be cut off, that's for sure.
Yep.
Top 4 is going to be already in front of us. Do you want to crunch down which teams will be in the top 4, actually?
Let's actually do that. I mean, that is a very interesting proposition. First up, I think it's going to be Big Brother Esports.
Yeah, of course. These guys have been performing phenomenally well.
Medal Esports as well.
Yeah, Medal Esports, I guess they can be there. What about LOC, though? Have they performed that well in that game? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I mean, LOC has been consistent. They have been performing every single game, but the performances were not, crazy enough, or performances were not good enough to actually propel themselves inside. Speaking of good enough performances, this was one of the instances where I thought that Fly Esports might even wipe the competition. Velocity could have been completely eliminated right from the get-go.
Yeah, there could have definitely been a chance, but then once again, things were just so scrappy. Not just things being scrappy, the entire game was just so scrappy.
Yeah.
Considering it was the last game of that group as well, so everyone was like, you know what, for a lot of the teams, they did not even have a chance to qualify anyways. So just go all guns blazing. Even Team Seal is one of those teams, they have a potential chance of making it inside the top 4, but what do you think?
I think Team Seal has done brilliantly, especially that one player, Blackie, whom you were very critical about, Mr. Necro. I mean, he actually turned out to be the MVP of the last game.
I'm just speaking about the name, dude. That's it. I was like, okay, if there's player 1, player 2, player 3, why is Blackie over there? He should be the player 4, right?
He technically should be player 4, but it seems like since he's like the standout player and this man always clutches, I think that he was like, alright, fine, I'll just go with a different name. But speaking about it, Blackie actually could have pulled a 1v4 in that situation. He got 3 knocks with the AKM, but just could not really find the final connection. Even Metal Esports, right? Let's just speak about Metal Esports and their run for a while. They did try and propel themselves inside the circle, but they were being completely pincered from both the angles, Stellar Titans and Team System.
Especially Team System. These guys were just unloading a lot of utilities against the players of Metal Esports, and they got taken down in the end. But speaking about Velocity Gaming, even for them, this game was quite crucial, but then they made that push happen against the players of Big Brother Esports, and it was the biggest mistake of their entire lifeline. They shouldn't have done that. For Velocity Gaming, they've also used their leftover card that was remaining. They tried to make that push happen, but in general, that was just not a good decision.
Absolutely. I mean, Johnny mentioned it very rightly. Velocity Gaming had that right entry inside the circle, but then they decided to push up north towards Ruins, where Team Big Brother Esports were, and in a flash, Velocity were eaten alive. Now, you kind of expect a little bit more awareness. We saw from the first wrangle as well that Punk was actively trying to get more information, actively trying to scout out multiple regions. I just don't know why he didn't actually go for it this time as well.
Yeah.
Lack of information sort of hurt Velocity Gaming.
That's been happening so far. That's for sure. Velocity Gaming, they do pack a big punch.
Yep.
That means I know that they have got a lot of firepower, but still, the positioning game, the good position inside the game, that was not really being found by them. Inside any of the games that we've seen so far, them being playing in there. And because that's been a big issue for them, even they lose out on the positioning points, on the elimination points, them not being able to win the fights, even that's going to add a little bit of more woes on top of them. And that's why Velocity Gaming is not really going to be there in the top 4, that's for sure. So they are going to be saying goodbye to us for the semifinals as well, and also goodbye to the BGIS.
Goodbye to the BGIS. Well, actually, we'll actually find out where exactly they stand on the overall standings, because to be honest, I think you and I were not really that good at numbers. We're pretty sure, we're certain that Velocity Gaming could not actually pull up a performance, but still, let's just wait for the final result, because it's going to be very interesting. I want to find out how many underdog teams actually made it through. Team Seal is a potential candidate for the top 4. Team System is certainly going to be there, because this day was very good for them. LSE Esports, you mentioned a while ago. LSE Esports were just hanging in there in probably like the 6th or the 7th spot, somewhere in the first page at least. But even their performances, I'm not really sure if that's enough.
Yeah, I don't think so. LSE as well, they're going to make it inside the top 4. But again, as I said, I don't think so. I do not exactly know if they've made it inside the top 4 or not. But speaking about the previous top 4 in that previous game, we saw Hindustan Gaming, Lucknow Giants. Now, Lucknow Giants can be a really big point of conversation. There's a chance these guys have made it inside the top 4. What do you think?
Very surprising, no, to be honest, because Lucknow Giants, every single time we talked about this particular team in the previous rounds, they were barely making it inside. And then in the losers bracket, all of a sudden, we see the consistent Lucknow Giants that we used to know. And these performances sort of can propel them themselves inside. I mean, for sure, we do know, as a matter of fact, they did not really get the biggest of chicken dinners, or a 40-point bomb, which Team Seal apparently dropped. But if that 40 bomb from Team Seal was enough to propel themselves inside, then Lucknow Giants might actually be also in trouble, to be honest. Very honestly, a 40-point game from Team Seal, I think that has sort of shaped up the entire point standings.
As you mentioned, that sort of has shaped up the point standings, but once again, the final game from Team Seal wasn't that brilliant anyways. So that does give a little bit of opening for all the other teams on that latter half of the board. But once again, as I mentioned, for most of the teams, they knew that they're pretty much done for. They cannot make that comeback happen anyways in the top 4, so it's better to just sort of let things roll in. It's better to go with the flow, and then once they did try to do so, the entire game was just such a scrappy one. We were not able to tell who was going to win that game, who was going to be taken out early from the game. Velocity Gaming, as I mentioned, I had a lot of expectations from them. Them not being able to perform definitely puts a lot of question marks. Hindustan Gaming, another one of those teams that has been trying their best to keep themselves in the top 4 or in the top 5 in every single game. But once again, is that really enough? That's the question.
Is that definitely enough? I'm not really sure, but of course, speaking of something which I'm very sure is going to be the fact that Sarvit from Big Brother Esports is the rebel of the match. 7 finishes. Man contributes to 63.6% of his team's finishes. This is insane from Big Brother Esports, especially from Sarvit.
Exactly, but then you take a look at the top 5 rebels of that previous game. You're going to see Insane Duo OP as well from Team System. Metal Esports Top Dog is over there with 3 finishes. Jazzy as well from VLT is going to be there. And then you find Leader 25 from Hindustan Gaming. Look, as I mentioned, Hindustan Gaming, they're trying their best, but is trying really enough though? That was the question, because top 4 is a big cutoff.
Top 4 is certainly a big cutoff, and I think Hindustan Gaming might just be missing the mark by just a few points here and there. But we'll actually find that out how many points did Hindustan Gaming secure in this match as well. It's like Hindustan Gaming, just like you said, very perfectly put together. They are inside the top 5. They are inside the top 4 every single game. But they're not really getting those huge finish numbers, which is going to propel themselves inside. As we transition to the match scorecard, Big Brother Esports at the table top with 26 points.
7 Shores on the 9th spot. This was another one of those teams I was looking forward to, because 7 Shores, it definitely did showcase a bit of signs of improvement inside the day 2. But once again, those signs were not really that enough. They used that position card in this game as well. They only managed to get 5.5 positioning cards. So 7 Shores, that's definitely going to sting them quite a lot. Even Great Esports went for that. Things did not work out for them. A lot of these teams, in general, they used all the leftover cards that they had.
Yeah, majority of them have sort of used everything that they had. Even Hindustan Gaming, as a matter of fact. 5 finish points and 10 position points, 15 total points. Good performance once again, but I'm not really sure if this is enough. Team System just consistently displaying that they are inside of the top 4. I mean, this has been such a game-changing performance inside the entire day so far. Team System just finding themselves inside the podium finish every single match.
And once again, Metal Esports is one of those teams that was finding themselves in so many of the fights, and they only managed to get 5 finish points. That's a little bit of a problematic situation in front of me. Now, we do not exactly know how the overall standings going to look like, and it's in front of us. VLT, they miss out. They miss out on that top 4. Lucknow Giants is instead going to be the one who propelled themselves in there barely, and then Metal Esports right on top of them. Team System on the 2nd spot, and on the 1st spot is going to be Big Brother Esports.
Big Brother Esports, 2 chicken dinners and 112.5 points for this team. But I like the fact that Team System, they've landed on the 100 perfectly. It's just so satisfying to watch. In you mentioned Velocity Gaming, this is going to be heartbreaking for them, and not just Velocity Gaming, even for LSE. Look at how close they've come, 59.5, 59 points, but the difference is massive. Lucknow Giants at 81 points, and then you've got Velocity and LSE at 59 points respectively.
They were missing 21.5 points or 20.5 points. BLT to make it inside the top 4, so that's a big difference, I would say. Not even a small difference. No, that's a massive difference.
That's a massive difference.
So Lucknow Giants, they've fair and square defeated Velocity Gaming, LOC, even Hindustan Gaming, and Team Seal, just because completely behalf that consistency and that consistent performance in the position points. You can clearly see that as well. With the finish points, they've only managed to get 32, but they've got a lot of position points compared to that finish points. And then, as we move on forward to the latter half of the board, Salty, this is where we see all the upsets, the teams that were not able to perform even better inside the lower bracket.
You know, Necro, I'm actually very disappointed with 2 teams, Team Fly Esports as well as Team Seal. They had big chicken dinners going in for them right at the get-go itself. For Team Seal, it did come in very late, but they had a 40-point game. When you have a game which is going to give you 40 points, how can 5 other games give you just barely 12, 13, 14 points? That is definitely a big question. Consistency was not there in this particular team, but hopefully when they come in a future tournaments, they will have that sorted out. Even Fly Esports, as a matter of fact, they're the ones who have a chicken dinner, but only could accumulate 34 points.
I mean, once again, this is why we say consistency is the key to success. You need to be really consistent inside the game, and just having one single good game is not going to propel you over there. Yeah, maybe for a while it's going to give you that peace, it's going to give you that pleasure, but it's not going to be enough. You still need to be consistent in the upcoming games to pin that spot down. You know, I've said this a lot of the times. To propel yourself inside the top 4 is quite easy, but to station yourself over there, to keep it pinned down, that's really tough. And only some of the most consistent teams that manage to pull that off.
Absolutely. It's kind of like the saying goes, right? Reaching the top is very easy. Staying at the top is very difficult. And I think that sort of just got replicated in this group as well. But talking about groups, we have a new group that is coming up. We are going to have new maps, and the audience also will get another opportunity to choose another map. I hope this time, guys, please, let's just see a Sandhawk, please.
Look, it's my favorite map. I would like to see a Sanhok once again, but you know what? I would not be surprised if we do see a Weekendy start. Because yesterday we did see Weekendy sort of kicking things off, and not kicking things off, or ending things off.
All right.
But then today, for the Group 2, or for the Group 1, I mean, if Weekendy's going to be the starter, that would be even better. I would love to cast a Weekendy game.
I would love to cast a Weekendy game as well, but the problem is it is being chosen by the by the team captains, right? And the team captains always prefer, if there's an Erangel, they'll always prefer the Erangel. If Erangel is actually slashed out, then the next best option is actually Miramar. That group was, of course, very extraordinary to actually see that there was such high competition going on between Miramar and Weekendy. But I want to know from you, like, you love to play Sanhok, but why though? Do you like to camp inside of the game?
Look, Weekendy at this point in time is sort of like a variety, and the chances of Weekendy being picked are the highest. So I'm like, okay, I would just like to have realistic expectation and just roll with Weekendy rather than going for Sanhok. Now, look, as I mentioned, Sanhok is my favorite map. I like aggression whatsoever. And if the teams do want to utilize that finish cards to perfection, I would say Sanhok's the way to go. And especially for Group 1, these guys definitely do have a lot of the cards left.
Oh, for sure, right? And their point standings is also pretty close, right? We saw how this particular group had like a massive difference between the 4th and the 5th spot. The difference was massive, and it just got replicated in the final scorecard as well. In group number 1, which is Group A, there I'm pretty sure the points difference is very, very less. And that just means there is going to be intense competition. There are some big names as well. And of course, we will talk about the overall standings as well, how things ended. But honestly speaking, I just want these teams to kind of use the finish cards and the position cards a little more wisely. I think only Team Seal could actually do justice to that finish card. We haven't really seen anybody cross that 40 mark as of yet.
I mean, speak of the finish card, even one upset that we saw yesterday was in the name of Nate officials, right? And then Team Mayavi was actually the one to use that finish card perfectly. They used that finish card in the last game yesterday, and they won that game as well. I wouldn't really say that was perfection, but still they got a decent amount of elimination points and also wrapped up that chicken dinner, so that's going to give them at least a decent amount of points in the overall storyboard as well to maintain that top 4 spot. As we know, as long as you're going to find yourself in top 4, you will be qualifying for the semifinals.
Absolutely. Just being inside the top 4, we make it sound so easy. I'm pretty sure inside the game it's
tough.
It's very tough, especially when you don't even know what maps you're going to play. You can't even like make pre-planned strategies as well, that all right, we're going to drop here, we're going to make our rotations from here as well. Everything has to be on the fly. And speaking of that, I'm just waiting to see which maps are going to be played. But bring back the conversation to the cards as well. You mentioned Team Mayavi. I think that this team has sort of like personified to be the finish card for themselves. It's nothing really special for them. They're always like in that aggressive mindset. It's just an extra candy which has been handed to them. All right, just take a 2x multiplier and carry it forward.
Now look, I understand Team Ivy, everyone just relates them to aggression, but genuinely recently they haven't really been that aggressive. Let's be honest. They're taking fights quite calculatively, which is a good thing. They're trying to navigate between a good fight and a bad fight, and once they know that, okay, it's a good fight, they move on forward and try to take that. Now, playstyle change can definitely catch you off guard. You can also fiddle around with your own mindset. It cannot be good in the middle of a tournament, but if you think that the main strategy isn't really working out, then a playstyle change on the fly can definitely be a good thing. And Mayavi, I think so, somewhere down the line, they've done the same thing.
They might have actually done the same thing, but we'll just look at how the team performs, especially when the games begin. But for now, though, let's just have a look at the teams and how they are stacked up. Nate Official, just like you mentioned, the initial finish card usage, they kind of got everybody off guard because they were the first team to just straight off the bat go in for the finish card. Could not really use it to perfection. I remember they had about like 7 or 8 finishes in that particular game. Newman Gaming after that, and then Team Mayavi as well. They have done pretty good. But who are the teams who are going to make it forward? I'm not really sure. Midwave Esports is just one of the teams, Necro, who just completely outshined the competition.
Exactly. We cannot forget how well Midwave Esports played yesterday. Yeah, the first game was a complete blunder. Newman Gaming, they picked him off in the water lines, while Midwave was in mid-air.
Yeah.
And then Midwave, they had no other option than to just drop down, eject out in the water lines, and they got picked off slowly and steadily. And I guess Group A actually is quite coordinated. Every single person just went for that Erangel. Whoa, they want to start things off on a classic map. So here you go. Erangel's going to be the map where we're going to kick things off once again. Today, in total, we have casted 4 Erangel map, which will be upcoming soon, the 4th one.
Oh, you're sure the 4th one is going to be upcoming? Because the next game certainly is not going to be Erangel, to be honest.
It is Erangel.
the game after this, Necro.
Yeah.
Rangel will be struck off. Miramar will be the most basic pick. Even though we saw this group actually go in for Vikendi, but we'll find that out, of course.
Yeah, we'll of course find that out. But considering the upcoming map of Rangel is of course going to be quite nice. So once again, as I mentioned, 4 Rangels in total today has been, or 3 Rangels in total, my bad. So 1, 2, and 3. So this is going to be third. There's a chance even at the end of the day, I think, so we will be able to see an Erangel. I bet you on that.
That's what I was saying, but we'll actually find that out later on. But this game is going to be pretty interesting. Now, we did start things off. We did see a Vikendi coming in from this particular group. Let's find out who are the ones who are using the finish and the position cards wisely. I just hope that they're a little wise about it. This is the first game for the day. No real absurd finish card holders, maybe?
Look, I would like Newman Gaming to start off aggressive. So far, they haven't really been doing that great in the overall standings. It's better to start off aggressive off the bat. Newman Gaming, they're capable of that. They've got some of the good assaulters in their team as well. Savitar, how can you just not really underline that man inside the roster? He has been performing quite well, and that's why Newman Gaming went with. Newman Gaming are going to pick that finish card. As I mentioned, Newman Gaming, they would need an early head start inside the game to sort of get that pressure subsider, and then even Team Psych. Saad is the man I'm going to be looking forward to.
Oh my god, I mean, definitely Saad is going to be feeling himself. There is a massive cluster in that finish card stack, to be honest. 4 teams going in for finish cards. You've got 2 teams going in for position card as well. Now, this just gets even more interesting. You know, something interesting, Necro, which I actually managed to find out, that there are certain situations where the team captains don't even tell their teammates that the finish card has actually been used.
What is going on? Okay, I was just surprised with the fact that Do or Die and Nest Esports, they've used all their cards instantly. They've exhausted all their power-ups off the bat. And then Redemption Crew as well, that was their last card that they had left over. They've used everything they had in the backpack. And yeah, getting back to the conversation that you mentioned, I had a talk about this with Johnny as well. And as I said, there's always 2 ways to look at it. If you tell them your teammates might just perform well, they know what to do exactly in the game. But if you do not tell them, then they would just try to play a little bit more passive game as usual. But you need to be aggressive. It's a fact. If you're going to use an elimination card, it's better to be aggressive inside the lobby.
It certainly is, right? But again, we've seen Team Ivy kind of use it a little differently. It kind of depends on how the IGL is sort of preparing his team to sort of go with the flow and how he progresses towards that final circle. But coming back to that point which you mentioned, yes, there are a lot of teams who've sort of right from the get-go itself finished all their power-ups. Now, is that going to pay off? I'm not really sure. The last time DOD, Nest, and they used their finish cards, they could not really reap a lot of benefits out of it.
That is true. DOD is one of those teams that hasn't really found a lot of success.
Yeah.
And in general, now we need to speak about this point, right? Compared to the teams that are known inside the lobby, them utilizing the finish cards and the positioning cards or the power-ups, they have been much more better compared to all the undergod teams. So far, the undergod teams, yeah, they're definitely trying their best to get their hands on the power-ups. They're trying their best to make as much as possible out of those power-ups, but still, they're not as successful compared to the known teams.
100%, and it just comes out of experience, right? The known teams know how to kind of use these strategies. They've got better facilities and the coaches to sort of guide them as well. Look at this, right? Team Miami right at the tippity top of the overall standings. 57 points, just acquired from 3 games that they have played. I think they are going to hold that lead, especially due to the fact that Nest Esports, though they have the position card available for them, they might actually be contesting them at the very top.
Now look, Nest Esports, they've used their second card that they had in the books. The first game of the day yesterday, Nest Esports had a banger start.
Yeah.
They were the one to kick things off in a fantastic way, but then now, after that first game, somewhere down the line, that consistency was definitely there. Yeah, it was there, but it was not to the grade that we thought it would be.
Yeah.
We expected them to have at least decent amount of games once again, like maybe 15 points, 20 points and per game, but that was not the case. Nest Esports, definitely the performance drop-off was seen. So today they might be kicked out of the top 4, and I would not be surprised at all.
Absolutely. I mean, they might be kicked out of the top 4, and there might be a surprise as well for us. I mean, look at this. We have certain big names inside of the second page of the overall standings. You've got Gujarat Tigers, you've got BR Vintage, who is a really great underdog team, as well as Native Official, as a matter of fact. We talked about how this team right off the get-go used their finish card, and now they're just left with that one power-up, that is that position card available. They have to rely on their raw firepower to try and get back inside, because otherwise I don't see any option.
Look, speak about seeing options right now at this point in time, all the options have been narrowed down.
Yeah.
We know there's not a lot of options anyways. You do not really have a lot of breathing spaces.
Yeah.
The only way you can find a lot of options for yourself is actually performing good. So technically, even that's the only option left over for the most of the teams. Even in the teams that are in the top 4, they're not that far away from getting caught up by the teams underneath them. So even they need to perform pretty nicely. The consistency needs to be there from every single team in the overall standings. Just the difference is that the players on the latter half of the board, or the team on the latter half of the board, they just need to perform even more better compared to the teams on the first half of the board.
I hope they actually do. Of course, the teams at the top half of the board will be looking to establish that lead. But ladies and gentlemen, the first game of this group, Group A, is live and we are flying on top of Erangel. We start our journey from Yasnaya Polyana towards on the left-hand side of the hospital. And now I'm going to let my co-pilot describe the rest of the flight part to you.
Yeah, I mean, Nate officials, now my eyes are going to be on top of them, right? Considering yesterday, they did not really have the ideal start they wanted to have. And now I just want to see how Nate officials can actually kick things off, because the first game curse has been real for these guys. Yesterday, in the first game, they used that elimination card. Now they do not really have that to use anyway, so I want to see what Nate officials can try and bring on up to the board. This can be a really interesting question, because Nate officials, they're single-handedly at the same time just playing in a handicap way.
Oh, for sure, right? And I think yesterday Gunmaster was really out of form. He couldn't really perform to the best of his capabilities. But if this lad actually comes back firing on all cylinders, I think Nate Official can actually make up the climb. It's not definitely going to be not a very easy climb as well. My pick is still going to be Midwave Esports. Necro, I forgot to ask you your prediction as well from this game of Wrangle. You've seen the flight path. It should be unfair. But which team are you going to be rooting for?
I do not know, man. It's a tough question that you've asked me, especially today. It's been a chaotic day so far. Especially that last game of the Wrangle that we saw for Group 2, or Group B, if you'd like to call that. It was one of the scrappiest games that I've seen. Now, usually I say that it's a scrappy fight.
Yeah.
But no, that game was scrappy. The entire game was scrappy. We do not even exactly know what's going on. It didn't feel like any of the teams had a set pattern to succession, especially that pounce that I mentioned, right, from VLT against the players of Big Brothers. Yeah. That was one of the most unorthodox things that they made. No one would have expected for them to make that move, but then VLT's like, yeah, we're here to surprise you guys, but in a bad way.
They were the ones who actually got surprised themselves by the opposition, by Big Brother Esports. But I hope that we actually get to see some of those fights here as well. I think chaos is just the beauty of cinematics. And this, of course, is like a show going on, of course. And I think that when there's more chaos, there is going to be more interest building up. That was an artist's perspective to how we look at things. This is a game at the end of the day, but I'm pretty sure the audience will be enjoying it as entertainment.
Yeah, I think so they will. Team Ivy is one of those teams. Now, as you mentioned, yeah, Ivy was one of those teams that did not really use that finish car in the aggressive way, right? But once again, it's Team Ivy.
I think right now,
they're one of the known teams. They can use the finish card or the placement card however they want. They can go aggressive while using the position card. They're just that good.
Yeah, and they've sort of done that majority of the tournament as well, right? Just trying to get those finishes instead of and completely ignoring the position points as well. I mean, if you actually see Team Mayavi and their point split throughout the tournament, you'd find out that majority of the times they were just single-digit position points. Majority of the time they have those double-digit finish points on board, and this is one of the signature styles of how Team Mayavi actually plays. Now, with the finish card, holding the finish card for them, we just felt that there was some additional pressure, but no, it was a well-calculated move. They knew, as a matter of fact, that even 5 finishes on board would just result in 10 points. Why would you want to go in aggressive? Why would you want to put yourself in a risky situation? That is what the main mentality was.
I mean, at the end of the day, the end goal should be to win the game or to win the tournament, right? And that's what Team Ivy had. As I mentioned before, when we first take a look at Team Mayavi, the first thing that popped up was aggression in our minds.
Yep.
Now they've definitely changed that way. They're not that aggressive as we have seen them being in the previous few rounds. Especially from round 3, round 4, and now even in the losers bracket or in the lower bracket, these guys haven't been aggressive at all. They have been a little bit passive. They have been defensive. They're only taking fights which are necessary unless if someone else is forcing a fight against them, then only they take that fight. And this sort of a change has been working out for them.
Exactly.
Yeah, initially when they try to implement that change, it didn't really work out. But now, slowly and steadily, these guys are getting used to that change.
And that is being reflected in the overall standings as well.
Yeah, it is. And especially when they use that finish card, right? I thought we might just see Mayavi go back to the default settings that they used to be. But no, instead, they still kept on playing with the same pace that they like to play.
Yeah. But right now, Team Mayavi is in that George Bull area where there are two other teams. There is Native Official and I think there's BR Vintage. Now, these two teams, if they collide, there is going to be some sort of a drawback happening for Team Mayavi, especially because their position at the top of the leaderboard will be at risk.
Oh,
Look
no.
at this. Shriz is under fire.
What is he doing? How can he move out in the open like that through the school apartments? That is one of the rookiest mistakes that you can make inside the game. That is a mistake that's being made by the rookies. I do not understand.
And he paid the price for it.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he's rightfully being punished for that mistake, but how do you make that one in the first place? That's my question. How do you move out in the open like that through the school apartments when you know it's heavily contested by teams? But you know what? We're not going to focus on that anymore. Considering Redemption Crew, they've already now down to a 50% of that team. That means 50% of the firepower. And they also use that positioning card just to let you know. And already, the positioning's not too good.
The positioning's definitely not good. Or let's call it the situation. Right now, they are in Water City, and they definitely will not be contested for a while. But how can they even contest back if somebody is chiming in just because of the fact that they've lost two players? Like you said, just due to lack of carefulness in that situation. Redemption Crew on the second half of the leaderboard, they needed this big game right off the get-go. They needed this game to be inside the podium finishes, to be inside, to get that mojo back. But that just did not really happen.
Newman Gaming. Right now, these guys are quite quick, man. Trying to be a little bit quick on the fields to secure a good spot. And the compound the players in Newman Gaming are booking on as well. It's sort of like a known compound. It definitely has a lot of attractors. Team Psych, one of those teams that has used the elimination card as well. Now, Team Psych indeed will have that pressure of getting those eliminations in the hand, but if they do decide to play the game just like how Team Mayavi did, just stick to your own initial play, then it can work out. But even Team Psych's initial play hasn't really been benefiting them.
I mean, Team Psych, as a matter of fact, they just rely on that consistent approach. They rely on the fact that, all right, fine, let's just try and survive with 3 players inside the final circle. But they don't really manage to do that every single time. And in doing so, they kind of give up on the finish numbers as well. But look at this. We have some sort of an interesting build-up. Team Invincibles finally stationed themselves inside of school. And we know, as a matter of fact, that 5-Filter Esports is in the school apartments. Oh, no. I felt like there was some sort of a skirmish building up, but then 5-Filter Esports, they're like, all right, fine, we're done with school apartments. We'll move in our designated spot.
5-Filter is one of those teams that sort of is pretty unknown. Now, hear me out when I try to say this. 5-Filter is a similar case like Team System. You see them in the game taking those fights. You see them in the game taking the opponents down, but at the same time, you do not exactly know what they're going to pull off in the upcoming days or in the upcoming time. There's always that anonymous aura whenever you see these type of teams, and it's mainly because you do not really see them while they're trying to take those rotations. They try to slip under the radar, and then out of nowhere, you just see them, oh, wait, they're in a really good spot in the circle.
100% agreed over there. Team Invincible, actually, all of a sudden, they move from schools towards Pochinki as well. They're going all around, and this is definitely not required. I think this team has got sufficient loot for themselves. They are just scouting players. Was Team Invincible one of the ones who actually pulled off the finish card as well? As far as I know, UK07, who is also inside of Pochinki, they're the ones who actually pulled out the finish card.
Oh, the circle's panning out in an interesting way. Imagine, Salty, if the next heart shift just comes down south. This can be an interesting one. Speaking about the finish cards, the positioning cards at this point in time, it's really tough to keep track of that considering it's day 2. A lot of the teams are just going to select those cards So many of them will be just unleashed out of nowhere. It's a little bit tough to control. Gets a little bit tough to know, but at least we know Team Psych, they're one of those teams that has selected the finish card. Newman Gaming is one of those teams that has went with the finish card as well. Redemption Crew, they went with the position cards, and so far, things haven't really been that great for them. They've lost out on 2 players off the bat.
But look at this urban warfare on top of the roofs. UK07 just holding their lines and not really giving in to the pressure that is coming in from Invincibles. They're like, alright, fine, you guys were the uninvited neighbors, but look at this! Through the leaves, through the branches.
Wow.
Wixky just finds a shot, finds a knockout, and now Newman Gaming are in the backseat.
What was that? Through the trees as well, Midway Esports, Wixky especially. This guy, he's indeed got the 6th sense. And now still just taking shots against Avi. This man is way too low. One single bullet connection was needed, but he gets away in the nick of time. Newman Gaming, are they really going to give up on that fallen player? That's my question. No, instead they're going for that resurrection. He should be back up on his feet soon enough. Savitar still knocked down. Newman Gaming in a world of trouble. Actually, Midwave, even they lost out on Atanki a while ago.
Even they are a 3-man unit, but it seems like Midway Esports, the kind of pressure that they have built up on top of Newman, they should have tried to actually chime in more, and it seems like that is what they're doing. They're trying to reposition themselves around the team and trying to block their exit ways. But shots are still not fired, and it seems like Newman have defended their lines. They managed to make a comeback. And that comeback just means one thing, Necro, just getting the hell out of here, because Midway Esports, especially with that first knockout, I would get freaked out.
Speak about things freaking out. Do or die in front of us. They've also used their last card. These guys have booked up everything on this game. Hopes and dreams on that single game over Angle. If this man gets shattered right here, hopes and dreams will be shattered at the same time for do or die. Still in the corner lines. Eventually spotted. The first pop comes in. And also, the knockout might just be found, but it's still not there. Ronnie, he does a great job in just shucking those 2 players away. But then even Balu from the sideline chimes inside the action out of nowhere. Now the tables are being flipped, but still 5 Filter Esports. They're trying their best to fight back.
They certainly are doing so, but look at this. Aman is just holding down his lines. Balu is the last one who is still standing for do or die, but this could have been flipped over if Balu was proactive in that initial fight. Ronnie actually managed to find 2 knocks right at the get-go, but Balu could not provide support fire, but this time he actually finds a knock. Good stuff done.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice knockdown through the AKM, and now Balu's still continuing to apply that pressure. His teammate Ronnie's knocked out. Even do or die, they're just down to a 2-man squad. Things are not panning out that well for both these teams, and one more man to go. It's a 1v1. Balu is going to be the one to win this one. An absolute animal, a beast being unleashed inside these moments.
Do or die, you've got to give credits to this team. You've got to give credits to the way they actually planned out this particular fight. Every single team, both Ronnie as well as Balu, they had their contributions. They individually got in those 2 players. Initially, it was Ronnie who actually found out those 2 knocks. In spite of the fact that he was quite low in terms of HP, he still connected the shots from the AKM, and then Balu chimes in and resurrects his team. It's not just 4 finishes, it's 8 total points, Necro.
Out of nowhere, silence strikes in. And now finally, it gets broken up because of that one single nade. Aman, he can hear so many footsteps around him. He's got the foes and the teammates as well surrounding him. Maneuvering around these type of compounds can definitely be a massive challenge, but look at this replay with how things really kicked off. This one single guy from the side of 5 Filter Esports, he was able to pull things back once again in their court, but then you cannot even take away this clutch being pulled off by one last guy from the side of Do or Die, which was Palu.
Palu, or Bear, is being extremely violent in that occasion, but look at this. Wait, what? This man just mismanaged a nade in his own room. That was weird.
In general, this day 2 has been weird. Team ILB managed to find a knockout against one of their players, or one of the opponent's players, and it's also Team Psych. Oh no. Team Psych, this was the last card they've used inside this game. And if Atlas gets taken down right here, Team Psych, they will be down to a 3-man squad. Can indeed be a tough pill to swallow, but as I mentioned, for Team Psych, even their initial game plan hasn't really been working to that perfection. They still got to polish things up a little bit here and there, sweet tune it.
Yeah, they've been trying to enter the circle from the outskirts, of course, but it's been like full of thorns and it's been full of teams, of course, who's just been taking them down in their mid-rotation fights. Look at this, even Gunmaster, he actually finds the first knock and beautifully executed. Native Official out of nowhere, they actually find that sense of comfort for themselves, and as soon as I say that, something just explodes in front of him and he gets blown to smithereens.
This might just be the Native Officials we've all been waiting for. The opponent's moving around in front of him and Crimson's not able to find the connections. DMW, they might just be able to get away with the murder. But still, Crimson, at this point in time, it's better to just give up on him and go for the resurrection onto the fallen comrade. That too is Gunmaster. You cannot afford to lose out on that guy. Gunmaster and Pro, these two guys have always been in the front lines for the side of Native Officials. And Pro, right now, is just driving around in the buggy, trying to find that fallen down opponent. And yeah, they do lay their eyes on that guy. Considering DMW, even they're not off to a good start. Even Midwave Esports, they lost out on Atanki a while ago. Even Newman Gaming, they caught themselves in a bit of a tricky spot. So many things happening at the same time.
Exactly, so many things happening at the same time. Even the circle shifting so far down south of the mainland is definitely not anticipated. Look at this, Gujarat Tigers out of nowhere just occupy that southern shoreline. This is something which I love, but the split, of course, might just be a little bit problematic for them because there are multiple teams. There is Team TWOB as well as another BR Vintage. Both these two teams might actually pick apart multiple players from Gujarat Tigers, but talking about this particular fight, UK07, the last remaining player, Necro, Stranger, and they have the finish card occupied.
UK07, things can go down the drain for him, and the floor's lava. It's gonna go down the lava. And the last guy, the last guy from UK07 gets eliminated, and with that, their hopes and dreams might just be shattered. Even Gujarat Tigers not off to a good start. Eggy gets taken down from the game. TWOB in front of us right now. This team is indeed a team to look out for, but so far things haven't really been to that good of a start.
For Gujarat Tigers, it's been a dismal start, to be honest, because I talked about the split, right? I like the approach that they're going in for the southern shoreline. They saw that circle shifting massively, and they knew that they had to be the first team to actually occupy that real estate. And they actually were the first team to occupy that real estate. However, they decided to split up massively. There was no trade potential going on between them whatsoever, and that is exactly what happened. They got picked apart by multiple teams. Team TWOB came in, chimed in a couple of players. There is Team Psych as well. You've got BR Vintage who are sitting comfortably in their compounds as well. This was a very bad planning from Gujarat Tigers.
Indeed it was. Psych in the front lines. TWOB Hell gets knocked out by Do or Die. These individual eliminations, these individual knockouts keep on happening. And that's why teams are just getting handicapped. Look at the amount of teams that have been handicapped so far. They've lost out on their individual players, and some of the teams, they're only left out with the individual players. And now Nest Esports eyeing out against the players of Invincible. They've had him locked out in the sights. But Invincible, they're going to have a good rotation inside the circle. But I'm not sure for how long this position can be a good one.
Nest Official actually on the top of the hill, on top of the small upliftment, whatever you call it. I think this is the perfect spot for them because they can chime in not just a lot of information, but also a lot of finishes. I remember this player Ryzen yesterday on their first map. They had 10 finishes. Ryzen had 10 finishes all by himself. And this time as well, I think he's just starting to get warmed up. On the other side, flip side, Team Invincibles, they are being battered down by Team Do or Die.
Yeah, but once again, Team Invincible, they get eliminated completely from the game. It's Palu. Palu's going to be the one to put the full stop to that story. And now Nest Esports in front of us. Nest Esports, they need to play a little bit passive or defensive because they have selected the position card off the bat once again. One thing is for sure, inside Group A, there are quite a lot of these teams that like to take these ballsy decisions. But speak about things being quite gutsy, we've got the next circle shift as well. And now teams need to grow up a little bit more guts to sort of move inside the upcoming circle as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is completely lit up. There are so many teams inside. Not really a lot of players surviving. You've got 12 teams still surviving. And look at this native vision. They're going to park their vehicle right inside of Team Psych. And Gunmaster manages to survive.
How is this even possible? Nate officials, they somehow win this fight. Last man to go from Psych, and even he gets eaten alive. Nate officials,
what?
Out of nowhere, they just come in and they destroy Psych within a couple of seconds, within a flash. And now they've got a really good position with also a couple of vehicles.
Is this really possible? Is this really happening? Nate official just out of nowhere. And Gunmaster took so much time. He took his sweet time to actually aim down the opposition. There were no utility used, no nades, no smokes. It all came later on. But still, Nate officials, they have completely invaded and occupied Team Psych's position at the central spot of the circle, Necro. On the other side, flip side, look at this. Midwave Esports and Newman Gaming, they're still battling for the edge of the circle.
Best part is the circle's probably going to be out in the open, and now, considering the players of Nate officials, they pushed up on against their opponents. They also managed to get their hands on the extra bit of vehicles. Now, even if the circle's out in the open, it's not going to be a problem. They can use the vehicles as a cover. But now, Team Mayavi up against the players of PR Vintage. The last man is quite low on sliver of HP, just alive on the upper floor. And the entirety of Mayavi is now going to come collapsing down. And yes, they're going to shut down PR Vintage that easily.
They certainly will. And they've also occupied their compounds. Team Mayavi find themselves in a very safe spot. But speaking of safe, nobody else is safe, especially when Team Mayavi is around. Flags just find a knockout onto Hellboy. And Team TWOB certainly are hurt. They are playing from the shorelines, Necro. They don't really have a lot of position to move around. Team TWOB, if they do not play their cards outright, I think they might be wiped out pretty soon.
It might be. Newman Gaming on the top. These guys have got a decent positioning, the high ground to play with. But still, they need to watch out in the center lines because Nate officials is right in the front in that battle. They are going to be the potential biggest threat the players of Newman Gaming needs to deal with. That Nate was so close. Oh, midway, Vixie, this man is lucky to be alive right now. Aru trying to push on up close and personal against the players of Newman Gaming. He's catching a bit of a hurt onto himself, but Newman Gaming, they're doing a great job in playing this position. Playing on the edges is a good thing, but if the next circle shifts away from you, that's where the real problems start knocking your doors.
Speak of problems, there's Redemption Crew knocking on Midwave's doors as well. Baymax from the distance actually takes down Whiskey, and now Midwave Esports are left caught. They're caught stranded because now they have to make a decision. Do they go in for the revive? Do we take the fight, or do they try and go for the rotation? Nothing is actually plausible right now because there are so many teams who have spotted them at the corner, and they are basically free finish points at this point.
Oh, one single nade from Avi can actually seal the deal. It can be the deal breaker for Midwave. Is he going to find the mark? No, a little bit of overshoot, Dinosis. The fact that Midwave, they're having a little bit of a gap between each other is a good thing. Not grouping up in these type of moments in the artillery warfare is the best way to play the position. And Newman Gaming still tossing out those utilities. Whatever they have left over at this point in time, they're just tossing it against the players of Midwave. 3 Molotov tossed in at the same time by Albi. And so far, this Cold War, I'm not really liking it.
Neither am I. Both these two teams are outside the circle right now. Another Molotov was used. And it seems like none of them have their priorities sorted. None of them actually want to enter inside. They know, as a matter of fact, that there is only one team who is going to survive from the shorelines, and they want to fight it out. But on the flip side, Team Mayavi, they are starting to dominate. They are starting to extend their map control beyond their limits, beyond what their eye reaches. I love what Thunder did right here. He just got so much information from that entire fight against Midwave as well as Newman that he can relay all of it back to the station.
I don't like this. Team Mayavi now starting to eye out their prey slowly and steadily, going for the scouting moves. And already 2 players have moved up inside the circle in the safe lines. TWOB Hell in the front lines of AJ from GT. Look at AJ. He knows he should not even move a single muscle, and as he does so, maybe he will be dealt with. Tosses out a smoke in the front, making the opponents think that there might just be someone over there, but then he strikes like a venomous snake, and he shuts down one guy from the opponents. This is where the world of battles now will be in a world of troubles. Surya still in the back lines. There's a little bit of split between these 2 players, but how can Surya close in? That's my question.
This was payback from Gujarat Tigers, especially from that particular play, AJ. Because the World of Battle was actually the one who dismantled Gujarat Tigers and sent them packing. It seems like AJ could at least chew a little bit from the strength of Team TWOB. But look at this, 3 nade official. Still at the bowl, still in the central compounds. And you mentioned it perfectly. The vehicles have sort of become the defensive fortress right now.
As I mentioned, those extra bit of vehicles are going to play a big role. The circle's out in the open. Nade officials, the only one in a really good spot. But at the same time, being at the center of the circle can also make you the center of attraction. So I hope that's not going to be the case. At this point in time, not even a lot of teams are going to have a lot of utilities anyways. Rex has got his hands on that one single frag grenade. If he's able to connect that nade against one of the players from the side of nade, then things can definitely be quite interesting. Rex going for a little bit of spam. Held in the front lines, tosses that Molotov. Is it going to find the connection? No, a little bit far away from the mark. Rex, he knows this is where he's the only glimmer of hope for his team. He can try and pull something off. There's 2 players alive from Newman Gaming, but one guy needs to set the other one up for a good play.
Absolutely. And at this point, I'm not really sure if Newman Gaming will be able to kind of dominate the competition. Rex was spotted, goes in for that all-out nade. It does completely blow off the vehicle, but somehow the man is still alive, Necro.
Vehicle got moved away. Interesting. Newman Gaming, they finally spot out Hell. Going for the shots, and now finally a clear line of sight will be there, and Rex unleashes all of the magazine, unloads it in the front, and nade officials, now they're starting to get picked off. As I mentioned, being in the center in this late inside the game can also mean that you are the center of attraction, and right now, Nade Esports, indeed, they're like a bright, shining diamond. And all the teams, they want to lay their hands on that one. And nade officials, they're also going to be eaten alive inside the game.
Absolutely, but out of nowhere, we have the top 3 teams, and Newman Gaming are still inside. Team Mayavi legit just runs over. He does not even care about the play zone right now. He only wanted to find out where Midway Esports were, but this just turns the tide. Dinosaurs gets taken down as well. Team Mayavi, they are moving from strength to strength, Necro.
Yeah, slowly and steadily moving in against the opponents, moving in against the victory. All they need to do is take down this last man, and that's what they do. Team Mayavi, an absolute domination in these final circles. They took every single step, every single moment. They played that to perfection, and that is what I call perfection personified. Yeah, legit, a little bit of overcommitment in the end over there, but it's completely okay.
You know, I just have to say one thing. Team Mayavi ate an entire feast over there, and they left no crumbles, because the last time I checked, they had like 14 or 15 eliminations on board. This is why I say this team is like a living finish card on them. They don't even need that 2x multiplier. They have it just naturally.
That's the best thing, right? Team Mayavi, as I mentioned, they know when to take these fights as well. In the initial phase, they did not take a lot of fight at all. But as soon as they realized that now it's time for us to assert a little bit of dominance on the lobby, they started doing so. They took that fight inside the compound. They got one of the best compounds that you can ask for in that moment. And as soon as they laid their hands on top of that, they knew all you need to do is play for the position, play for the information. And soon enough, as soon as we need to move inside the circle, they knew exactly where Nade Officials was as well. All they did was just toss in a couple of utilities in that bowl, and Nade Officials, they got eliminated.
Absolutely. And I think Nade Officials, the way they got that bowl was also pretty interesting. They just actually slam in the week. It's not even a slam. It was a proper park, very disciplined park by Gunmaster, by the way, just saying good driving skills. Man disembarks and shoots the player down at their face. Team Psych did not even react. They were caught napping.
I do not even know what was Psych going through at that moment, but they used that finish card, not being able to use that to perfection. Definitely a bit of a problem. But ladies and gentlemen, right now it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी ही बात है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
रोड टू वेलर एम्पायर्स में बहुत सारे फैक्शंस है, जैसे
जापानीज फैक्शन है, रोमन फैक्शन है, पर्शियन फैक्शन है, नॉर्मन फैक्शन है।
इंडिया फैक्शन नहीं था।
Then I thought, okay, now this is the really great opportunity to design some Indian characters.
हमने डिसाइड किया कि we'll go for it.
जो भी कोरियन डिज़ाइंस बन के आए थे तो बहुत ही अच्छा था, लेकिन इंडियनाइज नहीं था, वो बहुत ज़्यादा कोरियन स्टाइल था। उसको इंडिया ऑथेंटिक बनाने के लिए हमको बहुत ज़्यादा रिसर्च करना पड़ा।
모두 어메이징 했었어요.
Indian faction?
제가 어렸을 때부터 좀 보고 자라왔던 한국 게이머들의 열정이 저는 인도에서도 똑같이 보이는 것 같아요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that chaotic game, indeed I would call it a chaotic game, Johnny, because Nate officials in the Smack Center, I thought they've got a decent position, but then once again, you know, it's a battle, right? If you're tossing a nade, the nade's going to be right in the center of the battle. No matter where you are, you will be taking damage, and that's what Team Iowa took advantage of.
Exactly. I mean, Team Miami always knows what to do in the worst possible situation, and if they have the best possible situation set up for themselves, then they're just going to steamroll over everyone, the rest of the competition. That is what we saw happen in this game. Unfortunately, I think it would have been better if they dropped this big of a game in the match that they had the finish card actually activated on yesterday, but that wasn't really the case. That time, I think they were just playing for value, and now they have a set of freedom on them that they can just play their natural game. They don't really have to worry about messing up either the finish card or the placement card. They can just play their natural game and bring their best on the board.
This is what I was having a conversation about with Salty as well, right? I was asking him, what do you think about the new playstyle switch that's came in with Team Miami? Now they're not as aggressive as we've seen them be in the previous few rounds. Team Miami in the previous few rounds, off the bat, they would just try to go for the elimination points. Now, they prioritize a good position, and when they do have a good position, that's when they start taking all the fights. But if they want to take a good position, if that position's already taken by another team, then they try to assert dominance on that position, take it over. That's when they start being aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, they can be aggressive in the late stages. I think that is what they have recently figured out. And we've talked about this new meta as well, where a lot of these big teams just end up playing for survival, and in the late game is when the majority of the fights happened. I mean, it was sort of started by the players of Gladiators, then Blind Esports started to incorporate this new playstyle, Team Soul started to incorporate this. And Blind, as you mentioned, in the previous rounds, yes, they would steamroll over the competition right off the bat in the start of the game, but then they learned their lesson in the previous round, round 4.
Yeah, indeed they did. But you know what? I want to speak about another team, which is Redemption Crew. Now, off the bat, they lost out on 2 players, while those 2 players tried to take a rotation from School Apartments, which is supposed to be like a heavily red zone area. You're not supposed to traverse through like that way out in the open, and they paid the price for that. What are your thoughts on that?
I think you did bring it perfectly. I mean, School is a tough position to rotate from, you know, if the teams are waiting on the outskirts, even in the buildings or the Potato Hill. It's completely open terrain on either side. You don't really have anywhere left to go. The only place that is close to School that does provide you some sort of safe haven is Rozhok, but even that is like a death trap itself.
I mean, it's a different thing if you try to rotate from the streets and if you try to rotate from the jungle itself, which is on a little bit of a hill. But these guys rotated in between the apartments.
Yeah, that's the worst possible move that you can make, right? I mean, think about the surroundings of School towards the western side. The hills of Rozhok are the last point of cover. After that, there's an open field. Towards the eastern side, there's that Rozhok bridge that comes and connects towards school. That is also an open area. Potato Hill, there's just like an empty slope with a few trees. There's an easy line of fire inside the buildings to the center, to the school buildings. So if there's even 2 squads present in those spots, you are done. There is no way you're going towards.
It was like a package of points being delivered to 5-Filter Esports.
Yeah, and Redemption Crew, they've, by the way, used up all their cards.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have used their position card, elimination card. But speaking about 5-Filter Esports, even that fight against the players of Do or Die, a little bit of scrappy one, huh?
Yeah. Why do you say a little bit of scrappy?
I mean,
it was extremely scrappy.
It was. At the start, we thought that, okay, 5-Filter Esports, definite advantage.
Yeah.
Do or Die, they're just trapped in that compound. There was one single guy whose position was compromised, but then out of nowhere, he just turns around and slaps down 2 players with 1 HP.
I mean, and it happens. I mean, we've seen this in the previous game, previous group itself, wherein you would see these teams who are struggling on the overall leaderboard, but because of individualistic outperformances, they would find themselves coming back from fights. We saw like an incredible 1v3 from the previous group, and even in this one, that 1v2 to start things off was actually quite brilliant. But again, you don't think that might happen when you're running towards an isolated player. We have seen players take down 3 individuals just because they had either the weapon priority by having a DBS or any other shotgun in their hands, or the other team just messes up, are a little bit miscoordinated, and they don't really focus the right points. The utility usage is a little bit off. So all of those things happen, but no team runs into a fight thinking, oh, both of us are going down.
That is true, but at the same time, somewhere down the line, you have those odds calculated in the head as well, because it can be a 50-50 outage. I mean, if you're going for a 4v4 collision, the chances are 50-50.
See, here's the thing, like, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. That is all you have to do.
That is true, but you know what? If I was the team captain, I would say we will win no matter what's going to happen.
You would have started to scream your head off the moment the first 2 laps went down.
I would have been like, what are you guys doing? How do you get taken down by a guy who's down to 1 HP?
And
There's
then you
no
would
way.
have just rage-fed your own finish to him as well.
That is true. I would have been like, you know what? At this point, I do not even care. I'm just going to push up and just try to do something, try to pull off something because my teammates are not good enough. That's what I would have said. But you know what? Now, this is where we need to get a little bit more serious and speak about teams that are known and that are not being able to perform. Gujarat Tigers and Newman Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Gujarat Tigers has been a massive upset. I'm not even going to lie, not going to sugarcoat this, because Gujarat Tigers, the caliber of players they have in their lineup feels like a championship team right there. But unfortunately, the results haven't really been anywhere close to us calling them a team worthy of lifting the trophy. And they're on that second page of the leaderboard, placement points not coming their way, finish points, fights not working out. I mean, we used to call them the kings of third parties, but at this point, they find themselves as the ones attracting the third parties.
I mean, look, at this point in time, everyone that's currently watching the English broadcast, you guys are going to think that we're being a little bit too cruel on these teams, right? A little bit too critical. But you need to understand these are the lower brackets. At this point, you've made it in so far inside the tournament. We need to be critical. If you're making some mistakes, they needed to be pointed out, and they needed to be spoken on the stream itself, because these type of mistakes at this stage of the tournament, we do not expect them.
And again, I mean, not from Gujarat Tigers. That is the one key factor on this. That's the star that's there against to any of those statements. Because you talk about these players, you talk about Prince, you talk about Eggy, Tsunami, AJ. I mean, we've seen them for ages at this point, right? And they have been players who've made it to top 3, top 4s of tournaments back in their days. And again, I mean, this time around, we expected the same thing. But again, I think this also goes on to showcase as to how much tougher the competition is right now in this particular era of BGMI, how much hard work these undergods have put in, and how much how much hunger they have in them to take on the challenge to sort of beat down even the toughest top opposition and earn their rightful slot on the stage.
Speak about earning things. Even Newman Gaming, they've been caught on a shaky path, man.
Yeah, but at least, I mean, the performance in this game was quite decent. They did have a power-up activated, and it did work out. I would say it was okay.
Yeah, it was okay-ish. Nate officials, though, as usual, they like to start things off in a great way, right? Once again, Nate officials, they try to go for a big swallow-up. They were not really able to do that consistently. I like that aggressive takeover of the position against Team Psych. All the props given to that. Team Psych, they were just napping in that floor. I do not even know what were they exactly trying to pull off, because as Salty perfectly pointed out, that man went in, parked the vehicle nicely, and then took down the players.
I mean, see, we'll come back to all of that conversation, Phil, but first we do have Blacks from Team Maui being announced as the Rebel of the match, because why not? 6 eliminations,
6 finishes on the board, and even with 6 solo eliminations, he just has a 33.3% contribution to the team's finishes. That means the entirety of Team Mayavi was firing on all cylinders.
5-5-5.
Yeah, I mean, it is just incredible. Look at that. 16 eliminations on just 3 players.
Yeah, and then you even find Balu with 5 finishes. So 5-5-5-5, and then you find Surya with 4. Unfortunately, Surya was not really able to get 5 eliminations wrapped up, but it's completely okay. The world of battles, these guys have been in a world of trouble for a lot of the times, and especially that last guy from Gujarat Tigers was the one to play that spoiler for these guys. I feel so bad for them.
TWOB, I mean, you do feel bad for them because you see them on the map. Their positioning is just phenomenal. They always find themselves with the easiest entry into the zone. They're going to find a compound, hold on to that. But the problem arises, they are never able to defend that compound. They are never able to defend their positions properly. And because of that, they're forced into these middle of the pack exits, never really finishing in the top in the podium.
Now we've got the point standings in front of us, and Team Mayavi, that was a humongous game for them. 33 points secured. Then on the second spot's going to be the players of Newman Gaming. Third, Midwave Esports. Fourth one, Nate Officials. And then on the fifth is going to be the players of the World of Battle. Now look, the top 4 in front of us are the teams that we expected them to be in the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, the top 4 is expected, but again, I mean, Newman used their finish card in this game. 6 finish points, not really what they were hoping for, but the overall tally is of a total 16. So I think they will be happy with the fact that at least they are not in just a single-digit finish. You had Team Psych drop the finish card as well. Where are they? I don't see them. Oh, they're on the 10th position.
Yeah, but Newman Gaming, they used one of the most impactful cards, and they were not really able to create that much of an impact.
Psych
Only
as
16
well.
points. Yeah, even Team Psych. I mean, they were even worse.
At least Newman did better than Psych.
Yeah, they at least did. 16 points, I guess. Newman Gaming, one thing is for sure, these guys have lost out on the confidence that we knew them for in the initial rounds of the game, and now they're currently inside the top 3 in the overall standings too. Now look, as I said, it's easy to breach inside the top 3 or the top 4, but it's tough to sustain.
Yeah, but you know what's even tougher? Taking the first position away from Team Mayavi. There's a 29-point difference between them and the team on the second position. Midwave, Necro.
Wait, so if I'm not wrong, Midwave Esports, they do have a couple of cards left over. They actually have both
yeah.
They have both of their cards left over. So, Johnny, that means
Mayavi has their placement card left, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, still, but I would say, as you know, elimination card, I count it as more impactful compared to placement.
They have 57 eliminations, Necro. They have just 4 eliminations less than the total points of Midwave.
For a team like Mayavi, they do not even need an elimination card. You know what? They should have entered inside the competition with a handicap.
I think Mayavi would be looking to just trade their finish card for a placement card from someone because they struggle with those placement points.
That is true. But you know what? The latter half of the board in front of us, and Gujarat Tigers, one of those teams that we definitely did not expect them to see here. They've only managed to get 17.5 total points, considering they've already used their position card a while ago. And then we've got DMW Esports as well. Even DMW was one of those teams I genuinely had so many expectations from. But even this team's now starting to fumble down. Redemption Crew, not that good of a game. UK07.
BR Vintage is also a surprising name over there on the 10th position. I mean, we saw BR Vintage in round 3. They were absolutely incredible. Flawless runs in the matches. Round 4, again, there was a little bit of a slip-up, but not as bad as this.
Okay, all of that is fine, right? All of the teams till the 14th spot is fine. Then you take a look at the 15th spot with only 1 point. Plus 1.
That is heartbreaking.
Plus 1 on the board.
Hey, at least it's not 0.
Yeah, I guess. At least it's not 0. CK, I still remember in the previous couple of rounds, CK only had 0 points in the first day to start off.
First 3 games, yeah.
Yeah, first 3 games, they had 0 points. So I guess at least they have 1 point, right? Something to count on.
Oh yeah, but like it is still a little bit better. But I mean, it is a brutal position to be in. And again, I mean, we also understand the level of competition right now is extremely difficult. So again, I think it is difficult to score even a single point in a lobby like this. And the struggles are gonna be there. I mean, that is how a competition works. That is how a tournament works. Someone's going to win, someone's going to lose, someone's going to be at the top, and someone's going to be at the bottom.
That is true. If someone's on the top, someone needs to be on the bottom. That's how things work. Inside these type of overall standings, you step on other enemies to be at the top, and that's why you call it a king of the hill.
Yeah, or just become Team Mayavi. Just cut down all the hills. You're the only one left standing on the top.
It's like... Team Ivy is like, we do not really like to be in the lane. We create our own lane, and that's what Team Ivy's done so far. But you know what? Speaking about the matchup, now soon enough we're going to be able to find out in the upcoming game which team's going to be going for the finish card and the positioning card. Johnny, any predictions?
I mean, Mayavi might just drop their placement card in the next matchup, considering it's the game of Miramar. and they will be looking forward to playing for survival. BR Vintage has to drop at least finish or placement.
Newman's the only one with Xiaolong. Yo, dude, +1 for them as well.
Yeah, +1 for Newman. I hope they make it through to the next stage.
Me too. I hope Newman Gaming is going to be making it through to the semifinals, actually. That'll be a fun one.
They're already on the 4th position. They're on that, like, right on the verge of getting kicked.
Yeah, they're on the 3rd spot, right? So they're sort of like in the mid-pack of the top 4.
Who's on the 4th right now?
4th is quite an interesting team. Wait, hold on. I'm not really exactly
Miami, Midway.
It's Nade officials are currently on the 4th spot. They did not really have that good of a previous game, but at least a decent one to keep themselves in the top 4. But now we're going to move forward to the finish and the position card. And this is where we'll be able to find out which team will go for that one. And instantly, Midwave's going to be the one to pack up on that finish card.
I think Midwave, BR Vintage, TWOB, these are the 3 teams that had their cards left. So they're going to be dropping at least one of those in this game. And we have BR Vintage and Midwave and TWOB using their finish cards all together. They will have that placement card remaining for the next match, but let's see.
BR Vintage using that finish card. Now, BR Vintage is one of the most passive teams that I've ever seen on my board.
And maybe looking to convert a few points from this matchup.
Yeah, playstyle change.
Hopefully. I mean, if they can manage to survive to the late game stages, they can pick off a good number of finishes for themselves. Again, 5 finishes, 10 points.
That can be a good one, yeah. BR Vintage, now, it's one of those teams that you do not really expect to see as the winners, but you expect them to see in the top 5. That's how they have been performing. They are quite consistent when it comes to the position points, but BR Vintage, they lack in the elimination numbers. They usually do not come out on top in the 4v4 fights.
Yeah, so along with this, DMW, Gujarat Tigers, and UK07. Now, they have just ended up using their last cards. DMW and UK07 using their placement cards, and Gujarat Tigers have gone for their finish cards. So this is an important game for all 3 of these teams as well. I mean, on the board, Gujarat Tigers, we've seen the struggle for them. UK07 also have been struggling in DMW. All teams from the second page of the leaderboard.
The struggle's, of course, going to be there, but now the chances are definitely given to them. 2 more lifelines left in their hands, ladies and gentlemen, from which the upcoming map's going to be the map of Miramar. And this is where I ask you for your prediction, Johnny. Which team do you think can secure the victory in the upcoming game of Miramar?
Midwave.
Midwave, I mean, they went with the finish card, so they're definitely going to have a bit of a pressure on top of their heads.
And yesterday's Miramar for Midwave was actually quite decent. I mean, we saw the massive blunder that was there in the start of the day.
Midwave's in the 2nd spot in the overall standings, right? So they're doing pretty good for themselves. So they're not really going to have a lot of the pressure about the overall standings, but maintaining that spot definitely will be there. Considering they've used that finish card, now Midwave Esports knows the fact that they need to be aggressive for the eliminations.
Plus, you know, with these big teams, it is like an... I don't want to call it an issue of egos or a battle of egos, because like a lot of humble players in both these teams, but they do want to prove that they are the best team from their particular group. And Midwave right now, as we mentioned, 29 points separating them and Team Mayavi. With the finish card in place, it's going to make things a little bit more interesting. They can actually topple Team Mayavi over.
I just want to know what Team Mayavi has had today for breakfast. One thing is for sure, they've had something special, something potent. But you know what? Now we are going to step inside the deserty lands of Miramar as the plane's going to hit the skies once again. And the plane flight path starting all the way from the southern side of Los Leones towards the north, towards Oasis. Now, Johnny, this plane flight path is quite nice.
I mean, the plane flight path is nice, but I love the skin of that plane as well. Santa Claus, I mean, Christmas is just around the corner, and I think one of these teams is going to end up celebrating this map as well.
Now, whoever's that skin is, Santa Claus skin, whoever owns that skin, Johnny, I think so they will be the Santa Clauses, just delivering gifts all across the board.
Not the good kind, though.
Maybe the good kind as well. They can just be the packages and just distribute the elimination points if they want to.
That wouldn't be advisable, Necro.
That wouldn't be.
Yeah, at this point, it would rather be the gift of death being handed out to the opposition. I mean, you show up with the weapons, and, well, yeah, you just end up shooting them down.
Technically, it would be a good gift as well. Just send them back to their home, which is the lobby. So that's like a free ticket.
Also, you enter through the windows instead of the door, actually.
Yeah. But you know what? We'll speak about that more enough in the future. But inside Los Leones, we've got Nate officials and another team that's going to be a drop collision. TWOB towards somewhere La Benedita. I want to see how things are going to look like over there as well. Team Mayavi quite close to La Benedita as well. So definitely these type of drop collisions is going to put these teams in a bit of an awkward engagement. But this man is actually making the push happen with a Winchester. Let's see how he can try and close on the distance and take down the guy in the front line, Subby. He's got his hands on an automatic SMG, just dishes out so much damage against that guy. And he's also taken down a barely in his sliver of HP. Still Ubby, he makes that push happen against the foes and now realizes that they're starting to back off. Both of the players in the front lines from Nate Officials, they're way too low.
This is an important game for Nate Officials, as we discussed a few moments ago. They're right on that 4th position, can't afford to get taken out, but it is from the flank. Murnox actually creating an important opening for his team. Can he survive? Crimson down on his knees. Pro with the Winchester, 3 players from the side of Invincible pushing him into a corner, has nowhere left to run, but starts things off quite nicely with the Uzi. He's going to eventually be taken down.
Oh no, that double-barreled shotgun is something you should never trust on. You've only got 2 shells in the magazine, or 2 shells in the barrel, and you try to unload all of those, but now Preet single-handedly is just shutting down the foes left, right, and center without even any issues. Nate Officials, they're crumbling down, but finally Gunmaster is over there to save the day. Is he going to survive? No, he's not going to survive. Pro's going to be the only one to get back upon his feet. Nate Officials, not a good start at all.
Oh man, that is just unfortunate. I mean, even though they win the fight, they don't walk away unharmed, unscathed from this one. Pro is going to have to loot up the crates of his own fallen comrades. And from here on out, it will just be a game of recovery for the players of Nate Official. There's one thing going for them, Necro. At least they are inside the first circle. They are in the city of Los Leones. Lots of protection. You have a lot of area to loot. And they have just picked off the only team that was there to drop clash them.
Toothless Noob. I hope that Redemption Crew is actually going to have a good game for themselves over here, because so far, Johnny, things haven't really been looking that great for them. They desperately need to make some changes happen. But how can they? That's up to them. UK07 in front of us. Even these guys need to sort of sweet-tune things a little bit, because they've only got 1 point so far in the standings. And finally, now the guy's getting pushed up. One shot. He was going for the burst fire against the entirety of DMW. And DMW, once again, they come up with an advantage inside the fight. UK07, the only option they've got left is to take an exit from this entire spot.
Well, that is going to be the only option for them, and they're trying their level best. But DMW Esports not really allowing the opposition any room to breathe. UK07, as we mentioned, placement card is active on this team, so surviving till the late game stage is still the top 3 is what they're going to be looking forward to, but this is the first hurdle in their path. And it's going to be a big one.
They're not pushing it close and personal against that guy. But at the same time, they're looking forward to blow that vehicle up. So he's got no other option than to just stay pinned down in that similar spot. Where is the cavalry, though? That's my question. UK07, the teammates aren't really there to back him up. And yeah, eventually this man gets taken down. Devotee's the one. And now UK07 off the bat. As soon as the game starts, they're just down to a 2-man squad. Invincible as well. They got wiped out. This game is off to an aggressive start.
Yeah, it is off to an aggressive start indeed. UK07 down to their last player, and I think the players of DNW are going to go for a hunt. Man has moved in the opposite direction, abandoning any hope of bringing his teammates back. He knew they were pinned down. And DNW, this was a clinical execution of that fight. They drop clashed. They made sure they kept track of where the individuals from the side of UK07 were, and they picked them off one by one. Now, Nate Official, look at the radar, Necro. TWOB is closing in on their spot in their city.
I highly doubt TWOB will try to step in Los Leones, though.
Yeah, I think if you want to stir them away, you just fire a few shots in the air.
Yeah, you can.
They don't really like those early fights.
I mean, look, right now, Nate Officials, they're already just down to a 2-man squad. And they will try to avoid all the fights that can possibly try to erupt in the front. As soon as Nate Official hears any type of shots, they will just try to move away from that one. But this is how Devotee managed to find that elimination against UK07, Ironics. And he was not able to stay alive. Whenever I hear or see DMW, the first thing that pops up in my mind is BMW.
Oh.
Yeah. Nate Officials, though, I mean, off the bat, they've got 4 elimination points. If these 2 guys manage to survive till the top 5, just like how LOC did in the first game of the day, then it can be a decent outing.
Yeah, it can, in fact, be a decent outing. They still have their placement card left, by the way, that they haven't used, I believe. They did use the finish card yesterday. And we know Nate Official is one of those teams that can, in fact, bring a comeback into this match. Even yesterday, the first game of the day, they were the first team to, well, feel a little bit confident about themselves. First game itself, they dropped that finish card, activated it. Did walk away with quite a decent number of eliminations from that match as well. And they lost 2 players at the start of the game. But still, it was a brilliant conversion. And even in this match, considering that early game safe haven is there for them in the city of Los Leones, I do expect them to, well, even for a decent game, they can finish in the top 7 or the top 6, in fact. But Stranger from UK07, last man left alive.
Yeah, no, UK07, these guys are lost. They do not even know where they're exactly stepping and who they're stepping up against. Stranger's vehicle's almost on the verge of getting blown up. And this man finds himself a little bit of safer grounds, at least for now. The opponent should definitely know that Stranger's the only man left alive from this team. So there's a chance if they do want, they can make the pounce happen inside this compound. But Stranger's already on a move, and as I mentioned, they can try to make that pounce happen. Nest Esports, they're already on their way to make that pounce happen, and a drive-by comes into play.
That was one of the quickest drive-bys we've seen. I mean, we have seen squads being wiped out with vehicles like that, but Stranger, he was out in the open. He felt a little bit confident, and that was a YOLO move indeed. I mean, there was not a lot of options for him. Had he stayed indoors, maybe he could have tried to isolate the fights from the players of Nest Esports, but then, you know, in a situation like this, the other team, they're not going to go running in completely blind. They will use a lot of utility. They will eventually finish him off. I think it was just about him being able to cause that extra bit of damage on towards Nest Esports. He did connect a few shots, but wasn't enough to pick off the players.
Now, we did see BR Vintage go for that elimination card, and you spoke about a conversion a while ago, and they're currently inside Puerto Paraiso, far away from everyone from the map. These guys are sort of like the introverts. And they have taken a card which would allow them to be the extroverts, but only if they want to.
I think it is, again, so a lot of these teams that do use that finish card just to get those double digits, they will play for survival. But in BR Vintage's case, I think it is interesting that they've gone for a split start from Puerto Paraiso to Impala, 2 players in Impala, 2 in Puerto Paraiso, and with the zone that's sticking to the eastern side of the map, the late game entry, if the circle is not on top of them, that's going to be a massive challenge. I mean, they will have to make sure that they at least get those 5 finishes in this match to get those 10 points on the board. And from there on out, it will be a game of survival. Do they manage to make it into the top 3 and take a massive leap on the leaderboard? With this game, intention for BR Vintage, it should be clear they have to try their level best to get as close to the top 5 as possible.
Yeah, but we forgot to mention this. There might just be an urban warfare in the end.
Yeah, Los Leones.
Yeah, it's right on top of Los Leones, and you know how much I love these type of circles. It's an absolute chaos in the end. You never know where to step out, where to look at, because there's just so many windows, so many tall buildings that you can get shot from.
And you know, along with you, who's going to be happy with this Los Leones shift? Nate Official. I mean, they lost 2 players at the start of the game, and imagine after that, if the circle is on top of an urban situation like this, and you've been there from the start, you can just protect yourself, let the other teams fire it out, and just play for survival from there.
Yeah, but you know what? Most of the times, what happens is, the circle will center on up on Los Leones, and then it will shift in the outskirts, out and over, last moment, on the high grounds, right? We've seen a lot of those fights as well in the mountains of Los Leones.
We did have a little bit of a build-up over there between Gujarat Tigers and 5filter Esports, and Gujarat Tigers is another team that has activated their finish card in this game. So quite an important game for that team.
Yeah, even they need to be a little bit more aggressive. Gujarat Tigers, they've realized it's their wake-up call now. They need to make the most happen with that finish card. They're way too far away in the overall standings as well on the latter half of the board, so it's better if they do manage to accumulate as many finishes as possible. BR Vintage in front of us. And so far, these guys are just playing so passive, so defensive. And these guys have elected for the elimination card. You need to be a little bit more aggressive, BR Vintage.
I think this is a page, as I mentioned, just out of Team Mayavi's playbook. Play for survival, protect the numbers. In the extreme game is where you go for the points. And that might be a strategy BR Vintage might be looking to employ.
I mean, once again, right, Team Mayavi, they used that finish card at the end of the day yesterday on the last game. Before that, Team Mayavi was already in the top 4. So for them, if they're going to go a little bit passive, a little bit patient. It's completely understandable. But for a team like BR Vintage, these are the only lifelines that you've got left over to make that bounce back happen in the top 4. So they need to wake up right now. They need to get these elimination points wrapped up.
Yeah, but if they mess this up, that's an earlier demise than they would have asked for. If they mess this up, their game is not game. Their journey is done.
Yeah.
So either this match gets them to the top 5, or this just ends their journey in the BGIS. Those are the only two paths available to both BR Vintage and Gujarat Tigers, by the way. Both of them are in a similar boat.
As I mentioned, for a lot of the teams, their hopes and dreams are on the line with the cards as well. And there's a reason why we call them the power cards.
Yeah.
It can either take power away from you or give you that power if used properly. And right now, Nest Esports is one of those teams that is not really in that good of a spot. They're still on the edges of that safe zone, but the next circle shift comes into play, and Midwave Esports, they've got the best position they can ask themselves to be in. Even BR Vintage is doing quite good in that spot.
BR Vintage would like to actually take that hilltop away from the players of Midwave, but it's going to be an extremely difficult challenge for them. I think the only thing they can make it work in their favor is the fact that Whiskey is a little bit isolated. If they pick him off, maybe they get control of a little section of that hilltop, but that is going to be a difficult fight, because you have the players of DOD up north. They do or die. And there is an angle, a line of fire available to third party. Plus, we see the players of Redemption Crew actually closing in from the backlines of those hills as well. They are going from the eastern edge. Might just be able to catch the players of BR Vintage off guard.
Once again, to remind you, Midwave have used their finish card in this game. So even they are going to be the one to look forward to get these elimination points wrapped up.
Yeah.
So if you try to challenge a fight against Midwave, that will be the biggest mistake that you make, because that's what they're literally waiting for.
Yeah, it definitely will be. But again, I mean, in any certain situations, there is no 100% guarantee that you might end up winning that fight. Midwave, if they get wiped out, they're going to be worried about that as well. Plus, after the early two teams taking an exit, Invincible and UK07, this game has come to a standstill.
This is what the interesting part of life is, right? There are always two ways to look at a thing. There's always 2 points for a thing. And that's what sort of creates an indecisive nature inside a human being.
It's all over nature, night and day.
Yeah, always just
hell.
2 ways.
Yeah.
Don't you find it sort of annoying?
Not really. Why would you want a third way?
I mean, I'm not speaking about night and day, right? It's perfect. But I'm just speaking about when you try to make a decision, there's always 2 ways to look at it. One is a good way, one is a bad way.
You know, don't really know what is going to happen until you make a decision. That's just the paradox. You have to make a choice and make it work. That's it.
The indecisive nature, that's when it kicks in. But how do you deal with that indecisive nature? Is experience.
Yes.
Once you've got a lot of experience in the game or in life, you know which decision can be a good one for you and for your teammates. And in real life, for you and for your family and siblings and friends.
I mean, so again, just like in the game itself, as we keep saying, learning from mistakes is important, right? You mess up one team fight. You're going to go back, look at it, see what went wrong, what were the things that you could have done better, and then implement them in the next game, in the next fight, in the next similar situation that you're in. And talk about similar situations. Well, Team Mayavi, they found themselves in this spot multiple times before. There's a team right up ahead of them. We're going to try to gatekeep these players. And DMW, they've gone for a 2-2 split flank on the players of Mayavi. This is quite interesting.
Team Mayavi not really in that best of the spot, considering they need to move inside the safe zone. And yes, the circle moves away at the nick of time. Just moves away from the urban side and shift right on top of the players of BR Vintage. But as I mentioned, even Midwave Esports, they're in quite a controlling spot. I like the split that these guys have got going for themselves, but now they need to reunite, regroup once again. Dinosus, and I think he's soon enough, even these guys will start to book it inside the safe zone. Newman Gaming pushing up against that one single guy from Do or Die, but this man had the clutch genes in the previous game, though not anymore.
Yeah, this game it's going to be a little bit tougher as Bhalu does get finished off, in fact, by the players of Newman. And now Avinash along with Ajay are charging forward. 2 men, both from different directions. And I think Avinash, his goal needs to be to pick off Avi. At least that can bring the numbers in a manageable situation, but that's not going to happen.
Oh, nice.
DOD is losing players everywhere. They're down to their last player since Ronnie was picked off by the players of BR Vintage.
Now look, DOD, it's supposed to be do or die, but no matter what these guys are doing, for them, it's die or die.
Yeah. It's not working out at all.
Yeah, they're not able to do anything. Instead, they're just dying. That's the problem. 0 finish point. No position points as well. And they've already used their cards in the previous game itself, so they've got no lifeline left over. At this point, do or die might as well just make things a little bit more dire and tough for the other teams who are trying to qualify. Just try to play the spoiler. But right now, Gujarat Tigers, these guys have definitely heard all that commotion, and they want to be a part of this third party. They want a little bit of piece of this pie.
Well, they want to be a part of the action, but it's going to be extremely difficult because now Newman has had time to reset. And Gujarat Tigers, they will have to find an opening yet again to step into the compound to take the fight against the players of Newman. We see Eggy, he's going for the flank, trying to line up the nade to pick off Rex. And if this connects, this might actually work out quite nicely for the players of Gujarat Tigers.
Gujarat Tigers, Eggy. All the 3 players from Newman Gaming inside that same building.
He just mollied himself, AJ, over there.
Yeah, sometimes misplacements, right? At this point, we've seen so many of those that I'm not even surprised. DMW against the players of the World of Battles. I'm not even going to focus on that elimination feed after what I just saw. But the World of Battles, they're at least able to find the initial knockout against DMW. Another nade tossed into perfection. Could have been the opener, but at least it's able to chip out a little bit of damage. Now, finally, Hitler goes down as well. DMW in a world of trouble.
Well, DMW, they are in a world of trouble. 2 players knocked and finished, and they can't do anything about this. TWOB, the World of Battle, for the first time, we are seeing them control the fights the way they want to and not really reacting to the opposition. Devotee is the last man left, and, well, I don't think he's going to be left alone.
Devotee, his teammates getting picked off in front of him, eaten alive in front of him, and he cannot do anything then to just watch. Now he's going to try and toss on the nade, and it's placed to perfection. Actually, Clutch God, once again, on the elimination feed, Newman Gaming too, they're not really able to find that good of a spot for themselves. They're just re-knocking themselves over and over again.
They're repaying the favor of Gujarat Tigers, man. Wow. AJ knocked out his teammate Eggy, and now Newman is repaying.
Oh my God, what? Devotee! That one single nade found 2 knockouts, and then he pushed up and got the remaining 2 players just like that. A 1v4 being pulled out of nowhere, and none of us saw this coming.
You made me miss the action, Necro. You got me distracted to this fight where players are just knocking each other out with their own teammates, with their own Molotovs.
Yeah.
You made me miss that incredible 1v4, man.
Listen,
Blame
dude,
you.
I mean, just imagine this. Both of these known teams making mistakes like that is definitely something that deserves attention. Because Newman Gaming is one of those teams that you do not really expect to make these type of rookie mistakes. But now, Newman Gaming, they're just down to that one last man alive, and he's trying his best to fight back. He's managed to find 2 knockouts. We might just see another clutch on the way, Johnny. AJ is now trying to push up close and personal against the last guy from Newman Gaming, Clutch God. His name is Clutch God, so he's supposed to clutch these type of situations out. Going for the patch-up, Clutch God knows the players that are inside now might just be resurrected back upon their feet. And Clutch God, he's only got 3 bullets in the magazine. He wastes all of those, and now he's pretty much done for.
Yeah, this is not going to be a clutch that we're going to witness. Gujarat Tigers, look at them. They recovered nicely, man. I mean, they have the finish card running in this game, and they do, in fact, make sure that all 4 of their players arrive, but this is going to be the man of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. And he has managed to pick up 1 more elimination along the way, Necro. Now, when he exited that fight, he was there with 5 eliminations. Now he has 6. He's not stopping anytime soon.
DMW Duoti, this guy indeed, right now is the clutch master inside the game. BR Vintage, a team that has picked up the elimination card, and so far they've actually managed to find 2 eliminations wrapped up. Zyke, another one to add on to the tally. Nicely done. 6 points in total.
Well, let's see how far are they going to go. BR Vintage, they have their crosshairs just lined up. And the other players from Psych are also closing in on similar position. Serbi, oh, that was such a risky move.
And still this guy from BR Vintage. He can hear all that commotion happening in the front. So many players just getting picked off left, right, and center. And BR Vintage Jin in the front lines against the foes. Midwave on the top with the high ground, now finally starting to close into the safe zone, and even they want to be a part of this action. 5 Filter Esports going to be in the front lines. Team Psych, they get eliminated with not a lot of points, and Team Psych, they used that finish card as well. So Team Psych was not really able to make the most out of it. Midwave Esports, now they want to try their best to make the most out of this finish card that they've used in this game. And the players in the front from the side of 5filter Esports are definitely making things even more worse for Midwave. But at least these utility tosses are finding those connections. So for Midwave, this can indeed be a big sigh of relief. But still, the man in the clothesline closes up, goes for the shotgun shots. And Dynasys is now softened up a little bit.
Oh, in the backlines as well. Aru from the side of Midwave has been picked off by the players of BR Vintage. And now BR Vintage is finally, we see their name on the finish feed. Maxi God has dished out quite a lot of damage with a nade and takes a nade to the face. Surviving barely with a sliver of HP. I think the second one from Atanki is just going to do the trick. There's the knock. 5filter Esports down to their last two players. Nikki in the backlines as well. Atanki looking to secure that second knock for his team. And in fact, does connect. There's no escape for 5filter from this.
What a perfect knockout that was. 5filter now just down to that last glimmer of hope alive. That last pillar of trust. And even he is trying to evade this entire fight. You cannot back away, my friend, at this point in time. It's a little bit too late. You've gotten your hands too deep, too dirty. And now even he gets picked up from the guy off Midwave Esports. I think he's going to be the one to put the full stop to that fairy tale of 5filter Esports. And now BR Vintage. These guys have managed to wrap up 3 elimination points. That's 6 in total.
They're going to look for a few more. I mean, they're securing their knocks. They're putting in the work. They're committing to a lot of fights now. The problem is that this position is so chaotic that majority of their points are in fact being picked off by the other teams. Earlier we saw them build up so much pressure on the players of Psych. What happened? Their points were actually stolen by Redemption Crew. Now we see them running out into this open road, and BR Vintage, I think their run in this game is about to come to an end.
Oh my god.
It's going to be such a difficult position. Devotee, barely a sliver of HP, but he still managed to survive.
How is this guy even alive? Oh my god, how is he alive? The floor's lava, and this guy's still somehow alive. This is what you call the god is right now with you. The god is with you, my friend. The Molotov was tossed inside the shack, but still somehow Devotee was alive. He finds another knockout from BR Vintage. This is a big blunder being brewed up inside the game right now. He's also got 4 first aids, so he can keep on patching himself up for days. Another man's position revealed, flashes out in the open. All Devotee needs to do is take that TPP angle and shut this guy down from BR Vintage, and that's what he's going to do. But no, instead, Flash is going to be the one to react faster in this scenario.
Necro, it breaks my heart. I wanted to see him make it into the top 3. Such an incredible run from DMW, and all because of one man, Devotee. But ladies and gentlemen, the run for BR Vintage from this match comes to an end. We're down to the top 3. Look who's here. Finally, Gujarat Tigers, they have their podium.
Midwave Esports Dynasys. So many shots taken out in the open field. AJ still just moving around for that safety cover.
My goodness, Necro. Midwave, they have their finish card running. They have 10 eliminations on the board already.
Yeah, Midwave Esports, this is a humongous game for these guys. That's already 20 points in total wrapped up. Add on a little bit more in the final few moments. It's going to be an absolute delight for these guys. A date with destiny indeed. Gujarat Tigers, though, they take down another man from Team Mayavi. Pro is still there in the back line, but one thing cannot be taken away, and that is the consistency Team Mayavi has showcased over and over again.
Yeah, that is why they are there miles above the rest of the competition, but this game is not really going to go in their bag. It's going to be so difficult, close to impossible to secure the win. In this matchup, Pro is the last man surviving. And it's just a matter of who gets to secure his points. Will it be Gujarat Tigers or will it be Midwave? And of course, after Team Mayavi is done and we see Midwave and Gujarat Tigers collide, it's going to be a 4v4 for the final battle with both the teams having their finish cards activated in this match of Miramar.
I mean, at this point, you can just call it a 4v4. That single guy from Team Mayavi doesn't even count at this point. Pro, yeah, we do understand he's still alive. There's a chance he can't play the spoiler, but his position's already compromised, so everyone's going to be looking at the same spot anyways. They will be checking that over and over again. Gujarat Tigers in the front. Finally, Gujarat Tigers, they've shown some signs of improvement where they desperately needed to show them. And this type of performance was really needed, a nuclear performance. Gujarat Tigers now finally, this fight's going to start to escalate a little bit more. Prince in the front of Dynasys. And Dynasys, the unfortunate stuff is that he does not really have any utilities available in his hands. Finds 2 knockouts. Dynasys looking forward to get the 3rd one as well. This battle now breaks out. And Dynasys still from the sidelines, just unleashing so many magazines, so many bullets. 3 players taken down. 1 more to go. Midwave Esports is going to be the one to come out on top from that fight. And they shut down Gujarat Tigers.
Yeah, and I believe they end the game with like 14 eliminations on the board. 28 points. 28 points just for the finishes, Necro. Plus 15 for the chicken.
How much is that?
I don't know. Quite a lot.
Yeah, that's how bad we are at maths, ladies and gentlemen. I think so. That's 38 points, is it?
Might be.
Yeah, it might be. 28 plus 15.
28 plus 10 and 38.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty bad. And then add 5 on that.
Points.
It's 43 points. Oh my God,
did
that's
it.
the most amount of points that we've seen so far being secured in BGIS.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible game.
In one single game.
Yeah. And luckily, I mean, this was an entertaining match because it wasn't just midway. It was Gujarat Tigers actually showing up pretty nicely as well. And there was, of course, Devotee. He's the man of the match. I don't care whoever secures the point. He's the man of the match.
It was an entertaining game for us, but it was a pretty bad game for the teams that were trying to play inside the game. It was just such a scrappy game in general.
Yeah, BR Vintage, one of those teams.
Yeah, exactly. So many things just happening in an unorthodox way. Devotee as well, just able to stay alive somehow because the God's with them. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, so much to talk about. But after this short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो कैब मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
रोड टू वेलर एम्पायर्स में बहुत सारे फैक्शंस है, जैसे
जापानीज फैक्शन है, रोमन फैक्शन है, पर्शियन फैक्शन है, नॉर्मन फैक्शन है।
इंडिया फैक्शन नहीं था।
Then I thought, okay, now this is the really great opportunity to design some Indian characters.
हमने डिसाइड किया कि we'll go for it.
जो भी कोरियन डिज़ाइंस बन के आए थे तो बहुत ही अच्छा था, लेकिन इंडियनाइज नहीं था, वो बहुत ज़्यादा कोरियन स्टाइल था। उसको इंडिया ऑथेंटिक बनाने के लिए हमको बहुत ज़्यादा रिसर्च करना पड़ा।
모두 어메이징 했었어요.
Indian faction?
제가 어렸을 때부터 좀 보고 자라왔던 한국 게이머들의 열정이 저는 인도에서도 똑같이 보이는 것 같아요.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to step into the last game for this particular group, Group A. This is Super Johnny joined by Salty. And we just witnessed Salty some incredible action on the map of Miramar Midwave, actually having one of the biggest games we have seen in the lower bracket so far. 43 points on the board. What do you have to say about that?
I felt that when I said yesterday that no team will actually be able to use the finish card where they actually get the highest number of finishes, I think that has been sort of broken.
Yeah.
That analogy has been broken, and Midwave just took the sheet. They're like, all right, rip it apart because we are going to break all barriers.
Also, our calculation was right indeed, right?
Which calculation?
Like, we were talking about points.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 28 plus 15 is indeed 43.
Yes,
That is something which I had to double check myself as well. It was a very difficult calculation. Mr. Necro was way off with 38.
Hey man, both of us worked together and we got to the right answer. That is all that matters. Just like the players of Nate Official, in fact, in this fight, they lost so much. They lost 2 players so early in this game against Invincible, and kudos to Preet for actually being able to pull off that 2K, in fact a 3-man takedown all by himself, because I mean his team wasn't doing that great as well. But then Gunmaster just shows up from the distance, and I think Team Invincible might have actually forgotten about that one individual.
Yeah, they don't really care. I mean, they were like, alright, fine, we've got those 3 initial finishes, and it was actually very sad. Gunmaster was running towards his friend. He thought that he'll be able to get the revival, but then he just immediately bleeds out.
At this point, I think me, you, the audience, all of us are waiting for that one more.
Yeah.
1v4 against, here we are.
Yeah.
This is it. It's about to happen, Salty. I want your take on this.
Alright, let's just let it happen, to be honest, because Devotee, in his position, this man, alright, finds a nade, absolutely blind, completely smoke cover. He still managed to get the 2 knocks. And then all of a sudden, he has the confidence to actually chime in, rush inside, and look at the movement.
Yeah, I mean, the movement was incredible. Plus, he secured the 3rd player, Surya's knock with a nade as well, who was sitting in a corner and did not even attempt to actually run towards him to try and take the fight. It was a 1v2 situation in the favor of TWOB. Newman versus Gujarat Tigers, one of the scrappiest fights we have seen from 2 of the biggest names in the BGMI community, and for multiple reasons over there. I mean, Gujarat Tigers, first of all, too much breathing room was given to the players of Newman Gaming. That was an easy reset for Newman to pull off. And then the fact that both the teams started knocking out their own teammates with Molotovs.
I mean, this is what happens, right? This is what happens when you have extreme pressure and the pressure of getting eliminated. Devotee, once again, this man was actually finding knocks every single place on the map. This was all written for him in this task, to be honest. He manages to survive that and then managed to get heal himself up and then come back and go for another knock. This is crazy.
I don't know why he peeked that last player from the side of BR Winters, to be honest. And he should not have peeked over there. I understand the blue zone is right on your back. It is very easy to get distracted and think, oh, it's just one player, I can take him down. But he also has his weapons. He's already prone on the floor. He's lined up the shot. He's aiming for that head level. Either you can peek from the other side, try and take the fight, adjusting the flick, it's going to be extremely difficult. You peek from the same side, you are going down. And in that one moment in the shack, Devotee, it was like he was the hero of a Bollywood movie and nothing in this world could touch him. They threw everything. First of all, that Molotov was there in the shack. He was just standing in a corner, pixels away from the fire, putting on that first aid. Then you could, if you go back in the broadcast,
the nade.
The nade, it flies in through the window and out the door the other side it goes.
So basically the nade flew in, it ricocheted off a wall, I think, right beside him, and then it just went out of the door as well. So it came in from the window, it went out of the door, and with a ricochet as well, with a bounce, and that was completely insane.
Yeah, man, players showing up with their weapons, they aren't able to take him down. He just points blank, closes his eyes, sprays, and he gets a knock. He's the reason BR Vintage did not do well in that game. I'm just going to say it.
For sure, for sure. The man just destroyed everything. He was like God mode at that one particular game. And to be honest, it was a good attempt. Probably could have been better if DMW had the finish card running, but they actually had the position card running for themselves. But it's still fine. I mean,
top
you
four.
can say top 4? No.
12 points.
I mean, yeah, top 4 in that regard. But in terms of the overall standings, they're just way behind. It's like it's very difficult for them to even start to think of something of a comeback.
I mean, this does give them 18 points. I think they will be inching ever so slightly close to that top 4. But I think at this point, we know Team Mayavi and Midwave are untouchable. You can't even think about toppling over these two teams. So even the team on the 3rd position, I believe, Psych is there in contention for the 4th spot as well. And then there's Newman is there, Midwave, Nade Official is there. So it's going to be quite difficult. I think Newman will be there sticking to the 3rd position because they did, in fact, did they get a lot of points? No.
We'll actually find that later on. Let's just give due credits to this man, Devotee. Once again, the rebel of the match. 7 finishes, 87.5% finish contribution. This man single-handedly led the charge for DMW Esports. And then, of course, we see a bunch of mid-wave players as well, very rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, Atanki, had he secured just a few extra finishes, he would have been the MVP. But doesn't matter. Atanki did so much for his team. He was responsible for finding those openings. His utility usage is the reason that Midwave is the winner of this game and not Gujarat Tiger. Especially that Molotov towards Prince, who was holding the flank for Gujarat Tiger. Whoever threw that Molotov was an absolute genius.
Absolute genius. They were absolute geniuses. Wixky as well as Dionysus as well. Dionysus and his constant suppressive fire has sort of been the secret sauce for Midwave as well. Every single time was chiming in. And then at the tippity top, you've got, or rather at the tippity bottom, you've got Reaper OG from Redemption Crew. Brilliant tough 3 finishes, 42.8% finish contribution. I think it's sort of been like a mid-wave domination inside of this entire game. But apart from that, I think Devotee just stole all the limelight away from these players. That one brilliant moment. We'll just find out in the overall standings where things actually stand. But before that, we'll have a look at the match scoreboard. And this is where we're not really surprised. 43, you guys calculated it. It's right there.
It took 3 people for us to get to the right answer.
I mean, we don't have a calculator, so it's not really our fault, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a basic calculation. I think my parents right now are going to be extremely disappointed. But still, I mean, doesn't matter. Midwave is going to be a happy team. 43 points on the board. Gujarat Tigers as well, 20 points being on broad on the board. I think they're going to be upset with the fact that they had that finish card running as well. They could have actually gone for a lot more eliminations. But it was just like scrappy fights all over the place. 20 points is what is going to be enough to satisfy them, at least in this matchup. And this is what is awkward. Team Mayavi with just 1 finish.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, you see this flip side, right? Usually you see them with 10 finish points and just one placement point. That's like a normal day at the office for Team Mayavi, but this time it was like a different. They probably just took a different route. But speaking about that, I think this is how Midwave Esports, I think Nest Esports as well kind of pulled similar shenanigans. Team Seal, I think, pulled similar, not Nest Esports, they did not really use the finish card in their good game. Team Seal and Midwave Esports, they've sort of set the benchmark on how to use it. Getting those 20 plus points from just mere finishes itself. I think this is how teams have to do it going forward.
I mean, this is definitely something that has to be #1 priority. Use that finish card. You drop a banger of a match. You have a banger of a game where you have those double digits eliminations so that you get maximum result of that finish card. Otherwise, the other option is when you use it in a desperate moment. You're going to play for survival, what BR Vintage was doing. So we had both those spectrums presented to us in this one game of Miramar. And in this one, it's clear. Midwave is the team who took the maximum value. BR Vintage, they tried their level best. But then again, I mean, what happened between them and Devotee is like something only those the two parties can discuss. We're not going to get involved in that because BR Vintage, they were pinned in a corner. They just had to pick off that one player. Had they picked them off, they could have actually played from the shack, picked off a few players from the side of Team Mayavi, secured a few extra points, and in fact gained decent value from this game. Did not really happen. I think they had like 1 or 2 eliminations, if I'm not wrong. 3.
I think so, 3. But we'll actually find that out. But we'll also find out about another very important thing, Johnny. We still don't know which map we are going to be playing for the last game of this particular group. Ladies and gentlemen, I just saw in the live chat as well that there is a lot of support towards Sandhawk. I myself have voted for Sandhawk as well. I hope that you guys actually bring Sandhawk out of the books as well. But speaking about predictions, Johnny, give me a team who you think is going to win this.
Do I go for the easy one or the difficult one?
Let's go for the difficult one.
All right, 5 Filter Esports.
Filter Esports, I mean,
that's the most difficult.
I think it's going to be Team TWOB. I think they have been sort of putting up performances across the board. But we'll actually find that out, whose prediction actually comes out right. Generally, it's been mine, but I hope that I actually give some brownie points to you as well. 5 Filter Esports is very difficult in that situation. But this is when it actually comes down to the wire. The map, Johnny, what do you think is going to happen?
I think it's going to be Wrangle. I have a feeling it's going to be
Wrangle.
Come
on, man. Don't give that to me again. I mean, I kind of love Wrangle as well, but I've been longing for a map of Sandhawk.
I know, but you also have to understand, I think... there's the Hindi chat also involved. Our lovely viewers from the Hindi broadcaster involved as well. But no, ladies and gentlemen, we made it happen. Wait, no, actually, did we make it happen?
No, I think we did. Because
38 from... Wait, it's 38 on Sandhawk and Wrangle from YouTube. And then, we made it happen. Yes, Sandhawk is coming up.
Oh my goodness, this has been a tie. This has been such a lovely competition.
Thank you guys so much, by the way. Thank you to the lovely viewers.
Absolutely. I think the entire credit sort of goes to them as well. Just look at the amount of competition. Erangel and Sanhok on YouTube is 38%, and on JioCinema you've got 42 and 44%.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Even Spero on the Hindi desk has been begging the viewers on the Hindi desk, on the Hindi broadcast to vote for Sanhok.
Oh, so it's a
collaborative effort.
It's a collaborative effort to run the hashtag Save the Sanhok.
Yeah. And it has succeeded. Also, who are those 25% and 14% people voting for Weekendy? Yeah.
I think they just wanted a little bit more masala.
Last game. Yeah, why not? I mean, it could have happened. Would have been fun. Last game of potentially the last game of your tournament and you're playing Weekendy.
I mean, imagine the slow and the amount of anxiety that is going to induce. But of course, since it's like Sanhok and since we have settled the debate, it is going to be fun. I mean, considering the fact that this is going to be like extremely chaotic, teams will have the opportunity to sort of come back and make a big jump on that as well.
Alright, so here's the fun part, right? I've picked 5-filter Esports. 5-filter Esports are dropping with their finish card in this matchup because that's the only thing they have left.
Okay.
You have the World of Battle dropping with the placement card. That's going to happen. Last game, you do whatever it takes, whatever is left. Nade is going to drop their placement card in this match. Then you have BR Vintage dropping the placement card in this match. Midwave dropping placement. Mayavi, they had their placement card left. This is the last game they're going to play. They're going to use it. And they're going to use it while having fun. Because it is Team Mayavi, of course. They do like to take those fights. Who did I leave out? Team Invisible. They're going to drop their placement card. And yeah, that is it.
I mean, you basically said
everything. What?
So, I'm pretty sure it's going to load up slowly and steadily. I'm pretty sure there are going to be more names in the position card segment, just like you said, BR Vintage, Midwave Esports as well. I mean, Midwave Esports, they're more or less comfortable. Mahavi as well as right at the tippity top. I'm not really sure who is at the very first position, though. You mentioned of the fact that these two teams will be eyeing for the first spot.
Yep.
And especially with the fact that Midwave Esports took out the 43-pointer, they might actually be challenging. But look at this, we have Invincibles as well. We have Team TWOB. So many teams going in for the position card on the map of Sanhok.
And then the other teams, I wonder what the teams from the second page of the leaderboard are going to be up to. Because now there's the beautiful opportunity of actually ruining or shattering someone's dreams and hopes and just drop clashing them in this last game. Nade official, they need to watch out for a lot of these teams because their fates, especially in the early stages, haven't really worked out. Yesterday as well, they started off with a 2-man disadvantage in the map of Erangel. Today, this Miramar wasn't that great, lost 2 players. And now, this is that one game that they've saved that placement card for, and they need to go for that podium if they want to stand a chance of finishing in the top 3. They are quite close to the top 4.
Yeah. They certainly are, and it's also Newman Gaming as well. Right? They are also hanging somewhere in that close proximity. Newman Gaming, as a matter of fact, they're very susceptible to those early battles that actually happen. Sometimes they get chimed in as well with other teams just dropping in, colliding right up against them. But you mentioned it properly. But the only problem is these teams save their power-ups, their position cards up until the last game, thinking that they're going to be playing some Erangel or a Miramar, but the audience shows otherwise, and this might just have backfired because did they actually think that they're going to play a Sanhok at the end of the game?
I don't think anyone could have predicted it, and only one team is dropping into this match with just the bloodlust in their eyes, 5-filter Esports. The only team to use their finish card.
Oh, for sure.
They were the only ones left, by the way, to be fair,
Yeah, they were the only ones who had the finish card in their board as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of action right from the get-go. But with the position cards in place, I'm not really sure about it because this is just so contrasting. This just
Who plays for placement on Sanhok?
Yeah, right? I mean, that might just come up to the fact that we're going to see a lot of reptiles on it.
Yeah, we're going to have heal battles on our hands. Yeah, the end game is going to be slow. I did not think, why did you have to bring it up, man? It just broke my heart right before we are about to jump into the game.
Hey, I mean, go on. It's fine, dude. It's the last game of the day, last game of these groups. And, of course, we're going to see 12 teams get eliminated from the competition. Sanhok is live, ladies and gentlemen, on your request. And the flight path, we start off from Camp Charlie and move towards Camp Alpha. Something which is very skewed towards the right-hand side.
Yeah, it is a screw towards the right-hand side of the map, but it is Sanhok. It is a 4x4 map, so you will be able to glide towards the northern parts, at least towards Paradise Resort and Camp Bravo. You can drop towards Hatin if you're looking to head towards Cow. And from Camp Bravo, you can head actually towards Mongnai. Or, in fact, the teams looking to head towards Mongnai are going to drop towards Bhan first, loot up, and then move up north towards the map. But last game of Sanhok, and we do see a massive cluster heading towards that Paradise Resort bootcamp situation. I wonder, are we going to have a few drop clashes on our hands? Look at how cluttered up Ruins is.
Exactly.
We are Vintage. There's 2 more teams. Wow.
There's Nest Esports, there's Redemption Crew, there's BR Vintage as well, and then Team Mayavi completely safe in Paina. Now, I'm pretty sure that the one player from Team Do or Die, Bhalu, is going to think like, all right, fine, there's just multiple parachutes open up in this particular region. Let me just glide alongside and move towards the Camp Alpha. But look at this right now, nearby bootcamp. Nearby, no, it's actually a bootcamp itself. We've got Gujarat Tigers who have taken the first hit. AJ is quite low.
Yeah, AJ was dropped down quite low. In fact, he was knocked out, but he has been brought back by his teammates into the match. And Gujarat Tigers, it's not just 5-filter Esports that they have to worry about. We see the players of Team Invincible who have dropped on the backside behind the triple warehouses and then looking to cause some trouble for the players of Gujarat Tigers as well. If 5-filter Esports end up securing these 8 eliminations, this can propel them quite high up in the rankings. Let's not forget, this team has the finish card running in this matchup. And they just have to time this fight precisely. They have to be perfect with their timing. That's it.
They have the stars in front of their eyes, but they just can't overreact. They can't just throw entirety of the advantage that is presented to them. And in order to do that, I think they should let Team Invincible strike Gujarat Tigers first. Team Invincible, you mentioned they actually dropped towards the triple warehouses, but it seems that they are more keen to actually invading the central compound of the bootcamp where Gujarat Tigers are. And it seems like Preet is already making those moves. He has eventually invaded the compound, and I'm ready for that initial contact.
Well, he is behind the enemy lines now. Pushing forward towards where Prince is with a UMP. Switches over to the nade, lines it up. If this connects, if this is the opening, that's being... Oh, he sees it. He sees the feet, he sees the pixel. Prince pushes forward, trying to avoid the damage. He has his teammate to back him up. Preet runs out of ammo in the UMP. The drop shot with the AKM helps him survive for a few short seconds. But again, even the AKM is going to be out of bullets. And Gujarat Tigers going for an incredible punish on the players of Team Invincible, who are not so invincible apparently. Gujarat Tigers, a squad wipe, finally, and a clean one as well.
If that just took us 45.5 seconds, Johnny, I was watching my clock right there. Gujarat Tigers is extremely clean in that position. They welcome Team Invincibles with open arms, but look at this 5-filter Esports. They find the opening for themselves as well. The first man is down. Maxi God will be looking for more, but this is Arsh God, and his position is perfect. It's a battle of DBS, and Eggy survives. In fact, reigns supreme in that one.
Well, he did manage to survive, but a nade right behind him is going to take away a little bit of his HP. And Gujarat Tigers focused on bringing AJ back into this match while they buy themselves some time. Eggy forgets about the flank, takes a lot more damage than he would have wanted to. Tsunami also down to 50 HP. 5-filter Esports, they've lost a player, but they still have the HP advantage to work with. And we have Aman on the rooftop who's waiting for the push of these Tigers to come in his direction, waiting with the shotgun. Nikki armed with the AKM. Maxi God, in fact.
Yeah.
He has the UMP to work with as well. 3v4. Again, finish card on 5-filter Esports. This is an important fight for them to win. This gives them 8 points on the board.
It certainly does, but it seems like that first knock and the finish which came in from Arsh God that completely stopped 5-filter on their tracks, and Gujarat Tigers, they're waiting. They're waiting for the pounce. It seems like they are really good in holding their compounds. It was Team Invincibles as well who kind of charged in against them, but they could not breach their defensive fortress. 5-filter Esports might just be thinking of the same thing. Arsh God tried to overextend from the left-hand side with the flank, but it was just deterred by Eggy in that situation. And I think Gujarat Tigers now have the mojo working for them. They have 5 finishes, no casualty whatsoever. And they're doing such a good job in not making any errors. And I think 5-filter Esports, that kind of pressure also on their shoulders to perform and to get those finishes. But the fact that they've lost a player early on just goes to show that they are hesitating right now.
Yeah, I mean, you will have to be careful. It's the last game for Gujarat Tigers. And in fact, everyone, but last opportunity for Gujarat Tigers to actually try their level best to put up points on the board. Oh, Pixel's visible. Nikki actually saw him cross over as well. He's relaying information to his teammates, and Gujarat Tigers, they're just holding on to that ground floor. Not really allowing 5-filter Esports an inch of this compound. Eggy with the second nade is going to try and secure the knock. Really actually work out too well for him. Running out of utility at this point.
The anxiety inside this room is palpable. I mean, I wouldn't want to be inside. There's just way too much information at this point. So much footsteps, so much noise, so many pins being pulled out. And now look at this, Gujarat Tigers on the offense journey, just unloading the magazines from the TBS in this situation and finding the back of the head once again.
Oh man, that play from the side of 5-Filter, I believe it was Maxi, just ran there. He was flashed. He was stunned. Nade was used on him. And because of that, we saw him run covering his eye. It was absolutely hilarious. But something that's not going to be hilarious is the early exit for 5-Filter Esports in a game where they used their finish card. Not something that they wanted, but talk about things that you do not want. And UK07 would have never wanted to go up against Team Mayavi like this. They end up giving them 4 points, and Team Mayavi, they've lost out on legit, but I don't think they care.
Well, they might actually care right now because Team Psych is just in the back lines. They've got the high ground advantage as well. But it's just Atlas. I mean, it's only him.
He's used to lifting the weight of the world. This time he just has to lift the weight of his team. Or at least hold on to the aggression that's going to be brought upon him by the players of Team Mayavi until his teammates eventually arrive. I think Team Mayavi did take that Pineapple drop, hoping there were going to be at least someone in the lobby who's going to challenge them. Did not happen. UK07 showed up a little bit late. By then, Mayavi had moved to the Pineapple bridge. They were blockading their that particular bridge for themselves. And that was just an unfortunate incident for UK07. But now Psych actually has the high ground advantage to track the players of Mayavi, surround them, and actually gain an upper hand in the fight.
But will they take that decision, though? There's the question. And I'm rather surprised that the entirety of the ruins, that entire fight which we were building up to, that actually got disintegrated. None of the teams actually decided to engage in that situation. And even Nest Esports, Redemption Crew, BR Vintage, all of them are in a good spot right now. Once again, we just have a replay of what just went by at Bootcamp, the entire carnage. And Gujarat Tigers standing tall in spite of so much pressure.
This is what we were talking about. I mean, over there we saw Prince and Eggy put a display of what these players are capable of. And this is what I have been expecting from this team from day one.
Yeah.
Why do you make us wait till the last game?
It's not about making us wait as well. It sort of feels like even they might actually miss the bus which takes them to the Mumbai LAN for the grand finals.
Oh, we're going to have to wait till after this game to find out. But yeah, I think I agree with you. They were too far away from the top 4.
They certainly were. I mean, they were not even the first page. One game, no power-ups. It's way too much work.
It is way too much work. It's like a Herculean task. Let's see. I mean, the opportunity is still going to be there, at least.
I mean, even when you go down, you go down with
fighting,
go down fighting, go down with your heads held high, and it seems like Gujarat Tigers are doing exactly that now. They've done half the job. They still have all 4 players surviving, and they've taken down 2 teams. This is the best start they could have potentially wanted.
Yeah, 8 points in the first stage itself, or the bag, in the bag on Sanok as well. I mean, this is an incredible start for Gujarat Tigers, but we do have Newman Gaming on our screens, and as we discussed, I mean, even their qualification is just hanging by a thread. They need to survive, and they need to make sure they get those points in this match.
The funny part is, I think none of these teams actually expected a Sanok game to actually happen. And all of a sudden, they're like, oh, wait, we're playing Sanok? And their entire play style and their entire play strategy just goes off the window right now. Everyone is forced to use their position card. I'm pretty sure like they wanted to use the position card on a map of Virangil or Miramar. They were hoping for a map of Virangil.
I mean, that would be ideal for anyone, right?
Yeah.
Virangil is like is a map everyone is the most comfortable on. And Miramar, you just have that breathing room available to you between fights that is utilized to reassess, and teams end up doing, well, teams end up making a lot of comebacks on Miramar, basically. On Sanok, there's too much chaos. Last map of the day, I mean, you know for a fact, every single team, all 5 of those teams that have gone for that placement card, they will have that one man loaded up with just first aids and first aids for days. And he is going to sit in the corner from stage 4, just putting on those first aids, going for that heal battle. Wait, what?
That was the Batmobile. Does that vehicle actually climb walls? I'm not really sure. We'll actually talk about that a while later, because Gujarat Tigers, it seems like they have another guest to welcome in the central compound, a boot camp, and this time it's DMW.
DMW last time had a phenomenal game, but we'll come back to that fight. Right now, it's BR Vintage taking on the players of Psych. And again, BR Vintage not having a fun time for themselves. Last man alive. It's going to be K. He's running forward to Psych, dodges the vehicle with the DBS, finds the knock, but is surrounded from every single direction. So Psych, they do end up securing an easy squad wipe, but now we are back to this.
We're back to this, and this time Outcast actually finds Eggy with that nade itself. Gujarat Tigers, I don't really like this split because there is no trade potential going on. Prince has so much pressure onto him. This man is going to get double teamed in that situation, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get knocked out this time. Once again, it's Devotee.
Well, Devotee just has been phenomenal for his team, DMW, today. If by any chance DMW end up qualifying, it's just that one man who's responsible for making it all happen. But Tsunami tried his level best to hold his ground, hold his position inside that corner room with the DBS, was eventually picked off. But on the other side of the map, we do have the last man from the side of Gujarat Tigers. He did take down one of the players from the side of DMW. And by takedown, I mean he did knock them out. But eventually, even the Tigers are going to be wiped out from this map. And they take an exit with 8 eliminations on the board, though. Not enough to get them to the top 4, but still a valiant effort in the last game.
Gujarat Tigers were very split up in that particular fight. I mean, I did not really anticipate. I think even Gujarat Tigers did not anticipate that another entry into boot camp was about to come. DMW and their entry towards their compound was something which they might really think would happen, and that is one of the reasons why they were very split up. And DMW could isolate those fights. We saw how Prince was double teamed in that situation. We saw how Eggy was picked off in that first nade as well. But look at this. Seems like the world of battle, they're trying to make things work. They're trying to make this push against Midway work, but they have no clue where the players are stationed and they're being fired from all directions.
They play with their mics off in the game. I mean, is no one watching the flank? What is happening to the lads of TWOB? That was a very awkward position to lose one of your players, and in the way that they did. Now, Midwave, they are not going to let this slip. They know the exact spots of the players of TWOB. We see Aru line up that nade. And I believe he's going to convert this into the second knock as well.
Oh, he actually might. Aru does throw the nade in the right direction, but it does not really chime in much health from the opposition. Midwave Esports still looking to invade the compounds. And the numbers advantage, just like you mentioned, it's going to be there. But Atanki, what did this happen? 2 players getting knocked out all by himself.
Hey man, he's brilliant with his nade conversion. He takes down 2, himself and Whiskey alongside with him. And Atanki's mistake is going to be the reason for the early demise of Midwave in this game, as down as this is the last man surviving. And TWOB right now going to be so thankful to that man from Midwave Esports. But look at this, it wasn't just them. DWOB, they have shown up to give away their points as well, I guess.
Oh yeah, for sure, they have. And let me just take a breather to actually understand what just went on, right? Atanki blew himself up. He caught the grenade. Did he actually throw it out and it ricocheted back?
He overcooked it and it blew up in his hand, and him and Whiskey went down with it. Also, it took a massive chunk of Aru's HP as well.
That was just brutal, to be honest. From having the man advantage to being reduced to a 2-man lineup just because of your own mistakes. Midwave Esports.
I don't know how I feel about that, because we have praised Atanki and his nade usage so much.
I mean, it's one of those. It's the 0.01% of the germs.
At least think of it this way: every single time he has had a nade, one team is getting wiped.
This time it was theirs.
This time it was theirs, and also because of his nade.
Yeah, because of
conversions are still there though.
This man is very efficient. Every time he wheels onto that particular frag grenade, he's very efficient. And I think this time he wanted to have that track record set. He wanted to at least wipe another team. Potentially would have thought that team TWOB might not be the right targets. Let's
look at the squad, man. This is squad goals right here. I mean, all of them in decked out vehicles. Team Psych, they're gonna be psyched out about the fact they have 4 eliminations on the board as well. Unfortunately, though, both their cards have been used.
But they're doing pretty fine, I guess, even on the overall standings.
Yeah, they need to do more than fine, though. We don't know if they're in the top 4 or outside.
Still guessing, but I think they are inside. I'm not really sure, to be honest, because the overall standings, it's just a very wild, wild west at this point. It's just going haywire, and there's no real sense of security for any team. And just like when you mentioned that teams like they need to do better, I completely agree with you. They have to do much better. Win this game, then potentially you might have a chance.
Yeah.
That you have that ticket.
Let's see, a lot of these teams are looking for the action now. Bootcamp, a place where we saw Gujarat Titans reign supreme for a few moments, and then DMW showed up to take that spot away from them. Still a high priority position inside the circle. But right now we have Nest Esports on our screen, crossing that Pine Bridge, looking to climb up the hill and take a peek on the other side.
This is very interesting because Team Mayavi is also catching up right behind them. And they're also crossing the same similar Pine situation as well. And that means that these two teams might actually end up together in just a few minutes. Team Mayavi, of course, might decide or might choose to disengage from this particular situation, knowing their current trends. But if they find themselves the right prey, then why not?
And here's the best part. Any of them starts shooting, they will attract attention from two completely different teams. There's Redemption Crew on that bootcamp hill toward left-hand side from the players of Nest Esports, and there's Psych towards the right of Team Mayavi. And if Nest and Mayavi get into their own little fiasco, then you see that Psych and Redemption Crew are going to pin them down. But we have now, this is going to turn the game salty. We have an Eastern Shift just a little bit north of Query, and DOD, Do or Die, find themselves as the first team entering the zone. Nade Official is going to be the second, and both these teams will have the opportunity to take their pick of the compounds, the shacks in the center.
Absolutely, but they're going to be charged as well. Nade Officials, they're on the wrong end of the circle, it seems like, because they are going to be pincered. Redemption Tree is already in the limelight, and I think that the fight has already begun. And speaking of the fight that has begun, Nade Officials, they've also taken the hit.
Well, Nade Official, but they do manage to get the trade as well. We have Crimson charging forward with the DBS. Has secured the second knock for his team. Can he get a few more? He has a lot of utility to work with, but he needs to put on that first aid before he runs forward towards the opposition pro. He sees a man drop outside the shack and takes the shots to secure those points for his team. Shots fired in his back, but he runs and tries to hide in a corner. In the meanwhile, though, Crimson, who was indoors, ends up wrapping things up with the players of Redemption Crew. But here comes the third party that we were talking about, the players from the side of DMW.
As soon as that Eastern Shift came out from the circle, we knew that the entire convoy is going to shift towards them as well. And Nade Official just found themselves in the crossfire, all of a sudden just being the guardian angels of this shoreline. And look at this DMW. They know, as a matter of fact, they only have one target, and that is written Pro all over it. Outcast will try and go in as a Ferrari peak, I guess. What is he waiting for? He has a DBS, misses the first shot, first pump missed, second one. I'm not even sure what's happening.
Pro panicked so much that he did not even switch to his weapon to take the fight. He was just swinging left and right with a nade and nothing else. And now, finally, they take the duels. But that forces Pro to run inside that Molotov. And I think Nade Official, they are done in this match. Here's the footstep. He's still waiting for Outcast to peek him. Shot connected right in the nick of time. And Pro has turned things around. Goes for a revive. Needs to put on a first aid immediately after that, and then they can deal with the other two players from the side of DMW, who will have to close in on that distance. But before that, just a low toss nade outside that window. Secure the finishes, lad.
I think they're going to do that. I think they might just do that, but I think Pro is still trying to divert Devotee and the fact that he's closing in. This is bad news for Team Nade Officials because they had to stop him dead in his tracks. But if he actually closes in, I'm pretty sure Nade Official, they're down and dusted.
Oh, the small gap inside of the smoke. And well, here goes the nade. Pro, will he be able to secure the finish? The answer is no. Devotee is still there while his teammate in the backlines is providing a lot of cover fire. The second nade might just do the trick. And yes, the finish has been secured. Now this fight is down to a 2v2. Devotee, he's not given up yet. He wants to go for the wipe. DMW and Nade Official, let's not forget, these teams, both of them do have something to lose in this game. They are hoping for big numbers on the board. looking to see if they can secure that 4th position, but only one of them will make it through. But now finally Devotee is down on his knees as Crimson finds the opening, and I think the hopes and dreams of DMW are coming to an end with this fight.
The whole problem is Crimson was the only one who actually chimed in. Hitler was constantly making his way backwards. He did not even cover that entire distance to take this fight against Nate Official. And at a certain point, it was obvious that Devotee was going to be overworked. He was going to be overpressured in that situation, and Nate Official did that. I mean, for a second, we even thought that Nate Official is going to bite the dust, but Pro, out of nowhere, just managed to find that 10 HP headshot with the DBS, and that just completely flipped the dice.
Yeah, I mean, it did just turn things completely around for them, but now DMW, they can't really do much. One last player lining up the smokes to try and create a path to enter the zone, but that's going to be difficult. I mean, smokes, they do attract a lot of attention, especially when they're out in the open, and Zeta's trying to outplay, or in fact outsmart the players of Native. Well, he missed that individual on the flank, and that will be the reason for his demise. I thought he saw Crimson. I thought he was going to start taking Crimson down and then go for Pro, and that would have been the right approach, but unfortunately missing out on the opposition, missing out on the position of Crimson is going to be the reason for DMW's demise. But that brings us to the last 7 teams surviving in this game, ladies and gentlemen. Do or Die are still in this matchup with all 4 players left. They have this one man from Newman Gaming in front of them, Rex, who's blocking their way. I believe they know his position as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure. Newman Gaming could not really pincer through the circle itself. It's only Rex, and I think there is Avi who is still surviving in the back lines. Is he going for a heal battle? Yes, he's going for a heal battle. Yes. Newman Gaming playing that longer game for themselves, but Rex has to hold on. Rex has to hold on to his position for a while, but with so much pressure coming in from Team Do or Die, it seems like it's going to be a very tough job.
Yeah, so Do or Die, they don't have any cards running in this game, so they don't have anything to worry about. Newman in a similar boat, they don't have any position card or any power-ups happening, but still 28 fair stages. I mean, still hoping for a podium finish. Oh yeah, how could I forget? I mean, it's placement on the line. It's the top 4 finish on the line for Newman as well.
Oh, for sure, right?
Yeah.
And they know, as a matter of fact, the placement points are going to be quintessential. They're barely hanging by a sliver of HP, by a sliver of chance, by the way, in that situation. But Nest Esports, are they not aware that Rex is very close by? It seems like they are extremely flamboyant about their positioning, smoked off a couple of angles, just watching their backlines, and seems like they've caught Pro in the crossfire.
Esports, this time, all 4 players left. They have quite a wonderful position inside of the circle as well. And Ryzen on the other side, though, is trying to gatekeep Pro from the side of Nate Official. Oh, Hero lines up the spray, does not really connect. And as soon as he realized Cypher was also exposed, he misses his chance, but his teammate gets the finish, so it all works out. I think Nest Esports actually has the highest probability of winning this game.
I mean, they have the numbers advantage, they have the positional advantage as well, and eventually they are going to split up. I thought that the only team who could actually provide some sort of a fight was Team Do or Die, but it seems like Do or Die is sort of giving up space on the map itself. Even the zone is not favoring them right now. In the final stages, it's those 30-40 meters which just amount to so much distance that you have to traverse.
I mean, it can feel like almost 3 kilometers at that point, because it'll take you a lot of time and a lot of utility to be able to move an inch. Everyone's going to be focused in. Everyone's just at 100% awareness at this point. We are also down to the top 4 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Things are definitely getting extremely intense. I mean, we have Avi going for a heal battle. We have Adi, I believe he's going to be prepared for a heal battle. And then you have a 4v4 developing between Nest Esports and the players of Do or Die. DOD, they have managed to find the opening and the flank. Oh my goodness, this is such a brilliant push from Avinash.
This was actually, he does have the medkit available as well, so he is going to reset himself for further fights. Nest Esports might actually give away their safety cushion right now. DOD have found the proper opening, but utility hasn't really been spot on so far. And all of them are coming in from the same direction. Now this is something which I don't understand.
Yeah, this is going to be... This can take the turn for the worse, and I believe it might have. As all of a sudden, Nest Esports looking to turn things around, find the opening, Ryzen with the DBS. All he has to do is take down the last player, but he fails! What a conversion! Ajay still managing to survive with a sliver of HP, and he can go for a revive on the 3 of his fallen comrades. This is victory secured by the players of Do or Die. The only thing that is going to be upsetting to them is why didn't they use their finish card in this match?
But did Team Psych did not actually read all of that commotion happening? Does Adi not have the information that all of these players were knocked down? It could have been potentially a 1v1 for this lad, and he could have got the chicken dinner for himself as well. But now that the time that he has bought for Team Do or Die, I think it's going to be a 1v3. Problems just seem to increase multifold. But all of a sudden, that entire push and how it exactly happened, Do or Die, I said it right, the entire push was definitely not planned. It came in from one direction. We'll talk about it a little while later. Adi's still trying to fight against Ajay, but Do or Die, they are going to reign supreme. And I'm assuming that Avi in the backlines did get taken down by the play zone.
Yeah, he did. But on the second position, he made it to the top 2 of this match. Just a split-second difference, I believe, between Adi going down and Avi going down, and Avi managed to secure 2 extra points for his team because of that.
Well, and did they have any card running? Newman Gaming, did they have the position card running for themselves? We'll actually have to find that out, to be honest, because if it did, that just amounts to 3.5 points.
Yes.
2 points extra multiplied by 1.5. Does that? Yeah, it actually does 3.5.
Yeah, extra points.
Extra points for this team. But Do or Die, what a fabulous game it actually was. On the overall standings, it doesn't really shape a lot, to be honest.
If the placement card were there, it would be 18 points in total.
Yeah, I'm just talking about 2 extra points converted into 3.5 extra points, Johnny.
Yeah, but 12 plus... Yeah.
We'll do the maths. We'll do the maths when the break actually happens. I'll sit down with a pen and paper and I'll explain you the fundamentals. It seems like I'll have to go through some basic mathematics and rehearse everything with you. But we'll do that. We'll do that as soon as we hit the small short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है, और जैसी ही बात है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
रोड टू वैलोर एम्पायर्स में बहुत सारे फैक्शंस है, जैसे
जापानीज फैक्शन है, रोमन फैक्शन है, पर्शियन फैक्शन है, नॉर्मन फैक्शन है।
इंडिया फैक्शन नहीं था।
Then I thought, okay, now this is the really great opportunity to design some Indian characters.
हमने डिसाइड किया कि we'll go for it.
जो भी कोरियन डिज़ाइंस बन के आए थे तो बहुत ही अच्छा था, लेकिन इंडियनाइज नहीं था, वो बहुत ज़्यादा कोरियन स्टाइल था। उसको इंडिया ऑथेंटिक बनाने के लिए हमको बहुत ज़्यादा रिसर्च करना पड़ा।
모두 어메이징 했었어요.
Indian faction?
제가 어렸을 때부터 좀 보고 자라왔던 한국 게이머들의 열정이 저는 인도에서도 똑같이 보이는 것 같아요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last game of BGIS 2023 losers bracket. Today has been a very special day so far. We just had a little bit of a disagreement on the calculations and how it was sort of happening. I tried it to do like on pen and paper, but it just did not really work out. So I think we'll just leave it for the producers back there.
Yeah, doesn't matter though. I mean, Newman, I don't think they had the placement card active, so yeah, it's just 12 points.
It certainly is 12 points. I mean, they at least got 2 extra points from that third position to the second position. They at least got 2 extra points. And we'll figure out how that actually affects the overall standings. Because just like we said, they were sort of hanging on that little single thread in terms of qualification and getting eliminated. This game also wasn't really a very fabulous game for them. And right now, with that heel battle as well, I think they just played it on the basis of placement points.
I think, but their chances of making it across are still better, considering they were at least already in the top 4 when we saw them last after the end of game 1.
Yeah.
So that was the situation they were in, and I think from there they did perform quite decent on Miramar.
Yeah.
And the run on this last Sanok was also quite decent. So I think they should be in the worst possible situation. They'll be on the 4th position.
Well, we'll actually find that out because I have no guarantee of what's happening. In this entire Sandhawk game was actually pretty entertaining to me.
I also didn't guarantee anything. I feel they'll be worst comes to worst, they'll be on the 4th. I didn't guarantee them the 4th.
All right. I think I kind of share the same feeling as well. I mean, even Newman Gaming, they kind of performed really well. It's not like they performed poorly. But the fact that there is so many other teams who've also done the same thing, it just does not assure anything. Nobody's safe.
Yeah. At this point, I think we can't even guarantee if Team Mayavi is first or Midwave is going to be first.
That is a very interesting conversation actually, because Midwave in that last game, 43 points. I'm pretty sure like they've sort of toppled Team Mayavi. I'm not really.
Yeah, but just by a few points, I guess, because even Team Mayavi had like 11 points from this match, 29-point difference initially to start off with. At 11, that's like what, 40 points, 43 for Midwave. They will be over by 3 points. But in this game, neither of them actually played pretty well. I mean, Mayavi still had a lot of finishes though.
How many finishes did they have? I remember them being taken down in like the top 8, top 6 position. Yeah. So I'm not really sure how many finishes they had. The last time I checked, they had about like just a couple of finishes to actually go with it. So we'll have to find it out from the match standings, of course. But Nate Official, this particular fight was very tricky. I mean, I think that was the most panic situation that Pro could have ever been in his life.
Yeah, but also, why was Outcast panicking? I mean, he knows that it's just one player standing on the other side, can't really do much. Just wide swing peek him, man. He's quick and cooking up a nade. And this is TPP. This is third person perspective. Have the option, the freedom, that small little eye that pops up on everyone's screen. You can use that.
I mean, at that point, he just felt like, okay, maybe this is a safer option to just get one shot and then jiggle back into safety as well. But that definitely was not safety. This entire fight as well, DOD versus Nest, I did not understand which DOD pulled off, because technically they could have tried to spread themselves out in that particular fight. They could have tried to throw in a couple of utility, but they formed a complete chain, right? They stepped in a line, all of them one by one, and Nest Esports could actually feast on of them. But I just don't understand how they flipped that entire fight back.
DBS is the miracle weapon, ladies and gentlemen. And that is, I mean, both the players, to be honest, had the same weapon in their hands. It was just that Ajay was in that heat of the moment a little bit more precise than his opposition. Because Ajay was sitting there with a massive HP disadvantage. And the player from the side of Nest Esports had almost like a full bar to work with. But still, just lining up that headshot at point blank range, just picking him off like that. Also, just the fact that in the late game stages, a lot of these players are going to be there with their helmets and armors completely shot off.
Yeah.
So that also works out in your favor. But more important than that was that Adi did try to take that 1v3. He brought it down to 1v2. Then I think he just completely forgot, like, oh, my flanks are going to be exposed if I get up and take this fight. And he tried his level best to isolate it, but did not really work out. But still, Psych had a good game.
They definitely had a good game, to be honest. But I'm kind of sad that the fact that Adi could have actually put a little bit more emphasis, could have actually put a little bit more effort in trying to read out the finish feed, get more information that, all right, fine, there might just be one guy who is still standing. And he could have actually rushed. It could have been a 1v1 for him. He shouldn't even have to care about his flanks as well. The timing of that push was just not perfect.
I mean, at this point, we can say anything we want, but none of it matters. All 6 matches for these two groups are done. We did see the top 4 from the previous group. Now it's just time to see which teams are up there in a position from where they can make it to the semifinals, and which team, well, dreams are done.
Dreams are done. I mean, we called it the trenches of hell, and it seems like it certainly is the trenches of hell, because there is no coming back from this point. But definitely for this lad Crimson, he was the rebel of the match at the very top. 5 finishes, 62.5% finish contribution, a very good game.
Yeah, and this was an important match for Nate Official as well, because I mean, they were having a tough time in this particular group, and their run during the lower bracket has been quite a little bit shaky as well. But I think this does give team motivation and hope for the future. But as we follow up to the top 5 Rebels, Adi is going to be there from Team Psych. You have 2 individuals, Eggy and Prince from Gujarat Tigers, and we all know why they are there. That boot camp fight was just flawless. They took down 2 teams.
But it's also really sad that they eventually got completely flushed out as well. I kind of felt like Gujarat Tigers will be the kings of boot camp and eventually come back with like high numbers, really big finish point numbers as well as really big placement point. But that did not happen, in spite of the fact that boot camp was sort of the central part of the circle as well. But we'll find out which teams actually racked up the most amount of points from the match scorecard. Team Do or Die, Chicken Dinner as well as 9 finishes, 24 points. Pretty good game for them.
Yeah, pretty good match coming in from the players of Do or Die. Psych as well, 17 points on the board. Nate Official 17, Nest 13. Mayavi doesn't have to worry about those 8 points. Midwave doesn't have to worry about those 2.5 points. Newman, Nest, Psych.
And Nade.
And Nade. I mean, these were the teams that were there in the contention for the 3rd and the 4th spot.
I'm not really sure if the 4 and the 1 point difference that separates all of these teams, that makes the competition very dicey, to be honest. We did not really get to see the overall standings after the end of the penultimate game, but this time around we are definitely going to see the overall standings, which basically is the result of group number A, ladies and gentlemen. We'll find out who are the 4 teams who are going to the semi-finals of this competition. It is Team Mayavi, Midwave Esports, Newman Gaming and Nest Esports.
My goodness, that's the only underdog team to make it through from this group, Nest Esports. But they will be so happy that they have actually managed to pull it off in such a tough situation, because look at the differences. It's 109 for Mayavi, 106 for Midwave, and then team on the 3rd position is there with 70 points.
Yep.
You have 70, 66.5, and then there's a 10-point difference between them and Psych. So Psych actually need to have a massive, massive game in this matchup. The top 2 finish wasn't going to cut it, and they also did realize that as well. I mean, they were trying their level best, it did not work out. But as we move on to the next page of the rankings, this is where things get interesting, because who would have thought that in the lower bracket we would see Gujarat Tigers finish on the 10th position?
I mean, once again, just inconsistencies, right? Just the fact that they could not survive the initial game jitters just resulted them in them getting eliminated from this particular competition. But once again, you've got to feel for teams like Nate Official and Team Psych, because they came so close, but yet they are so far. Just missing the boat by 10 points. I understand that 10 points is like a massive margin, but you think of what actually went through. Team Psych had the opportunity. The last game was like set for them. Nest Esports, they could have actually taken them down in the initial stages. Lots of ifs and buts which could have changed the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, massive props to both these teams. I mean, Psych was absolutely incredible. You do see signs from Psych, sort of their movements inside of the game, the way they take fights, how they look at situations and react. It feels quite similar to a lot of these tier 1 teams, not just a few tier 1 teams. It feels similar, like the potential of being the best are there. Nate Official, I have to say, I mean, this is one of the most entertaining teams I've seen in the lower bracket, including both the groups we've seen. So Nate Official, I'm definitely going to miss this team.
I'm definitely going to miss them as well. I mean, they've got some crazy players. You just saw Crimson was actually standing tall. Pro sometimes actually outshines the rest of the competition as well.
Vernox sorry to interrupt. Murnox and Crimson are just absolute mad lads. I'm just gonna say this. They're looking at situations differently always.
I mean, Murnox and his flanks have actually have been very tricky for the opposition to actually counter. But speaking of it, I mean, this group was sort of dominated by this entirety of Mayavi as well as Midwave, right? Midwave, what a comeback it has been.
Yes.
From the initial rounds where we did not really think that Midwave will actually make it, they are into the semis, top 32 of the country.
Exactly. I mean, this team had the worst possible start, even in the losers bracket. I mean, the first game they start off in a wrangle, and they get drop clashed instantly by Newman. They finish off on the 16th position with 0 points from that match, and from there, making sure that you're crossing 106. That is just incredible. And this is what the lower bracket is about. I mean, I understand I'm taking an experienced team as an example.
Yeah.
But still, this is what the lower bracket is about, ladies and gentlemen. It is about those comebacks. It is about making your way back into that semi-final. And, well, securing a dream that has been kept alive for years and years at this point.
For sure. I mean, there's definitely been a lot of dreams and a lot of heartbreaks for Midwave Esports, which kind of led them here right now. But they are progressing to the semi-finals alongside multiple others, of course. We'll still find out who are the remaining 8 teams to actually go to the semi-finals, because we are yet to find them out. Those groups are going to play today and the day after. But don't forget to actually go and follow all our socials on Crafton India Esports, because that is very important. All the updates are going to be there. But Johnny, I have to say the lower brackets are definitely cooking up to something fantastic.
Well, I mean, and the cooking is not done yet. We still have 2 more groups left, and they're going to happen tomorrow and day after, as Salty mentioned. But ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to an end of our show tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. Until tomorrow, take care.